Cutter was in Los Angeles, at a crematorium on Santa Monica Boulevard, when the freak thunderstorm struck. It was the death of two friends, killed in gang violence, that had brought him to the city. On arrival, he had discovered they were victims of a deep-rooted conspiracy. His hunt for the perpetrators had brought him up against vicious gangs and traitors. I barely survived. He looked up at the gray sky, streaked with flashes of lightning, as people took cover from the sudden downpour. It's over, finally. He took shelter under a palm tree, but its fronds offered little cover from the rain which dripped on his head and face. He inched closer to its trunk. His friend's eulogy had been performed at the crematorium, and he had returned on the eve of his departure home for some time alone. Its grounds were an oasis of green in the city, offering calm and solitude to those seeking it. The deluge of rain and dark sky suited his somber mood. He blinked raindrops from his eyelids and chuckled at departing mourners fleeing for the shelter of their cars. "Angelinos," he scoffed inwardly. "They can't handle a few drops of rain." He patted his pocket when his phone buzzed, brought it out and frowned. Who could that be? Only a handful of trusted friends had his number. "Yeah," he barked. "Cutter Grogan?" "Yes, ma'am." He straightened instinctively in response to the refined, elderly voice. "I got your number from Zeb Carter." "He's a good friend, ma'am." "He was recommended to me by someone I know, but when I approached him, he mentioned your name. He said you were more suited." Suited for what? He wondered when she trailed off. There was no background noise at her end, no other voices, no sirens, car honks, just a deep silence. "You've had some issues with the NYPD and the LAPD, Mr. Grogan." He blinked at that, wiped his face and rubbed his wet palm against his jeans. "She's done her research on me." "I'm not a criminal, ma'am," he replied automatically. "I know. I wouldn't have called you if you were." "Why did you call me? Who are you?" "Forgive my manners, Mr. Grogan." Her voice dropped. "I'm Amy Breland." "Why's that name familiar? Breland? Amy Breland? Her? You're the—" "Yes, Mr. Grogan." There was a smile in her reply. "Some people know me as the Speaker of the House." I bet it was President Morgan who recommended Zeb to her. "Mr. Grogan, are you there?" "Yes, ma'am." He swallowed. It was not as if he often got calls from one of the most recognized and powerful persons in the country. "I respond better to Cutter, ma'am." "Cutter? That's an unusual name." "Yes, ma'am." "You're called the Fixer in New York." He shuffled his feet in embarrassment. It was a title he had given himself when he had acquired a degree of fame. The name had stuck and won him several new clients. "She's gauging my responses, assessing me. That's why she's drawing this out." "Yes, ma'am. It sounds good on TV." "I'm not judging you, Cutter." She took a deep breath. "I have a problem. I'm wondering if you can help me with it." "What's that, ma'am?" "It's my granddaughter, Lauren Breland." "The same name as her?" "Long story," she said, reading his silence correctly. "My daughter and son-in-law died in a car accident. She was their only child. I took on her care and she took my last name. She's a freelance journalist, well regarded. She's missing." "The cops?" "She was investigating a sex trafficking ring in D.C. when she disappeared about a week ago." "You should go to the cops, ma'am. They can help better than me." "I can't. They're involved in that ring, too." Cutter took a deep breath, stunned at her revelation. Dirty cops. He had encountered enough of them to know they were capable of anything but sex trafficking. "The FBI, ma'am?" "I don't trust them either. Cutter, I don't want to talk about this over the phone. Can you meet me? Will you take this on?" "Yes, ma'am." There was no way he was going to turn down the speaker's request. "I'll be in D.C. in 2 days, ma'am." "You don't have to ma'am me." "No, ma'am, I mean—" He trailed off when she chuckled. "Your friend Carter said you were like that." He's formal like that, too. We had similar upbringings. I'll see you in 2 days, Cutter. I'll message you my address. Yes, ma'am. He pocketed his phone when she had hung up and ventured out into the rain towards his ride. He shook his head grimly as water sluiced down his face. It didn't matter who Amy Breland was. He would have taken the case at the first mention of sex trafficking. Cutter eased his tall frame into the aircraft seat the next day and stretched his legs out as far as he could. The flight to Dulles International Airport was full, and he had been lucky to get one of the last remaining seats. He smiled absently at the elderly woman by his side and buckled in as the safety instructions came on. He checked out his row out of habit. The aircraft had a 2x4x2 formation. He was in an aisle seat. To his right were 3 travelers in the rest of the 4-seater. A woman who was knitting and 2 men. A couple at the 2-seater to the far right. A young girl at the window to his left and a burly man in the aisle seat next to her. He leaned back and ignored the passing looks at him. He attracted attention with his height of just over 6 feet, neatly styled dark hair, green eyes, and deep tan. His mixed heritage included Sierra Leone, Italy, Ireland, and many other countries. As long as no one recognizes me as the fixer and asks for my autograph, he grouched to himself as he closed his eyes. A steward woke him up 40 minutes later and handed over a bottle of juice and a packet of snacks. He uncapped the bottle, took a deep swallow, and looked around casually. Knitter was still at it, her needles clicking softly, catching the light. Burley, to his left, was watching out of the window. The girl next to him was scrunched in her seat, tightly curled, looking at nothing. No movie playing on her screen, no cell phone or screen of any kind in her hand. The flight attendant returned, smiled at her, and offered her snacks, speaking slowly, at which the girl shook her head. "She can't speak, but she can hear," the steward mouthed at Cutter when she caught his eye and continued her round. An hour later, it was the girl's squirming that caught his attention. 3. Cutter looked to his left casually when her shifting in her seat registered on him. Burley was still leaning in his seat, apparently looking out the window. The girl was balled up, her face turned away. He returned to the news playing on his TV screen and finished the last of his juice. He capped the bottle and jammed it into the seat pocket, straightened, and from the corner of his eye saw her body jerk. Cutter stilled. He pretended to be engrossed in the show. There. Her leg jerked again. She's tight against the window. Burley's hand. He unbuckled his belt and got out of his seat in a smooth move. Used the height advantage to check the man out. Blanket over his lap, hands beneath it. Leaning towards the girl, but not in a noticeable manner. Cutter went down the aisle to the galley and sought out the flight attendant. "That girl," he jerked his head back to the passenger. "She's traveling alone?" "Yes, sir," the flight attendant said, smiling. "She's got family in D.C. We're taking good care of her. Any problem?" "No." He had to be sure of what he had sensed before making any accusation. He studied the girl as he returned to his row. 10 or 11 years old. Blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Neat features. A bunch of freckles over her nose. A sweater over jeans. "Is he harassing you?" He signed with his hands when she felt the weight of his stare. He had become fluent in ASL when working on a previous case. "I am a police officer," he gestured when she didn't respond and mouthed the word slowly. "I can help." He stopped at the expression on her face. Shame, fear, embarrassment. The girl shook her head tightly and turned to the window. Cutter had seen that look before, on women he had rescued from predators. Rage flooded him in an instant and turned his vision dark. He breathed deeply to dissipate the red mist. "Hey," he said, grinning at Burley, "would you mind switching seats? I recognize Laura only now. I know her folks well. We're family friends." The man straightened. His hands came up from beneath the blanket. I paid for this seat. I... Cutter leaned over him and jabbed his thumb deep in the flesh beneath his collarbone. I'm not asking, he whispered. You're groping her, harassing her. I'm not reporting you only because she doesn't want me to. Smile. Nod. Get up and move to my seat. He gouged deeper as Burley's face lost its color. His mouth gaped as he tried to flail and suck air. Do you understand? The man nodded rapidly. Great. Cutter put on a fake grin and stepped back when Burley stumbled to his feet and moved across the aisle without looking in the girl's direction. I will arrest him, Cutter signed, as soon as we land. No, the girl responded emphatically. I know what he was doing. She responded by jamming her face against the window and ignoring him. She straightened only when their flight was landing at Dulles. My name is not Laura, she signed. I had to come up with something, he replied defensively. He waited, but she did not introduce herself. She's still scared. She's not sure she can trust me. Her hands moved when the aircraft rolled to a stop. Thank you. He nodded and got to his feet, removed her backpack from the overhead locker and handed it to her. He stepped back in the aisle to make room for her and shifted his body to block Burley from her sight. He grabbed his carry-on bag and followed her down the aisle. Don't, please, she signed desperately when he stopped at the galley and she read his intention. He has to be reported. Reported? She flared angrily. I thought you were a cop. I am, but I need to know who he is. Drop it, please. I will deny that he did anything to me. She marched off in a huff without a backward glance. Is there a problem, sir? The flight attendant said, looking at the departing girl and then at him. Isn't anyone escorting her? Kids of her age. I thought cabin crew made sure they got handed over to family. There is a flight attendant with her, sir. Cutter craned his head over the departing passengers, but by then the girl and her escort were out of sight. He smiled in thanks at the attendant, made a note of her name, and left the aircraft. He hurried through the disembarkation formalities and searched the concourse for the girl. There. She was walking quickly towards the exit gates along with the cabin crew member when he caught up with her. What's your name? He signed at her. You again? She mouthed rebelliously. They were outside the terminal building by then, joining the crowd of passengers awaiting cabs and pickups. You know her, sir? The attendant asked him. We were sitting next to each other. I know her family, he lied. Is that right, honey? A Mercedes swung to the curb. A uniformed driver leaned out of the window and waved at her. The girl broke away from them, ran to the car and climbed inside. The vehicle swung away instantly and joined the departing traffic. Cutter saw her looking back at him until a travel coach blocked his view. That ride was for her? He asked the attendant, who looked at him suspiciously. I thought you knew the family. Pervert, she hissed beneath her breath as she returned to the terminal. He reached out angrily to tell her what had happened and then lowered his hand. It doesn't matter. He hurried back into the concourse and searched the throng of travelers for Burley but couldn't find him. Nice work, he cursed himself. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. I need some help. Who do you think we are? Your personal assistants. 4. Cutter grinned at Beth Peterson's response. All right, he said mildly. I'll find someone else. He's guilt-tripping us, she said to another person. Won't work. Tell him to find this other help. Beth and Megan, the other speaker. Twins. Covert operatives in the agency. A deep black outfit that carried out deniable missions all over the world. Its director was in D.C. and reported only to the president, but its operatives, 8 of them, were based in New York. Cutter was one of the few people who knew of its existence, because Zeb Carter, its lead agent, and his team not only had a shared history, he and many of them were former Delta operatives who had served together, they were also close friends. He often turned to the twins for help since they ran Varner, the agency's artificial intelligence program that gathered and analyzed intel from all over the world in seconds. They have the coolest espionage gear, too. You know I can't. We know, Beth smirked. What do you need? Can you hack into an airline's passenger manifest? Don't insult us. I need to know about a passenger who was on my flight from LA to Dulles. What's your interest in him? He was groping a young girl, seated next to him. Send me the flight details, Beth replied tersely. And, her sister yelled into the phone, if you don't fix him, we will. Cutter was checking into his hotel on K Street when Beth sent him Burley's file. It was a comprehensive dossier, right from his personal details to his credit history, bank accounts, balances, stocks portfolio, everything that Werner had access or could hack into. Ashton Glover, 48 years old, divorced, father of two, a political lobbyist who ran his own firm in D.C., lived in Georgetown, penthouse, overlooking Montrose Park. His net worth is in 7 figures. Why would a person like that fly coach? The answer came to him when he was showering. He can sit next to vulnerable women. Recon came before attack. Cutter set out from his hotel after dinner, dressed in a tracksuit and a hoodie, and jogged slowly from downtown D.C. west, following busy K Street. He cut north at Wisconsin Avenue and went through smaller streets in the direction of Montrose Park. Summer in D.C. was warm, even at 10 p.m. Several other joggers and runners in the park. A yoga class on the grass, with flashlights in front of every participant's mat while the instructor announced poses. Cutter skirted the group and went past a dog coach who was training several pets. D.C., the country's political center, more than 30% of metro area residents worked in government. The city was dominated by that single industry, and as he ran, he passed 2 suits sitting on the grass, discussing the day's events in the Capitol. Cutter left the park at midnight when there was just a lone dog walker. He checked out Glover's red brick building as he crossed R Street. Mirrored windows, dark on the 7th-floor penthouse, visible from the ground. A manicured lawn stretching from the sidewalk to the entrance. Cameras and floodlights visible, and through the glass door, he could see a security person. There will be a basement garage, more cameras inside, and that guard is likely to be a former cop. The building's security would be easy to breach, however. He had broken into several such residences with far more protection. Inside his house, that's an unknown. Getaway can be through the park if things get hot. Cutter had seen enough. He could get to Glover in his residence. Beth can hack into his phones and computers and get me his movements. He could then plan the takedown on the lobbyist. He jogged down R Street and, on a whim, decided to check out Amy Breland's residence. The Speaker of the House lived in a 5-bedroom condo in Georgetown Waterfront Park. Views over the Potomac River, 15 minutes from the White House, valet parking, concierge service, private security. On top of that, she gets Capitol Police protection. He spotted their cruisers and SUVs as he got closer to the building. Uniformed cops on the sidewalks on each side of the street eyed him as he jogged past. Nope, this building will be tougher to breach. He jogged back to his hotel and fired off a text to Beth. Can you get me a package on Lauren Breland? She won't date you. She's far too smart for you. He rolled his eyes at her reply. It's for something else. Besides, I'm not looking for companionship. That's good, because no one will have you. Nope, there was no way he could win a verbal duel with the twins. What's this something else? Why are you interested in her? Work-related matter. He braced himself for a flurry of questions, but she surprised him with an okay on its way in a few. He lay on his bed and crossed his arms beneath his head as he thought of Lauren Breland and the girl on the flight. He had called himself the Fixer when NYPD's media had interviewed him. The title was appropriate since he helped those the system had let down. The title and the publicity had ensured he had no shortage of clients. He chose them carefully and often declined payment. He seldom took on wealthy clients. The likes of Amy Breland weren't his usual customers. unless they have someone missing in the family, or kidnapped, a wife, mother, daughter, a girlfriend, any woman, or a young child. He was the fixer, but he also went after predators. 5. Cutter went to Union Station the next day to a locker he had rented several months ago. He brought out the backpack he had stored there, zipped it open swiftly, inspected its contents, closed it, and slung it over his shoulders. Glock, several spare magazines, a couple of Spyderco tactical knives, molar throwers, and grenades of several kinds. Also folded inside was a thin body armor, almost fabric-like but designed to withstand most caliber shots. Similar protection was worn by the president and select intelligence agencies. He had obtained his from Zeb. Along with the gear were a collection of surveillance devices, fake identities, and bundles of cash in various currencies. Cutter had several such caches in cities across the country, and a few international ones as well. Got that idea from Zeb as well, he recalled with a grim smile. Back at the hotel, he did his homework, reading up on Lauren Breland. Cutter headed to Amy Breland's Georgetown residence at 8 p.m., his Glock in its Kydex shoulder holster, covered by a lightweight jacket that was zipped half open to allow easy access. No other weapons. Capitol police officers eyed him as he approached the building. A couple of suits watched him through the lobby as he came up the walkway. "I've a meeting with Amy Breland," he said, smiling politely at the man behind the reception desk, who must have pressed a hidden button because the suits crowded behind him immediately. Cutter turned to face them, making sure to look non-threatening, hard-faced, hands close to their waists. Lean. Unwelcoming. That's their job, to prevent random walk-ins or reporters. There will be more men in the building watching me on screens. "Who are you?" one of them asked bluntly. "Cutter Grogan. She's expecting me." "Identification?" He handed over his driver's license. Suit 1 inspected it, went back a few steps while he spoke in his phone, nodded once, and returned the license. "Follow me." Cutter went with him through a discreet passage behind the lobby into a security room. An X-ray machine, the kind seen in airport terminals, more suits and uniformed women and men, all watching him. "I have a Glock." The reaction was instantaneous. Suit 1 shoved him onto the floor. "Hands and legs spread." "It's in my shoulder holster," Cutter said, assuming the position. The security agent patted him roughly, extracted the weapon, and hauled him up unceremoniously. "I am licensed to carry it." "Quiet!" Suit 1 made another whispered call, spoke urgently for a good while, then nodded at the rest of the personnel in the room. "Wand him," he ordered. Cutter spread out his hands patiently as a woman ran a detector over him. "Strip to your underwear," she commanded. "Place them on the rollers," she added, nodding at the X-ray machine. Cutter did their bidding and waited until the security personnel had scanned his clothing and given him the all clear. "You'll get your gun when you're leaving." When he had dressed, Suit 1 led him to an elevator and went up with him to the penthouse floor. "He's got an appointment," he said, handing the visitor over to more suits in the carpeted hallway. "At 8:30 p.m., Cutter said helpfully, which was 15 minutes ago. He got a glare in return as another security agent made yet another call, caught his elbow, and led him through the entrance door into a marble-floored reception room. "Wait here." Cutter inspected the subtle elegance of the room as he waited. Potted plants, vase collections, art hanging on walls, dim, tasteful lighting. He turned at the sound of heels on the floor as the Speaker of the House came into view. "Cutter," she shook his hand, "I heard you made a dramatic entrance." "I would have handed over my gun," he said mildly. "My security team can be overzealous at times. Come." She led him inside a reception room and gestured to a chair near a large window. Cutter took a moment to appreciate the Potomac River view and sank into the chair's upholstered softness. He shot up a moment later when Breland went to a beverage tray and poured coffee into 2 mugs. "Ma'am." "My house. I'm the host." She waved him down and handed him a delicate porcelain cup. "Jamaican Blue Mountain," he guessed after his first sip. "You're a fan too?" "Yes, ma'am." He got his stock from Beth and Megan, who bought in bulk for their outfit. "Lauren." She placed her cup down after a while, signaling small talk was over. "You have read up about her?" "Yes, ma'am." The speaker's granddaughter was a highly respected journalist who wrote feature pieces in the country's best-known publications, such as the New York Times, Washington Post, and Los Angeles Times. She also had syndicated pieces in various magazines around the world. She regularly appeared in TV debates and argued passionately for empowerment for women and people of color. She went missing a week ago. That corresponds. No article or feature from her in that time. She could have gone, "Save that, Cutter," she sighed. "I have called her phone like thousands of times since she disappeared. I have gone to her apartment in Tacoma in Maryland. I have called her friends, those I know of. I called the publication she works with, her agent, have checked out her social media accounts. Nothing. No one has heard from her. No one else raised the alarm, ma'am. Her agent said she was working on an explosive case. It's normal for her to disappear for lengths of time when she's working on such pieces. She didn't have any articles booked for some time." "Her friends?" "They said it was normal for Lauren to disappear too. Any special person she might have gone off with on vacation? Boyfriend? Girlfriend?" "You wouldn't ask that if you knew her," Breland said with a brief smile. "Lauren's work is her mission. Everything else takes a back seat to it. Heck, I don't remember when she was last in a serious relationship. She would have told me if she was. She doesn't hold back that part of her life from me." Cutter recollected what he had read of the journalist from Beth's comprehensive file. Single, never married. She was an only child, and on her parents' deaths, she had sold the family house and bought the apartment in Tacoma. To be closer to Nana, she had admitted in several interviews. "My only family. Nana. Amy Breland. She wasn't rich, but she was comfortable. No debt issues, no addiction, didn't smoke or drink." "She told you about the sex trafficking ring?" "Only that she was going to expose it. She said there were high-ranking politicians involved, but she didn't offer any names." "Because she thought you might shut her down?" Cutter didn't back down when the speaker glared at him for several moments. "If you know anything of my life," Breland spat, "you'll know that's not what I would do. I haven't held back from criticizing my own party, holding our senators and congresspeople to account. Lauren knew that. I have never interfered in her work." He studied her. Silvery white hair, artfully styled. Sharp, gray eyes that were furious, wrinkles around them, fine lines around her lips. A pearl necklace around her neck. A dark suit and polished shoes on her crossed legs that caught the light. She sighed heavily when he didn't reply. "Jill said you would be like this, Jill Dalton," she clarified at his quizzical expression. "The Veep, ma'am?" he asked, stunned. "How would she know about me? I haven't worked—" "She asked Claire, who gave your friend Zeb Carter's number, who gave me yours." "I thought it was President Morgan. Does the vice president know about Lauren's disappearance?" "Yes. She and Claire are the only ones who know." "What else did Lauren tell you?" "Nothing. She never talks about her articles until they're published. The only reason she mentioned this one was because of politics." "I'll need access to her apartment. There might be something there." "I'll give you a spare key. You won't find anything there, however. She carries her laptop with her wherever she goes. It isn't in her apartment, I checked. She didn't have any hard drive backups. She has a cloud storage account." "How do you know she's missing?" Cutter asked the obvious question. "If she drops off the radar often, and how do you know cops were involved?" Breland picked up her phone from a nearby table and unlocked it. She's shaking. What's on it? A ransom demand? The speaker scrolled through her messages and clicked on a button. Nana, where are you? I've been trying to get hold of you. Call me back immediately. Don't go with those Capitol Police cops. They're involved. I've got proof. You need to leave right away. Go to Jill's office. She's got Secret Service protection. Hey, let go of me. You... Cutter recognized Lauren's voice immediately from the interviews he had watched. She sounds scared. He looked at Breland, whose face was down, one hand pressed so hard against the table her knuckles were white. Cutter took the phone from her and replayed the call. A week ago. The speaker's voice shook. You know what happened in D.C. that day? Yes, ma'am. A group of armed white supremacists had converged on the Capitol and, in collusion with Capitol Police, had managed to breach the building. As the world watched, the insurrectionists broke into the edifice as if they owned it. They vandalized it, took pictures and videos of themselves and posted those on social media. Unconcerned about the repercussions, not of just the physical act of breaking in, but also of what it meant to the fabric of the country. They fought with a few dedicated cops and security guards, then ransacked Congress members' offices. They broke into her office, too. He regarded the speaker, whose head was still turned away. Several of the rioters had called out loudly for her and the vice president's lynching. The crowd had roared in approval at their comments. I and my aides, we ran to Jill's office, she whispered, and her protection detail. They got us away through a secret exit. Several Congress members and their staffers had hidden beneath desks, in bathrooms, in closets, in terror, as the mob roamed through the seat of power. The insurgents had left several hours later, laughing, joking, and leaving destruction, shock, and horror in their wake. Not a single cop or law enforcement agency had stopped them as they exited the building. Take our country back, she said bitterly. That's what they were chanting. Take it back from what? They never said. The country had turned on them swiftly. As the world watched, the most powerful democracy acted. The FBI opened an investigation and sought help in identifying the violators. Citizens responded as they posted pictures, images, and videos of neighbors, friends, co-workers, even family members who had converged on the Capitol that twisted day. The rioters were arrested, trials were fast-tracked, while President Morgan, Vice President Dalton, and the Speaker traveled the country, addressing rallies in small towns and large. What had brought America to this? That a group of insurrectionists had taken it upon themselves to attack the Capitol. In a rare show of unity, both parties worked together to help the country heal. I didn't know she was there that day. Breland sniffed and wiped tears from her eyes. I didn't find that voicemail. Her voice cracked. She broke down and sobbed into her palms. I don't check voicemails. I use secure messaging with everyone. I found it only 2 days ago when I was clearing out all my messages. That was when I called you. Cutter rose and went to the window when the speaker left for the bathroom to freshen up. Sorry, she began when she returned. No need, ma'am. He cut her off and watched the river while she composed herself. A boat sailed down the Potomac. A bunch of kids played on its bank, tiny human specks from this distance. A lot can happen in a week, he said delicately. I know. She might not be alive. Amy Breland caught his shoulders and gazed into his eyes, fiercely. Find her. Even if she's dead, find who was behind it. Bring them down, no matter who they are. A glass shattered behind them. 6. Cutter turned. His jaw dropped when he recognized the girl from the flight. She was standing in the doorway, her mouth open in shock as she stared at him, shards of glass and a widening pool of water at her feet. You, she signed furiously as she stepped over the shattered remains. You followed me here? I did not. Why are you here then? What's going on? Breland straightened. Sophie, you know him? Yes, the girl signed sullenly. How? Where did you meet him? She turned to him when Sophie didn't respond. Cutter grimaced inwardly. She hasn't told the speaker about what happened. Another thought struck him. Why is she here? What's their relationship? We were on the same flight. Sophie lowered her eyes to the floor. What do you mean, he followed you? Breland asked. She eyed Cutter suspiciously and took a step back. Ma'am, it's not like that. I didn't ask you. She cut him off. He didn't do anything. The girl burst out. Well, he did. He stopped a man from harassing me. Harassing you? When? Where? Why didn't you tell me? Breland's voice rose. Cutter leaned against the iron railing at the window and crossed his arms as Sophie narrated the incident. Breland looked at her for several moments in shock as she digested the story. Oh, honey. She held her arms out and hugged Sophie tightly when the girl ran to her. You should have told me. We would have gone to the cops. Your position? The girl freed herself to sign. The media would have made a big deal of it. Big deal? Breland crouched and cupped her face in her palms. Nothing is a bigger deal than you. That piece of... He was touching my legs. He didn't do anything more, I swear. This man saw what he was doing and put an end to it. Cutter? That's his name? Yeah, he was seated next to us. He made the man switch seats. Why didn't you report him to the cabin crew? Breland shook the girl. Nana, I told you. I couldn't. Nana! Cutter hid his surprise. Lauren was Breland's only granddaughter. That was public knowledge. Who is this girl? Stop worrying about me, the speaker said fiercely as she held the girl tightly. Anyone harasses you again, report it immediately. And tell me, do you understand? Sophie nodded and buried her face in Breland's shoulder. She freed herself after a moment and regarded Cutter from beneath her hair. Why is he here? The speaker got to her feet and sat heavily on a couch. She straightened her jacket and motioned for the girl to sit beside her. Sophie perched herself on the arm of the couch and continued to regard Cutter curiously. I'm sorry. Breland looked at him. I made a wrong assumption. It was totally understandable in the circumstances, ma'am. I thought nothing of it. You rescued Sophie. That's putting it strongly, ma'am, he said, shifting on his feet uneasily under the gaze of two pairs of sharp eyes. Like she said, all I did was switch seats with him. He did something to that man, something to his shoulder, the girl signed. I hope that creep remembers it for a long time. He will, Cutter thought. He looked at the girl and then at the speaker, making his question obvious. Breland caught on immediately. Sophie, meet Cutter Grogan. Cutter, this is Sophie Breland, my daughter. Yeah. She smiled at his surprise. She calls me Nana. She picked that up from Lauren. Not many know about her. Paul and I adopted her when she was 3 years old. We've kept her out of the public eye. She was on a school trip to L.A. I called her back when I heard... She jerked her head at her phone. Lauren and she are, she corrected herself. Close. Like sisters. Besties, Sophie chimed in. Honey, the speaker finally answered the girl's question. Cutter is like a private investigator. He will find her. I've seen you. I was wondering why you looked familiar. You were on TV in New York. Fixer. That was what you called yourself. That name will follow me everywhere, he said, grinning. It should. It sounds cool. Did Lauren tell you anything about what she was working on? No. Sophie shook her head. It was big. That was all she said. You know about her cloud account? No. She shared everything else except her work. You need to report her missing to the cops, ma'am. You heard her voicemail. The FBI in that case. I'm sure, with your position, you can get a special agent to lead the investigation. Are you turning me down? No, ma'am. He smiled reassuringly. The feds have resources, however. Finding Lauren is key, not who finds her. I don't want publicity. This has to be low-key. If these scum are high-ranking politicians, they will have contacts in the FBI, too. They'll wonder why you haven't gone to the authorities, ma'am. We don't want to make them suspicious. That might get them to hunker down. We don't want that. That might also hurt Lauren's chances, if she's still alive. From Breland's expression, he knew she had the same thought. I'm not sure if I can trust the feds. Bart Jameson is a good man. He referred to the FBI director. He'll put his best people on it and keep it discreet. You know him? Yes, ma'am. From my military days. She regarded him thoughtfully for several moments and nodded, as if confirming something to herself. I had my doubts when your friend Carter mentioned you. I looked you up. And? I have no doubts now. She went to a closet and returned with a swipe card and a key. To Lauren's apartment. The card will get you through the building's entrance, the key through her door. Why was she in the Capitol? I've been thinking about that. You know, senators and a few representatives have their hideaways there. He nodded. The Russell, Dirksen, and Hart buildings were where the 100 senators had their offices, on Constitution Avenue north of the Capitol. Members of the House of Representatives had theirs in the Cannon, Rayburn, and Longworth buildings on Independence Avenue, south of the Capitol. However, senators also had hideaways, secret offices in the Capitol building. The rooms ranged from small, converted broom closets in the basement for junior senators to plush offices on the upper levels for the senior ones. Some, with views of the National Mall, were highly coveted. None were named. They weren't listed in the official directory and had only numbers on their doors. Senators sometimes used the offices to rest between sessions, but most used them for private, confidential meetings, away from their main, highly public rooms in the Capitol. Lauren must have come to the building to confront the senators she suspected. Their hideaways. Even some of their staffers don't know about those rooms. She could question them there without anyone interrupting. The speaker's voice shook. She would have found out which senator occupied which office. It's a smart move, Cutter thought. The politicians were likely to let their guard down in their private offices. Here. She brought out a sheet of paper from her bag and handed it to him. He unfolded it to reveal a map of the Capitol building, hand-drawn circles over rooms on all levels, with initials inside them. That, Breland said with a brief smile, is D.C.'s best-kept secret, the hideaway of every senator and congressperson in that building. Keep it safe. He located the speaker's office and traced the route she would have taken to the vice president's room. I was terrified, she whispered as she watched his finger. I didn't think any of us would get out alive. Did you know several of them were calling for me? One of them was carrying a noose as well. Yes, ma'am. It was all over the world's media. He stuffed the map into his coat pocket and got to his feet. He didn't know how to respond to her. Words were inadequate, and when she nodded silently, he knew she understood. Sophie tugged his sleeve as he was leaving. Bring my sister back. I'll do everything I can. And what you did to that man on the flight, do worse. To those who took her. I'll do my best, he responded, hiding a grin. She watched him from the door as he went to the elevator. Why do you do this? Do what? This fixing business? The elevator car came. Its doors swished open, but Cutter made no move to enter it. He was conscious of the speaker watching him as Sophie gestured with her hands. Cutter? Did you understand what I asked? Yeah, he signed back. You like the publicity? You like to be on TV? No. You do it for money? No. You like saving people? Is that it? I'll tell you someday. He got inside the elevator, wondering how it was always the young who asked the most piercing questions. 7. Cutter chuckled to himself as he recollected Sophie Breland's words when he was on the street. She's tough. Leaving the heavy security in the lobby behind, he headed to DuPont Circle and a small restaurant on Corcoran Street. The Afghani eatery was nestled between residences, a small, cozy place that had fast become his favorite in the capital. "Salam, Sahib," a smiling server greeted him. "We haven't seen you in a long time." "Nadia," he replied in Dari, as he clasped her hand in both of his. "You have grown a lot." "She eats everything," a burly man said as he came from the kitchen and hugged him hard. "I sometimes think I'm running this restaurant just for her." Kodabaksh Janwari had been an interpreter to U.S. forces in Kabul. He had worked closely with Cutter and his Delta team for months as they tracked down terrorists. He had taught him Dari and Pashto. Cutter had arranged for the restaurant owner and his family to relocate to the U.S. and start over as American citizens. The Taliban would have killed him and his family if they had stayed back, he recalled. "I got a scholarship to Georgetown University," Nadia told him proudly, "to study psychiatry." "They are lucky to have you," he congratulated her. "Tell that to Papa," she snorted. "He makes me work here after school." "Hard work never spoiled anyone," her father interjected as he clapped her on the shoulder and directed her to the kitchen. "Get the sheer pira for Cutter." "Children," he grumbled when his daughter flounced away, "they have it so easy." "Don't look at me like that," Cutter replied, raising his hands defensively. "I don't know anything about children." "And whose fault is that?" said a woman who placed her hands on her hips when she joined them. "Zarina!" He rose and kissed her on each cheek. "Don't start." "Why shouldn't I? Look at you. You're getting old. You need love, companionship." "Right now, he needs dinner," Janwari said, steering his wife away to the kitchen. Cutter checked out the restaurant as he sat again. Small tables seated well apart to give privacy to diners. Afghani paintings and murals on the wall. Just one other patron in the restaurant, engrossed in a newspaper as he ate his food. They came when he was well into his dinner. 2 men in their late 20s, checked shirts that displayed their muscles, trimmed beards, short hair, scuffed jeans. They sat at a neighboring table and talked loudly, leering at Nadia when she handed them menus and making lewd jokes when she left. She shook her head when he caught her eyes. "Don't get involved." "You'll give us the Afghan discount, right?" one of them said when she returned to take their order. "Afghan discount? What's that, sir?" "You know, for saving your country." The men laughed uproariously as they high-fived each other. "The prices are what they are, sir." "She can come out with us," one of them winked at the other. "If there's no discount." "Bud," Cutter growled, "behave." They swung around at him in surprise and sized him up for a moment. "Why?" one of them taunted him. "You got your discount worked out? With her?" The red mist descended. Cutter shot out of his seat, toppling his table and sending his dinner crashing to the floor. He lunged across to the men and caught the nearest one's head and smashed it against his plate. He caught the second man's swinging fist and twisted it savagely until the man shrieked. "Stop!" Janwari yelled. "Cutter, stand down! Release them!" Nadia plucked his sleeve. He shoved the men away in disgust and tucked his tee back into his jeans. "You two," Zarina jerked her thumb at the men. "Get out. Don't come back, ever. Leave now," she warned when the men hesitated, "or we'll call the cops." Cutter felt their eyes flicker on him. He looked down at himself and saw that his jacket had slipped open to reveal his Glock. He watched them as they slunk out, snarling, cursing, and making threats. "You have cameras?" he asked Zarina. "Yes." "Report them to the cops." "We don't." "Do it. That's how they get away. If you don't, I'll go to the police myself." "All right," Janwari said, his hands up in surrender. "We'll get it done. Call them now. I'll give them my statement too." It took 40 minutes for the cops to arrive, take their statements and the footage from the security cameras. Nadia served him again when calm had returned to the restaurant. "Papa told me some stories about life in Kabul, about you. I didn't take them seriously until today. No one should have to experience that, he told her, whoever they are, wherever they're from. Nadia, Zarina yelled from inside. Let him eat. Do you see how thin he has become? Cutter slipped a bunch of notes beneath the tablecloth when he finished his dinner and went out into the night. Standard practice for him since the Januaris never presented him with a check. He strolled through quiet residential streets as he headed back to his hotel, keeping a lookout for the men. He didn't spot them anywhere, but he did notice the tail, a car that was following 100 yards behind with its headlights turned off as he strolled down the sidewalk. He tried to see who was inside it, but other than a shadow behind the wheel, he couldn't make out any features. There's only the driver. That ruled out the jerks from the restaurant. He deliberately stuck to the darker streets as he deviated from the most direct route back and went to Logan Circle. I want to see what they try. The driver seemed content to follow him for several blocks, by which time Cutter had had enough. He hustled to the well-lit intersection at Mount Vernon Square, sprinted past a line of parked cars, and heard his follower accelerating, twisted to his right as he approached the pedestrian crossing, and saw the driver raise his left arm. Gun! He threw himself to the ground as he drew his Glock, just as the car burst to full speed and ran through the traffic lights. Stay down! 8. Don't move. Throw your gun away. Huh, where did the cops come from? Cutter twisted his head to see several suited women and men approach him with their weapons drawn. They must have been in those parked vehicles on the street. He squinted when a flashlight trained on him. Get to your feet, slowly. Keep your hands spread. He grunted as he followed their orders. Quiet! Do you have any identification? He doesn't need it, a voice announced wearily from behind him. I know him. That voice. He turned warily and spotted the woman speaking immediately. She was tall, dark-haired, dark eyes spitting scorn as they sized him up. Cutter Grogan, fancy seeing you here. She shook her head and gestured for her team to stand down. Peyton Quindica. He got to his feet and dusted off his jeans. Are you following me? You screwed up a stakeout, she growled, and likely ruined a federal investigation. He looked at the special agent in charge, whom he had come across in New York. How was I to know y'all were hiding in these vehicles? What are you doing here? Last I heard, you were in L.A. You were there too, he replied spiritedly, and looked past her in the darkness. Where's your partner? I bet she's here. I had you in my sights. Gina DiFiore, NYPD detective first grade, came up from the square. I'm sure you were itching to pull. I sure was, she said, grinning unrepentantly as she joined Quindica. You still assigned to the FBI? Yeah. Special cases. Peyton leads the team. I, along with several detectives from across the country, are on her team. I bet you outrank them, though, in Quindica's team. The two women were fast-rising stars in their respective organizations. They had gotten together when the FBI formed a task force with the NYPD to take down white supremacists. Its success had led Jameson to persuade NYPD Commissioner Bruce Rolando to loan DiFiore to Quindica's team for the long term. The two were a couple as well, but they didn't let that interfere in their professional lives. Disperse, Quindica ordered her team. We are out in the open, visible from the hotel. Let's hope our target hasn't seen us. She grabbed Cutter's arm and marched him to a van, knocked on it, and when it opened, jerked her head at the two men inside who put down their headphones and exited. Surveillance van. He inspected it swiftly as he occupied a chair. Banks of screens with video feeds on them. DiFiore climbed inside and shut the door behind her. Is this where you take out the pliers and extract my nails? Don't give us ideas, the cop growled. Do you know how close you got to being shot? We thought you were one of the guys we were watching. Who is that? You don't need to know. Quindica turned several screens away from him. Why did you draw your gun? You didn't see that car? The one that went past you. What about it? He stared at them in disbelief. They didn't notice the driver's actions. I thought he was drawing on me. Why? Do you know him? No. Just what are you involved in, Grogan? Di Fiore snarled. I'm visiting some friends. Who? No one you know. Wouldn't surprise me if it was one of your friends in that car. I am sure they wouldn't hesitate to plug you if they had the chance. Di Fiore's hair swung silkily as she smiled wickedly. In fact, I'm surprised you have friends. I have, the two of you. Are you high on something? She eyed him suspiciously. We are not even close. Peyton and I followed me to L.A., and here you are, in D.C. Coincidence, she barked. Cutter, Quindica cut in before their argument escalated. Are you in trouble? No. For once, he's telling the truth, the cop interjected. We would have known if he was. The SAC regarded him for a long time and finally nodded. She opened the van door and cocked her head at him. The meeting was over. Do you believe him? Di Fiore asked Quindica when Cutter had disappeared into the darkness. No, but whatever he's working on has nothing to do with our surveillance. The SAC turned the screens back to face them and checked out the activity. State-sponsored Russian cybercrime isn't his kind of investigation. Cutter has this nasty habit of sliding into our cases. Quindica pushed back a tendril of hair falling over her partner's face and smiled. He could say the same of us. Who was that in the car? Cutter had only glimpsed the driver's profile. Male, for sure, clean-shaven. His left arm was partly blocking my sightline. Was he holding a gun? He wasn't sure. He had thrown himself down immediately as the vehicle sped past. Did he follow me from Breland's house? He thought about it as he headed to his hotel. Nope, he decided. His inner radar was good at alerting him of tails, but it had stayed quiet from Georgetown to DuPont Circle. Could be a mugger who saw me alone, he thought, shrugging mentally. He didn't lack enemies, but placing him at the restaurant and shadowing him from there. No. He shook his head. That requires manpower, logistics, all of which I would have spotted. My cell phone. I started using a burner the moment I landed in D.C. No one knows that number. His main cell phone received, relayed, and transmitted calls to whichever burner he hooked it up with. When he reached his hotel, he circled it. No one watching from cars. The lobby didn't have any suspicious-looking people. No one wore a sign saying, "Get Grogan." He showered, went to his hotel window, and watched nighttime D.C. before hitting the bed. Di Fiore and Quindica are in town. I hope whatever they're working on has nothing to do with me. 9. The men met in the Hay Adams, one of D.C.'s most iconic hotels, named for John Hay and Henry Adams, the former being Abraham Lincoln's personal secretary and Secretary of State under two presidents, the latter a descendant of President John Quincy Adams. The venue suited the men. They were powerful, recognized, and their being together in the hotel didn't attract any notice. The five of them filed into an elevator that an attendant summoned for them. "Usual floor, sirs?" the hotel employee said as he blocked another guest from entering the car with his body. "Yes, Juan," one of the men replied, at which the attendant pressed a button and took them up to the 9th floor. The men exited onto the plush carpeting, headed down the hallway, and took a right. A uniformed woman behind a reception desk got up immediately and beamed at them. "Everything is ready, gentlemen," she said, gesturing toward a conference room. "You can go in." The men thanked her, filed into the room, and shut the door behind them. "I still think we should meet somewhere else," one of the men said softly as he inspected the interior. A large, circular table surrounded by 7 comfortable chairs. Bottles of water, glasses, notepads, and pens bearing the crest of the hotel, and bowls of fruit. A buffet lunch was spread out on a side table. The man who had spoken placed his briefcase on the table and removed an electronic device. He held it up in his hand and walked around until he was satisfied. "We're clean," he announced. "I should hope so," another man grunted as he went to the window and checked out the view to the Washington Memorial and the White House in the distance. Reuben Taylor, Walker Witt, Dexter Murphy, Cody Doyle, and Nathan Jordan. They sat on the Senate Committee on Appropriations, a powerful committee responsible for allocating funding to various government agencies and departments. 4 were from the 2 major parties, while Jordan was an independent. All were in their late 50s and had served as senators for more than 12 years. They were old hands in D.C. who were aware of and enjoyed the power and influence they wielded, not just in the Capitol but around the country. All were white, married, had children, and made a big deal about family values. Doyle went to the buffet table, filled his plate, and returned to his chair. The others followed his cue and dug into the hotel's cuisine. "Fools!" Taylor grunted as he chewed his lamb. "Who?" Witt raised a bushy eyebrow. "Oh, them? The people out there?" he said when his committee colleague waved his fork at the window. "Yeah, dumbasses." "They all think we come here to discuss appropriations matters," Murphy snorted. "Which we do." Jordan smiled superciliously. "Sometimes. When we aren't discussing our main business." "Main business?" Doyle chuckled. "I like that." His smile faded. "I still think we shouldn't be meeting here." "We've had this discussion before," Taylor snapped. "Several times." "Yeah," Witt nodded. "The Hay Adams is the safest place for us to meet. No one will suspect. Won't people eventually start to wonder why we're always meeting in a hotel and not the Capitol? Look, the whole of D.C. knows that place is as leaky as a sewer. Real politicking always gets done in hotels, in bars, and private clubs. You've been a senator long enough to know that." "The business we are here for," Jordan spat, "isn't normal." He broke off when the partition door slid open and a man entered. He was casually dressed in a pair of jeans, a white shirt, and a blazer. "Are you having the same argument?" the newcomer asked. "I keep telling you." The newcomer slid into a vacant chair, leaned forward to pluck an apple from the bowl, polished it against his shirt, and bit into it. "My people vet it before every meeting. This room and this hotel are secure." "Easy enough for you to say, Vlad," Jordan burst out. "You have nothing to lose." "We all have everything to lose. Let's not waste time discussing this over and over again," Vlad said, brushing off his protest. "Is everything under control?" "Why shouldn't it be?" Witt frowned. "Perhaps you've forgotten what happened just over a week ago." "The insurrection?" The senator made a face. "How could we? There's been talk of nothing else. How does that affect our business?" "Lauren Breland." The 5 politicians straightened at the name. "She was coming to interview me," Jordan said, shifting uneasily. "She said she had an important matter to discuss. I declined to meet her, but she was persistent. She said what she was investigating could blow this town apart." "She said the same to me as well," Doyle replied. "And me," Witt interrupted him. "And me," the remaining senators chorused. They looked at one another in shock and turned to Vlad, who smiled grimly. "This is the first time you're meeting since the protests." "Insurrection," Murphy corrected him automatically. "That's what we call it." "Yeah. We messaged each other to check we were all safe, but we never got to meet before today." "She was planning to interview all of us that day," Taylor whispered in shock. "Was it?" "It could be for any matter. She's an investigative journalist," Doyle replied hurriedly. "This is Lauren Breland we're talking about," Jordan said, his forehead glistening with a thin sheen of sweat. "We know the subjects she covers. There is only one reason she would be interested in talking to us. Interviews with the five of us. It wasn't a coincidence. We need to stop her, Witt said hoarsely. He reached for a glass of water with a shaking hand and drank it clumsily. Vlad, I have her. 10. The 5 senators stared at him. You have her? Jordan licked his lips. Yes, Reuben called me. He said she was coming to interview him. That's our protocol, the senator said when the other politicians looked at him. We tell Vlad if anything unusual happens. Breland isn't a political journalist. There was no reason for her to talk to me. I figured he had to know. I made arrangements just in time, Vlad resumed. Had some help from a friendly cop who found out where she was hiding. Cop? Doyle asked. Capitol Police. He got her away. You grabbed her in the middle of it while all that was happening. I take care of problems. She was going to be one. You were there, in the Capitol. There are cameras. I'm not stupid. There's no record of my being there, Vlad said, smiling thinly. And you don't need to know the details. Is she dead? Murphy asked fearfully. Dead? Taylor asked, shocked. She's Amy Breland's granddaughter. How could you kill her? Killing her is more dangerous than the 5 of you participating in a sex trafficking ring in D.C. The politicians rocked back in their seats as if punched physically. They turned pale. They looked at each other nervously and turned to Vlad. The newcomer let the silence build for several uncomfortable moments and then waved his hand. Relax, he smiled. She's alive. Thank God. Jordan unclenched his fists. Thank God, Doyle roared at him. She can expose us, you fool. She won't, Vlad cut him off. She's not in a position to talk to anyone. Did she tell you anything? Witt asked. His face blanched when another thought struck him. Amy Breland, the speaker. Does she know? Does she suspect anything? Calm down. Vlad's cold voice silenced his outburst. I said, everything is under control. You have nothing to fear. Go about your jobs and indulge in your hobby as if nothing has happened. You. He turned to Nathan. You want some women, don't you? Me? Yeah. The senator made an attempt to gather himself. It's for this party. Highly exclusive. I need to know who will be there. My people will vet them. They will have to sign non-disclosure agreements. They will have to agree to be photographed. Usual protocol. Yeah, they're regulars. They know the drill. And you know the drill too. We follow the same procedure for every event the 5 of you organize. That's how we have kept your special interest buried so deep no one else has gotten wind of it. Are we agreed? The senators met his eyes reluctantly and nodded. And you, Vlad said, turning to Taylor, you have an event coming up in Texas, don't you? Yes, but that's still some time away. I need as much notice as you all can give me. Time to arrange the girls, especially the young ones. He smiled wickedly at the politicians who squirmed in their seats. I need some help from you, Chad Webster, the senator from my state, Taylor cut in. I know him well. What about him? Lauren was last seen talking to him. I need to question him. Question him how? Reuben. Vlad smiled silkily. Are you asking me about my methods? Don't we have an understanding? I will supply you with the women you want and keep you safe, and in return you do me favors. He's my friend. He's a good man. Aren't we all? Vlad smiled. I won't harm him, I promise. I need to talk to him. Where does he live? Reuben? Vlad repeated without any inflection when the politician didn't respond. The senator met his eyes finally and blurted an address. Great. Vlad produced a photograph from his jacket pocket and slid it across to them. Do you know this man? Taylor picked it up, squinted, and shook his head. He passed it to the other senators, who reacted similarly. Who is he? Doyle asked. His name is Cutter Grogan. Is he connected to Lauren Breland? I don't know. Wit was more direct. Is he a problem? I don't know, but, Vlad said with a wide smile, I am good at dealing with problems. 11. Vlad went to the adjoining room once the politicians left. He watched from high above as the senators left the hotel, climbed into their vehicles, and were driven away. He brought out his phone, typed a message on it, and sent it. The reply came instantly. He brought out a device from his briefcase and hooked it to his phone and dialed a number. The call got routed through several networks and internet proxies around the world until a phone rang in Moscow. Da? A voice answered gruffly. It's me. He and the speaker never used first names. The gadget he had attached distorted their voices and made them sound mechanical. Even if the call was picked up by a surveillance satellite, there was no way either person could be identified by their voices. Vlad was confident the call wouldn't be intercepted by the NSA or any hostile agency. The phone's IMEI was masked by clever software which also tampered with its location capabilities and made it look as if the phone were several blocks away, on the move. Everything is good. They aren't panicking? Not yet. You told them about the journalist? Da. They were nervous, but I assured them she wouldn't be a problem. Did she tell you anything? Not yet. She's tough, Vlad admitted grudgingly. She didn't even admit she was the impersonator, the model who came to us. She's smart. That disguise fooled even me. Vlad knew every girl in the modeling agency. He had watched Sierra Sawyer several times, the American model, and had background checked her before clearing Calhoun to take her on. He hadn't connected her to Lauren Breland. Are you working on her yourself? Da. I haven't gone hard yet. I am sure she hasn't reported anything to the cops. The senators, Calhoun, all of them would have been in prison by now if she had. She must have recorded whatever she saw. Da. I will find out. Get the doctor. He'll get results faster. He is known to the Americans. We'll have to risk it. If you couldn't extract how much she knows, we have no choice. I told you I haven't gotten to the rough stuff. I don't want you to spend more time with her. She won't recognize me. I'm masked whenever I'm with her. Besides, she can't escape. Let the doctor handle it, the speaker said implacably. No one has resisted him. He's in New York. So, you can't fly him to D.C.? I don't think it's a good idea. She's nearing the breaking point. I am not asking you. Da. I will get him, Vlad said, backing down. What about Breland? The speaker? She doesn't suspect anything. She hasn't registered any report with the FBI or the cops. Why is that? Lauren Breland has been missing for more than a week. It's normal for the journalist to disappear. She told me. Did you check if she made any calls before she was captured? She made one call to her grandmother, but she told me it was to check that the speaker was safe. You believe her? I heard her. Yeah, she's telling the truth. Did you search for her laptop and phone? I told you, we didn't find her bag when we grabbed her, but we didn't have much time to search. A lot was happening. There was a big crowd, and I'm guessing they got stomped on and destroyed. I'm sure no one has them, otherwise their contents would have been known by now. The speaker grunted in agreement. Are you monitoring the speaker's calls? Not yet. Too risky. But I have people watching her. No stranger has been to see her, either in her office or at her residence, except this person. Which person? Check your message. I sent it over. You don't know who this is? The speaker asked after a moment. Da. Cutter Grogan. He's like an investigator based out of New York. Breland hired him. It's possible. I will find out. Is he any good? He's well known. He seems to get results. We can't let anyone interfere with... I understand. Whatever you need. I know. We are this close to... Da. But I need to know more about him. He could have met the speaker for some other matter. Deal with it. Grogan and this journalist. What she knows can bring everything down. What he might find can... Da. I am aware. Vlad hung up and stretched. His stubble rasped when he rubbed his jaw. He stood up and went to the window again and watched DC for several moments. Vaughn Ladrone. Vlad, for short. Few knew his real name was Vladimir Yanovich. He, too, was a fixer. My methods are different from Grogan's, he thought with a grin, and more effective. 12. Lauren Breland raised her head dully when the door rattled and opened. A masked man entered the room and lifted her roughly by her collar. She moaned at the needles of pain that raced through her, but he didn't care. He turned her around as if inspecting her and threw her on a mattress. "Eat," he said, pointing to the tray lying on the floor, and left the room. She got to the floor and crawled slowly, every nerve ending on fire. She dragged the tray towards herself and bit into the tasteless bread. "Eat," a distant voice told her. "You will need the energy." "For what?" The voice didn't answer. The food did boost her momentarily. It brought back memories. She had gotten wind of dark happenings in the capital when she interviewed a stripper in a nightclub. The woman pointed her in the direction of a homeless shelter in Maryland. Another interview with a young girl who was supposed to be dead. Hours of investigation. Looking up police reports. Interviewing cops. Checking out identities and getting her contacts to hack into phone and bank records. A picture had begun to emerge of a sex trafficking ring in D.C. She had infiltrated a high roller party in Georgetown as a waitress and had secretly filmed the goings-on with a lapel camera. Young girls who looked as if they were fresh out of college in skimpy costumes, posing with politicians, many of whom she identified. She befriended one of the women, Eastern European. Brought to the U.S. by Brand Promise, a modeling agency. The modeling turned out to be porn shoots and sex work. Lauren went to the agency in disguise, a non-surgical nose job that would last for a few months, temporary cheek fillers that gave her a sculpted look, contacts to change her eye color, and a different hairstyle. She had an elaborate backstory and cover, that she was a farm girl from the Midwest who had come to D.C. to chase her dreams, that would stand the toughest scrutiny. She became Sierra Sawyer, a wannabe model, and got selected for a few shoots. She was older than the other women, but she was American and white. She was a prize catch for the agency. Brand Promise's director, Brett Calhoun, verified her background and got her to sign non-disclosure agreements. He urged her to live with the rest of the girls. She made a show of being hard to get and finally relented. She was put up in an apartment in Maryland with 5 other models. She knew she would be a prisoner from then on. Her possessions were taken away before she arrived at the accommodation. There were guards there who escorted them to shoots and events. They couldn't make any calls, couldn't go shopping or to restaurants. Food, clothing, whatever they needed was delivered to them. They had a TV and video games to entertain themselves. Their lives were confined to the apartments when they weren't working. The goons hadn't searched her shoes, however. If they had, they would have found the components of a cell phone secreted in the soles. She put it together and started recording. Most of the girls were from Russia and Eastern Europe, with a few from South America and Asia. Many had been abducted from their hometowns, while a few had been enticed with promises of riches and fame in the U.S. They all found they were captives once they reached America. They were put up in the apartments, coached to speak English with American accents, given new names and made to work at the orders of the agency, which was a front for sex slavery. Calhoun seemed to be Russian. However, he and all the heavies had American names, had the right accents, and carried themselves as if they were citizens. "They aren't American, are they?" she asked the girls. "We don't know." Sasha, one of them, shook her head. They speak in Russian when they're with us. Didn't anyone try to escape? Go to the police? The girls looked at one another. One of them removed her top and showed her back to Lauren, who sucked in her breath sharply at seeing the bruises and welts. One or two girls have tried, Sasha said, her voice shaking. We never saw them again. You're trapped, just like us. You are the first American girl who has joined like this. There are many who they take for commercial shoots, but no Western model has signed up like you have. They will never let you go. I have my reasons for being here. Lauren found the girls were urged to take drugs. Many became addicts, and that, along with the heavy security, eroded their resistance. Girls disappeared regularly. Those who got old or who were so hooked on product that they couldn't function. No one saw them again. Killed, probably. Lauren shuddered. After months of being pawed at by men, parading her body, going to basement parties guarded by hard-faced men, the bigger picture began to emerge. Young women were offered to senators who had such tastes in return for favors. Not just favors, she thought dully. They are controlled. Reuben Taylor, Walker Witt, Dexter Murphy, Cody Doyle, and Nathan Jordan were central in the ring. She had worked that out. The men, political heavyweights in D.C., organized the parties. She filmed the 5 men and identified several other regulars, politicians from both major parties, several entrepreneurs and lobbyists. She hadn't worked out who was behind Brand Promise and Calhoun. It can't be him alone. There's someone who runs the trafficking network, who owns the politicians. A freak event at a party enabled her to escape. A blaze had started from a carelessly thrown cigarette. The politicians were hustled out instantly, and as the goons hastily rounded up the girls, she spotted her opportunity. She slipped out through a bathroom window amid the thick smoke and chaos and got away. She backed up her recording to the cloud and made an anonymous call to the cops about the party in the Maryland apartment. She scanned the news the next day. Nothing. She called a few cop friends who told her the apartment was empty, no trace of anyone living in it. The party venue had been similarly sanitized. Lauren hung up. Were the cops colluding with Calhoun? She decided to confront the senators and then go to the FBI with her findings. She set up interviews with the politicians and arrived at the Capitol. She had been heading to the upper level where Taylor would meet her when the insurrectionists struck. As chaos and panic broke out, she recognized a few Capitol police officers who had been at one of the parties. She squeezed into a maintenance closet and recorded as the mob took over the building. She watched as a few cops actively aided the attackers. She emerged into the hallway to sprint to Amy Breland's office, to warn her when Chad Webster came out of a room. The senator, Nana's friend, hustled her to his office for safety and darted out to help others. Lauren hid underneath his desk and called the speaker, which was when a Capitol police officer, one of the men who had been at the parties, burst into the office along with several insurrectionists. He discovered her and, in the ensuing scuffle, knocked her out. She had regained consciousness in the room where she was imprisoned. She was tortured, slapped, beaten, starved, by a masked man who spoke in an accentless voice. He asked if she was the model who escaped from the party. He demanded to know what she was investigating, why she had wanted to interview the senators. How did he know about that? My appointments with them? Did one of them call him? I didn't tell him anything, she thought fiercely. She had dropped her bag, which had her phone and laptop, in Webster's office, and it looked like no one had identified it. A hacker friend had set her devices to back up their contents to the cloud account in her name, immediately transfer all files to a second account under a pseudonym, and wipe clean the first account. All done automatically, in real time, securely, with all her files encrypted. My bag probably got crushed in the stampede. Her abductors didn't appear to have her laptop and phone, or else they wouldn't be torturing me. She forced herself to eat the tasteless meat on the tray. She knew the masked man would return and inflict more pain. She would need all her strength to withstand it. She drank from the jug of water, wiped her lips, and curled into a ball on the mattress. Nana, rescue me. 13. Cutter went to Lauren Breland's home in broad daylight. Fern Place was silent when he rolled up in his rental Cherokee SUV. It was a quiet residential street in Tacoma, north of the city, bordering Tacoma Park, Maryland. A 4-floor apartment building was his destination, the only one of its kind among single-owner homes on both sides of the street. Concrete sidewalks, garden strips in front of each residence, cars and pickup trucks parked on the street. Cutter switched off the engine and sat for several moments, getting a feel for the place. No kids in front of their houses or on the sidewalks. He climbed out of his ride and went purposefully to the building. The swipe card Breland had handed over worked. A small lobby, a reception desk on which mail was laid out according to apartment number, empty space where Lauren's correspondence would have been. He frowned and searched the ceiling. Yeah, there were security cameras. He entered the elevator and went to the first floor. Small hallway, 4 apartments, 2 on each side. The journalist opened with the key. Stale air when he entered. No odors that struck him. Deep silence broken by the humming of a refrigerator. Open plan. Living and dining room. 1 big rectangle. Couches on a rug. A TV. Magazines on a table. Journalistic ones. No celebrity gossip publications. Windows that looked out to Fern Place. He went down the hallway. Kitchen to his right. Clean sink. Refrigerator well stocked. No alcohol. No magnets. No photographs. Nothing to give away who Lauren was. Bathroom was similarly tidy. The medicine cabinet had painkillers, bandages, creams, oils. No prescribed medication. He went to the bedroom. A framed photograph of Lauren with Amy Breland and her husband, and Sophie with them, the young girl smiling widely as she hugged the granddaughter. The bedroom was tidy as well. A book on the nightstand with a marker in it, a notepad and a pen. Cutter riffled through it. Shopping lists, names, and phone numbers. He took a picture of them on his phone and inspected the closet and the dresser. Nothing unusual. I'll have to do this the hard way. 2 hours later, he straightened with a groan. His jacket was flung on a chair, his holster and gun on it. His tee was stuck to his back with sweat. He had checked every hiding place he could think of. Behind the bathroom toilet tank, under the carpets. He had checked for loose ceiling tiles and floorboards and had inspected every nook and crevice in the house. He hadn't found any computer, phone, notes, or files of any kind, or flash drives. He went to the kitchen, filled a glass of water, and drank it as he went to the window. A movement and glint caught his attention. A figure had moved quickly in the back seat of a dark car. That flash? Was that a binocular lens? He pretended to not notice, finished his water, and wiped his lips. He slipped on his holster and jacket and hustled out of the apartment. Went down the elevator and slowed when he exited the building, like a casual visitor with nothing pressing on his mind. The dark car was 2 vehicles behind his Cherokee, facing the same direction as his ride. It appeared unoccupied, but he couldn't risk looking directly. He whistled beneath his breath as he climbed inside his vehicle and nudged out of his parking space. The street was clear, ahead and behind. No pedestrians on the sidewalks. He stopped his ride and brought his phone to his ear as if taking a call. Threw the gear into reverse and jammed on the gas. Cutter swung the wheel hard to crash his Cherokee into the watcher's ride. He lunged out as metal buckled and dived over the vehicle's roof. The watcher was fast and acted instantly. He burst out of the rear door, threw the binos at his pursuer, and sprinted down the street. Cutter ducked instinctively, and that cost him a couple of seconds. By the time he had hit full stride, the watcher was several paces away. He made up the distance and was reaching out to grab the man's jacket when a van raced down into the intersection with 7th Street. Its door slid open, and masked men trained guns on him. He threw himself to the ground, but no rounds came his way. By the time he had stopped rolling, the vehicle had merged into the traffic, taking the watcher with it. "You, okay?" An elderly woman pushing a walker came to him. "Yes, ma'am," he said, dusting himself off. "No broken bones, no chips or cuts." "Are you shooting a movie?" "Yes, ma'am," he said with a grin. "That's a better explanation." "You'll have to move out of the scene, ma'am." "Am I on camera?" "Yes, ma'am. Please cross the street safely." He chuckled as she walked away. "She'll have a story to tell." His smile faded as he recollected the watcher. Short man, dark hair, dark eyes, stubble on his face, jeans, blue hoodie. Nothing else that he could remember. "That description will fit a few million people," he snorted. He went to the watcher's ride, a Toyota, and noted its plates. He checked the interior. Nothing on the rear seat. Registration papers in the glove box, in the name of Seth Emerson. A Virginia address. That will be fake. He pocketed them nevertheless and picked up the shattered binos. Commercial model, but a high-end one. He held it gingerly, careful not to spread his prints on it, and returned to his ride. The Cherokee had a dent in the rear door, but seemed to have no other damage. The engine turned over when he fired it up, and the taillights lit up. He drove out of Fern Place before anyone called the cops. "That dude following me last night. Now, this Emerson. Did he follow me, or was he watching Lauren's house?" "Nope. I was careful. I checked my six. No one tailed me, which meant Emerson had camped outside the journalist building keeping track of visitors. She's alive, and she hasn't spilled anything, which is why her captors have gone to this extent." "Can you analyze prints? Fingerprints?" he called Beth Peterson while he was driving. "What are we? Your personal forensic lab?" Megan answered. He rolled his eyes. "Why are you answering?" "Because," she replied as if explaining to a child, "we are twins, sisters, in case you didn't get that. And we answer each other's calls if the other isn't nearby." "Yes," the younger twin called out. "Yes. What?" "Yes, we can analyze prints. Whose are they?" "If I knew, I wouldn't be asking, would I?" "What have you gotten into?" "I don't know," he admitted. "I thought it was a missing person case, but looks like it's much more than that. I'll courier the—" "No need. Meet us later today in Lafayette Square." "You're in D.C.? "Yeah." "Are you following me?" She hung up. "Did he see you?" Vlad asked. "Yes, but I don't know how well. I was running away," the caller told him. "Did you leave anything behind?" "The binoculars." "Stay low." "Da." Vlad ended the call and thought for a moment. He was in his West End penthouse apartment with panoramic views down 23rd Street. He watched the traffic flow for some time and sighed. The watcher had made a mistake. He had let Grogan see who he was. He dialed another number. "Dennis, Sergey has to go." He explained what had gone down. "And send someone to get Doc from New York." "Da. Check out Sergey's car. It must be in Fern Place. See if he left any identification behind." "Da. Denisov Androvich. Dennis Andrews. His trusted lieutenant. A deadly assassin." Vlad could have finished Sergey himself, but he didn't like to get his hands dirty, except when it came to women. Then he had few qualms. Shame that the man from Moscow had ordered him to get the doctor to work on the journalist. He would have loved to torture her. He sighed and rolled his shoulders. Carrying out Moscow's orders was a heavy responsibility. He inspected himself in the full-length mirror. He was blessed with good looks. Brown eyes, light hair, sharp jaw, clean profile. Yeah, he carried Moscow's burden well. 14. Amy Breland took Cutter's advice and set up a meeting with FBI Director Bart Jameson. Her protection detail hustled her out of her ride and took her inside the Hoover building and into a private elevator. "Madam Speaker," Jameson greeted her when the car opened. Bart. She shook his hand. We've been through this before. You know what to call me when we're alone. Old habits, ma'am. He led her to his office and slid out a chair for her. He served her coffee, then took his cup and sat across from her. How can I help? You were mysterious on the phone. You've heard of my granddaughter Lauren? I don't think there's anyone in D.C. who hasn't. How is she? She's missing. The FBI director's eyes sharpened as he put his cup down. Breland had met him several times and had always been impressed by his quiet confidence. Her estimation went up several notches when Jameson didn't ask meaningless questions like, "Are you sure?" He picked up a phone and spoke softly to his executive assistant. "Clear all my appointments for a while. Send Quindica and DiFiore to my office if they're in the building. They are? Great. Tell them it's urgent. They need to be here right away." "Ma'am," he said, turning back to her when he hung up, "I can guess where this is going. With your permission, I would like to have 2 of my staff sit in. I trust them fully." Breland nodded. She turned at a knock on the door and checked out the women who entered. Both above average height, lean, dark-haired. One looked Hawaiian, with dark eyes. The other, brown-eyed, had either Latin or Mediterranean heritage. "Madam Speaker!" both chorused, their eyes widening in recognition. "Ma'am is just fine," she replied dryly as she shook their hands. "Special Agent in Charge Peyton Quindica and Detective Gina DiFiore of the NYPD on assignment to us," Jameson said by way of introduction. He waved the 2 arrivals to seats and returned to his chair. "It's my granddaughter, Lauren Breland." "Big fan of hers, ma'am," DiFiore enthused. "Thank you." Breland smiled briefly. "She's missing. For over a week." Their smiles fled. They looked at Jameson and then at her. She was investigating a big story. It's normal for her to go quiet when she's busy, but this time— "What was she investigating, ma'am?" Quindica said, frowning. "Would you know?" Breland nodded. She took a deep breath and looked out of the window briefly, in the direction of the Capitol. "A sex trafficking ring involving politicians. Judging by the way she said it, I am assuming that meant congressmen and senators." Jameson's lips tightened. Quindica sucked in her breath sharply, while DiFiore made a soft, angry sound. "You want us to investigate, sir?" the detective growled, looking at the director. "I'm guessing that's why you called us." "Yes," Breland answered for him. Quickly, discreetly. "I can assure you of that. When Quindica and DiFiore take charge," Jameson's lips quirked, "they don't keep even me in the loop." "Have you gone to the cops, ma'am?" the detective asked. "No. This is why." Breland placed her phone on the table and pressed the play button. Her palms clenched tight involuntarily when Lauren's voice came on, her nails digging into the soft flesh and leaving angry marks. Jameson and his agents looked as if they had been punched physically when she looked over at them. "That's—" Quindica trailed off when the recording ended. "That was on the day of the insurrection." The speaker's voice shook. Lauren was in the Capitol building. "Why are you coming to us this late?" "Her call went to voicemail," Breland said, closing her eyes. "I rarely check those messages." DiFiore handed her a glass of water when she opened them. She nodded in thanks and took a swallow. "She might be kidnapped or even—" "No, don't even go there." Jameson stopped her. "Bart." Her shoulders slumped. "Paul and I have been steeling ourselves for the worst eventuality." "Ma'am, the director is right." DiFiore squeezed her forearm. "If those sleazebags have Lauren, they might keep her alive, for leverage. The granddaughter of the Speaker of the House. That's a powerful bargaining chip if they need to use it." "We'll need access. Everything." Breland brought out a spare key and swipe card. "That's to her apartment." She produced a sheet of paper and slid it across the table. Her friends, her agent, the publication she works with, they're all there. Jameson scanned the names quickly and handed the sheet to Quindica. This takes priority. The other investigation, sir? I'll find someone to hand it over to. You need to know something else, Breland said. I have engaged a private investigator as well. That's not a problem, ma'am, Quindica said. Families of missing people often do that, as long as they don't. She broke off sharply when Di Fiore grabbed her shoulder. Who is it, ma'am? The detective asked urgently. Is it Cutter Grogan? Yes, Breland exclaimed. He said he knew you. He turns up everywhere. Jameson shook his head in disbelief. Yes, ma'am, we all know him. He and I served together. He urged me to come to you. He said he knew you. How did you guess it was him? Lucky guess, ma'am, Quindica replied. I'll need that voicemail. Here. Breland unlocked the phone and gave it to the SAC, who punched keys and forwarded the message to herself. Whatever I can provide. Understood, ma'am. The FBI agent got to her feet. Cue for Di Fiore to rise, too. Breland shook their hands and turned back to Jameson when they had left. They're good. The best. They will not rest until Lauren is back, the FBI director replied grimly. Are you thinking what I am? Di Fiore asked her partner as they went to a water cooler and filled cups for themselves. Uh-huh. The SAC grunted and looked down the hallway. Jameson's office was several doors away, and as they watched, the director emerged with Breland and escorted her to the elevator. Come on. She tugged the detective's sleeve when he returned. Sir. Di Fiore burst into Jameson's office with Quindica close behind. Yes? He looked up, startled. Are you free for dinner? He stared at them in astonishment. I'm happily married. They didn't smile at his weak joke. No expression crossed their faces. What's it about? Over dinner, sir, the SAC rapped out. Tomorrow, the director sighed. I'll get my exec to make a reservation and let you know. Today, sir. This can't wait that long. Give me a clue what this is about, Jameson growled. The women stared at him impassively. All right, he said, shrugging resignedly. I'll shuffle my appointments. See you this evening. Not a fancy place, the detective warned. What you hear might ruin your appetite. 15. It was evening when Cutter reached Lafayette Park after executing several counter-surveillance measures. No tails. That didn't mean much, however. Whoever followed me and placed that goon at Lauren's apartment, it won't take them long to identify me. He had booked his room under his real name, hadn't disguised himself. I won't, he shrugged inwardly. I want them to find me. I'll be ready. He lay down on a quiet patch of grass and closed his eyes, enjoying the sunshine. Look at him. A voice broke his reverie. It's as if he hasn't a care in the world. He doesn't. Why should he, when we do all his work for him? Beth and Megan Peterson sat down beside him. The younger sister squeezed his forearm affectionately, while the older one shoulder-bumped him. He checked them out critically. Green eyes, fashionably styled brown hair with blonde tints, deeply tanned, casually dressed in jeans, tees, and lightweight jackets and sneakers. They had athletic builds and attracted attention wherever they went. You haven't seen us before? Beth frowned at him. Let him stare, her sister responded, snickering. We're the only women who hang out with him. Yeah, about that, Cutter. Are you dating anyone? Who I see is none of your business, he grouched. Which means no one, Beth chuckled gleefully. What are you doing in D.C.? Agency business. Zeb's here too? The entire crew. What about you? He retrieved a baggie from his backpack and gave it to Beth. Binoculars? She inspected it. Fancy ones. You got it off someone following you? Something like that. He's alive. You couldn't question him. He got away before I could do that. You're getting old. He didn't rise to the bait. What have you gotten yourself into? He debated telling them. Heck, if I can't trust them, I might as well quit this business. There's this journalist, Lauren Breland. We know who she is, Megan snorted. We read her stuff. She's missing. Beth's hair flew in a circle when she whipped her head around to look at him. She pushed it away from her eyes with a forefinger while Megan's lips tightened. The speaker hired you? The elder twin whispered. Yeah. How long? The twins had a habit of biting off words, speaking in incomplete sentences. The day of the insurrection, she was in the Capitol building. What was she working on? Do you know? Beth, her face tight, eyes narrowed. You need our help. You'd better spill, Megan said menacingly. I would be breaking the speaker's confidence, he protested. Cutter, she hissed. A sex trafficking ring. In D.C., involving politicians. I also need to go through her emails, her calls. The works. We know. She got to her feet after a moment of shocked silence. Beth followed, holding the baggie in her left hand. We'll get back to you, the younger sister said. Whatever you need, Megan called over her shoulder as they strode away across the park. She has an apartment in Fern Place. Camera footage. We'll get it. Her voice floated back. We said a quiet place, sir, DeFiore hissed when she and Quindica joined Bart Jameson at his table at the old Ebbett Grill. Hey, he raised his hands defensively. If you're going to spring bad news on me, the least I want to do is have a good meal, and I love the steaks here. This isn't private, Quindica glowered at him. I recognize several politicians here. The historic bar and restaurant was a D.C. landmark. The oldest such establishment in the capital, it was frequented by presidents, politicians, and celebrities. All the more reason to be here. No one will wonder why I'm dining here. Everything on the menu is good. You should read this first. Quindica slid a folded sheet of paper across the table to him. And then this. DeFiore presented another sheet. You aren't going to let me enjoy my dinner, are you? Jameson sighed. He reached for Quindica's letter and began reading it. He sat up straight. His eyebrows came together when he had finished. That's my resignation, the SAC told him quietly. And that, the detective pushed her sheet with a polished fingernail towards him, is my transfer request back to the NYPD. But because you might fire us once you hear what we have to say, the FBI agent continued. And, her partner chimed in, we want to be ahead of that. Why would I fire you? The director growled. We're not going to stop Cutter Grogan if he finds out who's responsible before we do. Someone laughed at a nearby table. Crockery rattled as a server carried empty plates. Jameson stared at them for a long time as the restaurant and its customers went about their business. You aren't going to investigate Lauren's disappearance. That's not what we said, DeFiore said softly. We will, but if... Yeah, I heard what you said. You're going to investigate? Yes, sir. This is why you wanted to meet over dinner? Yes, sir. This isn't the conversation to have in your office. You won't hold back in the investigation. No, sir. But if Cutter finds them... I got that. You know his methods. He isn't a fan of due legal process. I know. Anything else? No, sir. Try the grilled salmon salad. It's fantastic. DeFiore gawked at him. She looked at Quindica, who was frowning heavily. The SAC cleared her throat. Sir, you heard what we said. Yeah. The director didn't look up from his menu. That's my resignation, sir, and Gina's transfer request. I've read them. What will you be having? He waved in the air to get a server's attention and rattled off his order when a uniformed waiter arrived. The salmon salad and the trout parmesan for them, he said, when the women continued gawking at him. Jameson folded his reading glasses and put them away in an inside pocket. He picked up the letters and tore them to shreds. But, Quindica began, Does that mean we're fired? Di Fiore hissed. It means we are going to enjoy our dinners. You're going to investigate to the best of your ability, and if Cutter happens to blunder into your case, as he often does, well, things will take their own course and we will deal with them. And, he waved his cutting knife in the air, we will talk no more of this. Denisov Androvich drove to the apartment building in McLean and parked behind a garbage truck. He climbed out of his nondescript Chevy and leaned against it as he made a show of checking his phone. It was a quiet street with houses on both sides, one of those neighborhoods in which almost every resident worked in D.C., a commuter suburb. He was interested in the large apartment building in the middle of it, which towered over the rest of the residences. He crossed the street with an easy gait, 6'4", broad shoulders, narrow waist, powerful thighs. He cut an impressive figure as he entered the lobby and went up the stairs. He reached the 7th floor with barely any change to his breathing and knocked on an apartment door. He pushed inside the moment it opened. "Is that dinner I smell?" He spoke in Russian as he grinned at the 4 men staring at him from the dining table. The 5th, Sergei, who had opened the door, looked surprised, then fearful. "Come." He caught the man by his arm and pulled him to the table. "What's that you all have cooked?" "Spaghetti," one of the diners said. He filled an empty plate and thrust it at him. "And pizza," another man said through a mouthful of food. Denisov smiled at them genially as he occupied an empty chair. Sergei to his left, the 4 others spread out around the table. He nodded in appreciation at his first swallow, then smashed his left fist into Sergei's face, casually. The goon crashed to the floor. The diners froze. Denisov moved like a striking cobra for a man of his size. He jammed his fork in Sergei's right shoulder and kicked him in the groin. "You know what this is for," he said conversationally, above the man's agonized shriek. "You shouldn't have let that man in Fern Place see your face." He grabbed the pizza cutter from the table and sliced Sergei's cheeks. "You aren't thinking of helping him, are you?" he said, smiling at the horrified men. "Not yet," one of them stammered. The others didn't move, their eyes on the fallen man who was screaming in agony. "Good," Denisov grinned and sliced Sergei's neck. "It's not personal, my friend," he said, as if speaking to a friend. Another cut that tore skin from the victim's face. "No one can make mistakes in our business." "Can they?" he asked the diners. "Not yet." They nodded rapidly. "I mean—" He pinned the wounded man to the floor with his foot and smiled. "I'm sure the rest of you were masked in that van. You didn't let that man see your faces, did you?" No, they agreed, and watched fearfully as he bent, removed the fork, and inspected it. "Tell me, Sergei, did you make any other mistakes?" "I can't hear you," he said, raising his voice. "You need to stop shouting. One would think you were going to die." He grinned at his own joke, stooped and thrust the fork into Sergei's testicles. "What's that?" He cupped his ear above the howl that erupted. "You left something behind." "Da!" the bleeding man shrieked. "My binoculars." "Where did you leave it?" "On the street. Forgive me. Please." "You know that isn't possible, Sergei," he said regretfully, and removed the fork with a squelch and jabbed it into the man's throat. "We have a code," he shouted above the screaming. "We all knew about it when we joined Vlad, didn't we?" he asked the silent, watching men. Da, they nodded without meeting his eyes. "See," he told Sergei, "even your friends agree with me." And he cut the fallen man's jugular vein. "Bring me a carpet," he told the diners when silence had returned to the apartment. One of them got up fearfully, went inside and returned with a large rug. Denisov spread it on the floor, rolled the dead man on it and wrapped it around the body. He lifted it easily and hefted it on his shoulder. "Are the head or legs visible?" "Not yet." "Good. Why don't you all clean up your apartment and return to your dinner? Cold spaghetti and pizza are tasteless, and then clear out. I will message you the address to another safe house." He whistled cheerfully as he went down the stairs and dumped the carpet with its contents in the rear seat of his car. He got behind the wheel and inspected himself in the rear mirror, clicked his tongue at a smidgen of blood on his cheek and wiped it away. He drove to Arlington, to a metal working shop, nodded to the owner who came out of his office and lowered the shutters to give them privacy. Denisov brought out the carpet and went to the blazing foundry. He carried on whistling as he threw his grisly baggage into the fire and watched as it caught fire instantly. He went to the bathroom and washed his hands, styled his hair, and returned to his ride. "You are a good man," he said, squeezing the shoulder of the owner who hadn't spoken a word. "There aren't many like you." It was late at night by the time he arrived at Fern Place. He parked at the mouth of the street and watched from inside his ride. No cruisers that he could see. He got out and went to Sergei's car, which was unlocked. No binoculars inside. He went down the sidewalk, scanning the pavement and the street, looked beneath parked cars and trucks, and, after half an hour, gave up. "We have a problem," he said when he called Vlad. 16. Cutter went to the Capitol the next day. He passed through the security check at the visitor entrance at 1st and East Capitol Street and joined a crowd of tourists. The building had resumed business the day following the insurrection and had opened to visitors a couple of days later. "What happened is history, too," Amy Breland had declared. "However shameful it is, we shouldn't hide it. Generations should know how a bunch of rioters came close to overthrowing democracy in our country." The signs of the insurrection were still there: cracked windows under repair, tape around the bases of destroyed busts and statues, new curtains being put up to replace the destroyed ones, Capitol Police prominently on guard around the building. Cutter followed the tour to the Rotunda, the circular room at the center of the Capitol. He admired the fresco in the Rotunda depicting George Washington ascending to the heavens. He broke away from the tourists and went to a police officer. "Is Marco Sanchez on duty?" "On the second floor, outside the House of Representatives chamber." Cutter thanked him and took to the stairs. He passed politicians and camera-wielding visitors and arrived at the House appointment desk. "Cutter." A hand gripped his shoulder. "What are you doing here?" He turned to find Sanchez beaming at him. He hugged his friend and led him to a secluded area, sized him up critically, uniformed, armed, trim, gray showing in his short hair, dark eyes checking him out in return. "I came for your autograph. You're a celebrity." "Oh, that," the cop said, grinning. "What I did was nothing." "Many of your co-workers did the opposite, my friend. They welcomed the insurrectionists, stood aside. Some of them even guided them to the politicians' offices." Sanchez had used his body to block a bunch of Capitol assaulters who were intent on violence and destruction, standing in their way. He withstood the punches thrown at him, and, when the attackers had crowded him, led them away to vacant offices, using himself as bait. His actions were recorded by a reporter who was hiding in a closet, and the footage became a hit on the internet. The cop was commended by politicians of both parties and was awarded honors by a grateful nation. "You're back to work?" "The bills keep coming," Sanchez said, still grinning. "I gotta pay them." "Huh? What about book and movie deals?" "I'm just a cop. People have already forgotten about me." "Dude." Cutter grinned and stepped out of the way of a family who wanted to photograph Sanchez. "You see that?" he asked when they had left. "Folks come to see you as much as the Capitol. Give it a few months and then we'll see. What brings you here?" "I need to see visitor records for that day." "There aren't any. Anyone can sign up online for a visit, book a slot, and show up." Cutter mentally slapped his forehead. "How did I forget that?" "Yeah. Senators and House members often conduct tours themselves, for their supporters, for party members. Their offices might have records of who those people are." Would those be online? It depends. Many a time, a staffer records appointments like that in their calendars. Sometimes it's just a note scrawled on a piece of paper. But why are you asking me this? Sanchez threw up his hands. Their offices aren't in the capital. They have hideaways here. None of them will record visitors to those rooms. There's a reason they're called hideaways. They're private spaces. What about CCTV footage? Sanchez stiffened. What about it? I would like to see it. You don't ask for much, do you? What exactly are you looking for? Someone visited the Capitol that day. I want to know who they met. You can ask that person. There's something called a cell phone. I would if I could. Just what are you involved in, Cutter? I want to see the CCTV footage, he countered. No can do. Come on, Marco, we go. You'll pull the Mosul card now. Well, we did serve together, Cutter said, smiling unrepentantly. Sanchez smiled at another bunch of visitors and signed the ball caps they presented. His eyes were serious, thoughtful when he returned to his friend. You got me out of there. Whoa, stop right there. It wasn't just me. We both know what you did. Marco, you saved my life. All that's in the past. He hadn't intended to guilt-trip his friend. It's important? Life and death. Don't say that lightly. You know me. I never do. I can't show you, even if I wanted to. Why not? All the footage, backups, everything has been taken away by the FBI. FBI? He repeated slowly. Yeah, you might have forgotten, Cutter, Sanchez said sarcastically. But serious stuff happened that day. I could ask Quindica and Di Fiore. Yeah, right. You know what their response will be. Something I said was funny? Cutter straightened when he realized he was smiling unconsciously. Nope. You can't help me? No. How can I find out who Lauren met? He muttered under his breath. Lauren? Lauren Breland? Sanchez caught his shoulder. The journalist? Cutter cursed himself for uttering her name aloud. Yeah, he said reluctantly. You should have led with her name. I saw her that day. You know her? Sure. The speaker introduced me to her a long time ago. Lauren greets me whenever she's in the building. I saw her with Chad that day. Chad? Chad Webster, the senator. He's from… Yeah, I know who he is. Is he in today? I've seen him around, but… Sanchez took a step back. I can't tell you where his hideaway is. You don't need to. Dinner is on me, Cutter said by way of a thank you. Yeah, that's what you keep saying, his friend replied grumpily. Funny, you never follow through. I'll make it happen. Cutter! He turned at his friend's tone. Is she okay? Lauren? Has anything happened? She's fine, he lied. Cutter went up to the upper level, past bunches of visitors and politicians. He knocked on the door of Webster's hideaway and opened it. Is the senator in? He asked a staffer, who looked up from a screen. He's off sick. How did you find this room? You shouldn't be here. Please contact the senator's office for an appointment. Sick? Chad didn't tell me anything about that, he said, deliberately using the politician's first name. He came down with it yesterday. She relaxed fractionally at his seeming familiarity with the politician. He called in the evening, said it must have been something he ate. Now, he thanked her and went to the coffee shop and bought a drink. He grabbed a private table and, as he sipped, logged into Werner. The twins had given him limited access to the software in a previous mission and had never let him forget that he owed them. Chad Webster lived in a 3-bedroom apartment on 2nd Street in Capitol Hill, a short walk from where he worked. Independently wealthy, Cutter read in the politician's file. Comes from an oil family. Bought that place 5 years ago. Several photographs caught his attention. The senator dining with Amy Breland in various restaurants over the years. Their friends? He called the politician's cell phone number, which Werner had extracted, and got an automated message that the senator was busy and the caller should leave a message. He hung up and stared blindly at the wall. Was Lauren in the building to meet Webster, or was that a random encounter? He could ask the senator. There's another way, too. I need the Capitol's CCTV footage, he said in a text to Beth. To check who she was meeting? Yeah, leave it with us. He left it with them and made plans to accost Chad Webster, 17. You think he has the binoculars? Vlad filled 2 glasses with drinks and handed one to Denisov. Da. The assassin thanked him with a nod, took a swallow and sighed with relish. I think so. Of course, anyone could have taken them, or they might have been crushed under a passing vehicle, but he reached to a table and picked up the photograph. I am sure he has them. There were cameras at the journalist's apartment. I got our team to deal with that. There won't be a record of you entering the building. Vlad's West End apartment in the evening. The killer had briefed his boss on what had gone down in McLean. He's Special Forces? Da. Vlad slid a file across to his killer. Cutter Grogan, that's his name. Delta Forces. Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Syria, he's been everywhere. His file, he nodded at the folder in Denisov's hands, is heavily redacted. I got that from a friend. He's like an investigator now, in New York. Amy Breland must have hired him to find the reporter. One of our men spotted him at the speaker's house and followed him for a while, but couldn't see where he's staying. That should be easy. We have enough people all over the city. Da. I'll find his location by the morning and then I'll kill him. No need. He doesn't know anything. He's searching. He might find out who Sergei is. He won't get far. All of us have fake identities. Nothing will connect Sergei to us. You have moved the other men from McLean. Da. We let Grogan walk. For now, we cannot go around killing people. We have to be careful. The man in Russia. It's close to the Congress elections. We don't want to make waves. The way I kill, I can make it look like he died naturally. That time may come, but not yet. But we can find out how good he is. Denisov sat up. How? I'm sure his next stop will be Webster's place. We attack him there. No, read this. Vlad tossed a newspaper to his killer. This outlined article? Denisov scanned it and looked up. It's about some fight in a restaurant. What's that got to do with Grogan? He was the one who beat up those men. I located them. I can direct them to wherever he is. But, he added with a wolfish smile, let's see how he reacts in Webster's apartment. The apartment was in a building that had a concierge service, required visitors to show an appointment and present their faces to a web camera. Cutter encountered no problems. The Peterson twins had come through by hacking into the building's security system and had inserted an appointment for him with the senator. He's not answering his phone, sir, the suit behind the desk said as he hung up. You have his cell phone? You could try him on it. I'll go up. I can't allow that, sir. Our residents have to confirm. Chad won't be happy that an important bill our country needs got delayed because his building's concierge threw his weight around. The suit flushed in embarrassment. He licked his lips and nodded abruptly. This way, sir. He went to an elevator car and swiped his card on its security panel. He punched the button for the 4th floor, held the doors open for Cutter to get in and returned to his desk. Thick carpet on Webster's floor that deadened the sound of footfalls. Soothing music piped through hidden speakers in the ceiling. Ornate lamps and flower vases decorated the hallway. Cutter went to the senator's apartment and knocked on the door. He made a show of firing off several text messages. A busy staffer. Stop sending us junk, Beth replied back. He knocked again. Chad? He called out, conscious that the concierge might be watching him on his security screens. I haven't seen him all day, honey, an elderly woman said as she came out of a neighboring apartment. Her dog, a Shiba Inu, sniffed his ankles and turned up its nose as if he wasn't worthy of being in the building. "I'll keep knocking, ma'am." He smiled at her. "We've got a lot to get through." He waited until the elevator doors closed behind her and pounded on the door. No answer. He checked the lock, one of those fancy ones that could be opened via a phone's Bluetooth system. "Hold your phone close to it," Beth snapped at him via text. "How the heck does she know where I am?" Then it came to him. They knew I would be here. He held his cell to the door, and presently a light glowed green on the lock. He twisted the handle and entered the apartment swiftly. "Mr. Webster," he called out. No reply. No one in the living room, kitchen, or dining room. 2 of the bedrooms were empty. Chad Webster was in the third, sprawled out on the mattress, looking up at the ceiling, dead, 18. Cutter knew the senator wasn't alive the moment he saw him. The way he stretched out in that unnatural position with his hand beneath his back. Nevertheless, he went to the politician and checked for breathing. Nothing. He checked the body out without touching it. No wounds, no marks that he could see. Did he die naturally? No, he decided. It was too much of a coincidence. Someone's cleaning up, tying up loose ends. Was the senator part of the sex trafficking ring? He checked out the rest of the apartment. Empty. No laptop, no phones, no notes anywhere visible. He froze when he got to the window that overlooked the street. Several cruisers were racing towards the building. He could hear their wailing sirens faintly through the thick glass. Did someone call them here? If the cops were coming to the building, that meant someone was watching outside, identified me, decided to trap me. He could explain his presence away easily, and his timeline, forensics, and an autopsy would easily clear him. But he didn't want to be on the cops' radar. Not just yet. The speaker wanted me to be discreet. Getting arrested isn't the way to go. He raced out of the apartment, stopped at the door to wipe his prints, and shut the door behind him, carefully. That neighbor saw me. The concierge as well. I can say I didn't enter the apartment. What about CCTV? He took the stairs 2 at a time as he pulled out a comms earbud and jammed it in his ear. He dialed Beth's number when it hooked to his phone with a click and slipped gloves on his hands. "I need another favor," he whispered when she came online. "Of course," she replied. "We live to serve you." "Chad Webster's dead." Her voice turned serious instantly. "Did you kill him?" "No. He was already dead when I found his body." He reached the ground floor and slowed when loud voices reached him. He cracked open the door to the lobby with gloved hands and saw cops flooding inside, questioning the concierge. "There's a delivery exit," Megan snapped at him, "down the hallway to your right. Get out through there." "How do you know where I am exactly?" "We hacked into the building's CCTV. We can see everything." He shut the door softly and darted down the corridor, reached the exit, whose electronic lock buzzed green. He shouldered it open and exited into the rear parking lot. Brightly lit, cars and trucks in several spaces, no person that he could see. "You see that dividing wall at the far end?" "Yeah." "Scale it. You'll get to the neighboring building's parking lot. You can get away from there." They've hacked into the surrounding cameras, too. "Webster's building's CCTV. It will show I entered his apartment." "We've taken care of it. It'll show you knocked on the door and left after a while. We have spliced your arrival's footage to show you left via the elevator. You'll have to come up with an explanation for why you took the service exit." "I owe you." "Yeah, you do." The sisters smirked. Cutter vaulted over the dividing wall and dropped into another parking lot, just as the twins had predicted. He hustled out the building's exit and hit the sidewalk. To his right was the crowd of cruisers and EMT vehicles, and several TV vans were rolling up. A bunch of bystanders had gathered. "What's up?" he asked a passerby who was filming the proceedings on his cell phone. "Looks like an apartment was burgled. That's what I'm hearing." They send ambulances to burglaries? Who knows, dude? Cutter scanned the line of parked cars on the street as he drifted away. Is the watcher still there? Did he see me exit this building? He debated checking out every parked vehicle but rejected the thought quickly. Can't risk it. Not with the police presence. He hurried away with his head down, hands jammed in his pockets. Whoever Lauren was investigating. They know of my involvement. He knew how the game was played. They know I don't know anything, which is why they haven't come in hard at me. Yet. His lips tightened at another thought. With Webster dead, I have nothing. 19. There. Vlad nudged Denisov with his elbow and nodded at a figure on the sidewalk. That's him. He came out of that building. He must have jumped over the wall. He's smart, the killer said grudgingly as they watched the American walk away. He didn't want to be questioned by the cops. But won't the cameras show he was in the apartment? Let's see how this plays out. They won't show we were in there. I have taken care of that. Webster didn't know anything. He had a casual conversation with the journalist. Duh, but we had to know. He squealed like a pig, Denisov said disgustedly, before I could get rough. He's a politician. You did well. Cops will think he died naturally. Will they trace your phone reporting the burglary? Not yet. Burner. Vlad held up the device in his hand. I can take him out, Denisov said stubbornly as they watched Grogan's figure shrink in the distance. No. We discussed this. Follow him at a distance while I arrange a reception for him. Vlad's teeth flashed as he dialed a number. Cutter was strolling on the sidewalk by Constitution Avenue, heading back to his hotel, when he heard the car squeal to a stop behind him. That's him! He turned at the raised voice. Those dudes from the restaurant, with two of their friends. The men ran towards him with baseball bats, yelling, cursing, threatening, fight or flight. He assessed threat vectors and all possibilities automatically. Escape wasn't an option. The street barely had any traffic that time of the night. No hiding place. The attackers would get him before he got far. Calling the cops wasn't possible either. The men were 20 feet away. They would be on him before help arrived. That car. His eyes narrowed at the vehicle in the distance that seemed to be approaching slowly. No, it won't get to me in time. In any case, the driver may not want to get involved. Fight it was. Decision made, he zipped up his jacket. He wouldn't draw his Glock if they didn't brandish any guns. Musclehead 1 and Musclehead 2, the men from the restaurant, drew closer and raised their bats. Friend 1 and 2 were a couple of steps behind, all of them sporting the same look. Loose shirts, unbuttoned to show their muscled torsos beneath. Jeans and sneakers. Why defend when attack was an option? Cutter feinted to his right as if preparing to sprint. "Stop him!" Musclehead 1 yelled. The thug worked out the move was fake too late. Got him. Cutter smiled grimly, inwardly. His maneuver had drawn the attacker to the front, his friends a few seconds behind him. Enough time to inflict damage. He ducked easily beneath Musclehead 1's wild swing and punched him in the groin. The attacker's breath left him in a whoosh. He doubled up and fell on Cutter's shoulder. Cutter straightened, lifted the thug and flung him at the other men. Musclehead 2 went down under the impact. Cutter grabbed Musclehead 1's baseball bat and jabbed it at Friend 1's belly, followed up by smashing it into the man's temple, pole-axing him to the ground. "I didn't do anything! It wasn't my idea!" Friend 2 screamed as he threw his weapon away and fled. Musclehead 1 was still groaning and writhing on his friend. Cutter grabbed 2 by his shirt as he tried to free himself and brought the bat down on his thigh. "How did you know where I would be?" The man shrieked in agony. "I asked a question." Cutter hit him on his other thigh. "Some dude." "Who?" "It was Travis's idea. I tried to talk him out of it, but—" Travis, Musclehead 1, groaned, and threw up on the sidewalk. "How did this man find you?" Cutter raised the bat threateningly. "I don't know, man. We were having dinner in Travis's house. He came to our door, said he could direct us to you. He gave us $1,000 and his number." "What did he look like?" "He was masked, as tall as you." "You opened the door to a masked man?" "He held up the bills in his hands." Cutter rocked back on his heels as he considered the men in disgust. Just when I think I've met the stupidest people, someone worse comes along. "He say anything else?" "No. He gave Travis the money and his cell phone number and told us to be ready." "Was he American?" "He spoke English." "Any accent?" "I don't know, man. Everyone sounds the same to me." "How did you know I would be here?" "We got his call a few minutes ago," Musclehead 2 blubbered. "Willis and—" He pointed at the man who had escaped. "Porter were with us. Travis convinced them to join us. He promised them $200 each." Cutter punched him in the belly for good measure, and as the man groaned, searched him. Driver's license in the name of Carl Moishan, Virginia address. A swipe card bearing the logo of a construction company. He searched Travis and noted his name. Travis Cruz, another Virginia address. Same employer as Carl. He grabbed the man's hair to hold his head steady and brought his phone to his face to unlock it. Scrolled through the log and memorized the number of the most recent call. He went to friend 1, who turned out to be Willis Schilling, at the same workplace. He was snapping their photographs on his phone when a thought struck him. The watcher outside Webster's building. It must have been him who put these men up to attacking me, which meant the watcher had followed him. He looked up at the car, which looked like it had stopped. Can't make out who's inside. He grabbed Travis's phone and dialed the last number, brought his phone up and started recording the car as he went to it at a run. The number rang. The car swung out. It raced down Constitution Avenue. 2 men, both with their left elbows covering their faces, staring at him as their ride shot past, turned on 9th Street and disappeared. No license plates on their car. Cutter kicked the fallen men in disgust and returned to his hotel. He checked it from the outside carefully, inspecting every parked vehicle. They might have found out where I'm staying by now. There were no watchers. He surveilled everyone in the lobby when he entered. No one stiffened at his entrance or looked away quickly. He went to his room and stood still for a moment, absorbing its feel. He didn't get a sense that it had been searched. They wouldn't have found anything here. He had a laptop, but Beth and Megan claimed to have made it hack-proof. He believed them. He showered and fired it up as he lay on the bed. Transferred the photographs to it and got Werner to run a facial recognition program. Not enough nodal points, the software told him. I suspected that, he thought bleakly. Chad Webster seemed to be the last person who had spoken to Lauren. He was dead. Cutter had no idea who the mystery men were who had been tailing him. I have nothing. 20. I have nothing, he repeated the next day. Beth Peterson didn't look up from her phone as she fired off a text message to her boyfriend and smiled to herself. Megan slurped her juice loudly and ignored him. The 3 of them were sprawled on the grass in Constitution Gardens. He had requested the meeting and stoically listened to their jibes before they agreed. Did you hear me? We did, the elder twin replied in a bored voice. You're sounding like a stuck record. Just the people to go to if I need sympathy, he thought sarcastically but didn't dare say aloud. Not nothing. Beth put her phone away and rolled on her back. Mitch Snyder. That's the man outside Lauren's apartment. We identified him from his prints. He's a bouncer at a bar in Logan Circle. Has a police record but nothing major. DUI. Traffic violations. He lives in McLean. She rattled off an address. He recited it back to confirm it and filed it away in his memory. He owns it. Nah, rents it. His credit is good. Financials are okay. No suspicious amounts going out of or into his bank account. Usual expenditure for groceries, restaurants. He doesn't seem to take any holidays. All his time is spent in D.C. Anyone else live with him? No other names in the tenancy agreement. You could ask the neighbors. That would alert him. He rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. Is there any way you can hack into the Capitol's CCTV footage? Tried. Nothing there, she said laconically, as if breaking into one of the world's most secure buildings was something they did every day. They probably do. Didn't you say the feds have taken the feed? She asked him. Yeah. You could try asking Gina and Peyton. Flash your smile. I'm sure they'll swoon and agree to anything. He glared at them when they chuckled and high-fived each other. I'm glad you're finding this funny. We are, Megan drawled. We would like to see your face when you tell the speaker you have nothing. He is good, Vlad said softly as he looked intently out of his West End apartment as if he could locate Grogan from there. Him, Denisov scoffed. Taking out those men wasn't a big deal. They were amateurs. But did you see what he did afterwards? How he guessed it was us in the car and photographed us. He's smart. Don't underestimate him. I can take him out. It might come to that. How is Calhoun doing? Business as usual. He's got the girls ready for Taylor's party in Texas. I checked on them myself. Good product. All are young. East European. Our supply chain is working well. He and Andrews source the women from a network of Bratvas, Russian criminal gangs. Calhoun chose the best of them for the agency. I need to see them for myself. I'll make arrangements. What about the journalist? What about the doctor? He's reluctant to come. He says he has retired from the business. Who did you send? Stefan. He's good at talking, persuading people. Vlad nodded. Let's give it a few more days. Maybe he'll convince the doctor. Otherwise, I'll have to tell our friend in Moscow. Aren't you going to question the journalist? He asked me to back off, he said irritably. Doesn't he want to know where she kept her notes? But it looks like she hasn't told anyone. No one but she knows where they are. And she's in our custody. We have time. These elections are important. He glanced at his Rolex and checked himself in the mirror. Let's go. Denisov played the role of his driver when he was in his political lobbyist persona. You killed him! Reuben Taylor shrieked at him when he entered the Hay Adams conference room. Killed who? Vlad pretended ignorance. Chad, you were asking about him. The Texas senator? I heard that on the news. Didn't the cops say he died of a heart attack? He was there in his apartment when a thief entered. The shock killed him. It was you. It wasn't... Vlad slammed his palm on the table. The report, sounding like a shot, quieted the politicians. Reuben, I didn't kill Chad Webster. I wanted to ask him what he and the journalist spoke about, but I didn't get the chance. Believe me, he said earnestly as he looked in the senator's eyes. The lobbyist smiled inwardly as Taylor's shoulders slumped. We were good friends, the senator mumbled. I thought you... I didn't. I wouldn't do anything like that, Vlad said piously. No one killed him. They never caught that burglar, did they? Jordan asked. Cops? Witt shrugged his shoulders. Do they do anything? That drew grim smiles from around the table. Vlad squeezed Taylor's shoulder gently and sat next to him. The girls for your party. They're ready. You want to inspect them? He watched impassively as the senator's eyes lit up. Yeah, the politician said, licking his lips. I'll do that. Can I join as well? Doyle leaned forward eagerly. For the inspection. And me. Count me in. Hey, don't leave me out. Vlad laughed and raised his hand. Yeah, you all can. Inspection only. No funny stuff, okay? They chuckled good-humoredly. The elections, the lobbyist said, bringing up his agenda. How are your candidates doing? He listened as each of them launched into where they were in their states. It was the Moscow man's idea to get control of powerful politicians, and Vlad had devised a plan to achieve that. He had come across the senators during an event he had organized at his lobbying firm. He had used Brand Promise's models as hostesses and had watched how Taylor's and the others' eyes had lit up as they followed the girls. He dug into their backgrounds and, after several more events, invited them to an exclusive party where the hostesses were younger, much younger. It had started there. "What about the politician you got to stand down?" he asked. "I recruited him to join my staff," Taylor declared. "I told him there was much more he could do with me in D.C. than stand for Congress." He agreed. "He doesn't suspect anything?" "No." Vlad went around the table and got similar replies from the rest of the politicians. "Why would they?" Doyle chuckled. "It's normal for candidates to stand down or be persuaded by the parties to retire if they aren't polling well. I had a tougher time getting Scanlon to stand down. I'm an independent," Jordan said, grinning. "I don't have a party to back me up, but I got him hired by a big tech firm. He's making much more there than he would have as a congressman." "Money." Witt swung round to Vlad. "We might need more of it. My candidate is facing tough competition from the other party, yours." He glanced at Doyle. "Who knew we would be sitting at the same table discussing election prospects together?" That drew a laugh. "I'll take care of the funding," Vlad commented. "Let me know where you will be spending it and how. I can help." "I'm sure you can." Witt smiled knowingly. "Internet bots, fake news, media smears, blackmail." Vlad used every trick in the toolbox and had delivered wins to the man in Moscow. "This one is important. We cannot fail." It was the first election where they had orchestrated getting certain candidates to step down from the race and put up their chosen ones to stand in their place. From both parties, on top of that, along with an independent. He spent another hour in the Hay Adams, going through each one's campaign plan for their congressional candidates. "That's enough," he declared when he was satisfied. "Rubin, I'll message you the location for the inspection. Usual protocol, usual security measures. Pass on the details to the rest." Everything's falling into place, Vlad thought as Denisov drove him back to the West End. Except the journalist. She hasn't revealed anything. And Grogan, an inner voice reminded him. He's still out there. 21. "Chad Webster?" Amy Breland said, shocked. "No. I knew him very well. He was one of my closest friends. There was nothing in his life that I didn't know about. His divorce. No, don't look like that. He and his wife separated because she was having affairs, not because he was interested in young women." A look of disgust crossed her face. Besides, he would have come to me if Lauren told him anything. Cutter listened to her as evening fell over D.C. He sipped his coffee, letting its warmth fill him. She took it well, that I had made little progress. The worry was telling on the speaker, however. He could see it in the lines and creases on her face, more of them since I last met her. She looks into the distance when I brief her. That's new, too. "Who else was close to him, ma'am?" "Reuben Taylor, the other senator from Texas. Do you think Chad might have said something to him?" "It's worth exploring, ma'am." "I'll ask—" "Don't, ma'am. I will talk to Taylor." "I can fix an appointment." "I'll do it my way, ma'am," he said gently. "There's something you could help with. The FBI. Can you talk to them and get them to let me see what the Capitol's cameras recorded?" "I'll see what I can do." Sophie Breland accosted him at the door. "Doesn't look like you've made any progress." He stifled a grin. She must have been listening in. "No," he signed back. "Nana pinned her hopes on you. I won't let her down, or you." Cutter was walking along the waterfront deep in thought when he heard leaves crunch behind him. He threw himself sideways instantly. He rolled on the grass, propped himself on his left elbow, and drew his Glock. That move must impress his dates. A flashlight played on the ground and illuminated his face. "You can't come up unannounced on me like that," he fumed as he holstered his gun and got up to face Quindica and Di Fiore. "I could have shot you." "No, you wouldn't," the detective said, dismissing his protest. "How did you find me?" "We're the FBI." Quindica's teeth flashed in a smile. "We're good at tracking down people." "They can't have tracked my burner. Chad Webster." The detective flicked a stray hair back from her face. "Why were you in his apartment?" "Nice try, Di Fiore. I wasn't in his apartment. I was at the door. I left when he didn't open it. The camera footage didn't show that?" he asked innocently. "Why were you there?" "It's this case I'm working on. I wanted to ask him a few questions." "Why didn't you try his office?" "I did. They said he was sick." "What case?" "I can't tell you that." "Lauren Breland. She's your case." "It wasn't difficult to put together," Quindica said, grinning at his slack-jawed expression. "The speaker came to the director and told him about it. He told us—" "You're leading the investigation?" "She said she had hired someone. We put two and two together," Di Fiore completed the thought. "And then we waited outside Breland's building. Voila, you showed up. Why did you want to talk to Webster?" "He could have been the last person to speak to Lauren." "What did he say to you?" "Didn't you hear me?" He ran his hand through his hair irritably. "He didn't open the door." "Which is true. What's next for you?" "Why do you care?" His eyes sharpened. "Are you leading the FBI investigation?" "Was it you who called the cops at Webster's apartment?" Quindica, bland-faced. The two of them asking questions, alternating. No let-up, no give. Not giving time to think through because then fabricated answers might emerge. That's why Bart rates them so highly. "No, you couldn't track down the caller?" "Burner phone. Did you see anything there?" "He was murdered, wasn't he?" "Don't you watch the news?" Di Fiore, taking over, scornfully, which was her permanent state when dealing with him. It was a burglary. He died of natural causes. The shock must have killed him. "You believe it was nothing more than theft?" "Do you believe it?" "No. Someone is cleaning up." "Autopsy showed nothing. No drugs, no wounds. He died of heart failure. He was in his suit. People do rest on their beds after they return from the office, in their work clothes. There's someone skilled out there at killing people in this manner." Not a muscle moved on Di Fiore or Quindica's faces. The Sphinx has nothing on them. "Was anything taken from his apartment?" "His briefcase is missing. His phone, wallet, any notepads he might have had. They're gone too. We've asked his wife to make a list of what he kept in the apartment." "And you still think it wasn't murder?" "Did we say that?" the SAC said with amusement. "Why didn't you correct the media reports then?" "We aren't ready to disclose this to the press. Webster sat on the Appropriations Committee. He was a powerful politician. He knew where many skeletons were buried in D.C. He could have been killed for any number of reasons." "Why is the FBI investigating his death?" That same impassive look. "You've connected him to Lauren's disappearance." Neither of them replied. That must be it. But they won't acknowledge it because they have to look into everything else. The bills he was working on, any enemies he might have made. Everything. He was happy the federal agency was involved. If Quindica and Di Fiore are running with the investigation, all the better. They won't give up until they find answers. They watched a cruise boat sail down the river, festive lights, throbbing music, and laughing voices. "I need to see the camera footage from the Capitol. FBI has it." "Come with us." Quindica nodded and turned away. "Are you coming?" Di Fiore glanced back testily when he remained standing, shocked at how quickly they had agreed. He followed them. The Hoover building was well lit, with many agents still at their desks or in conference rooms. Cutter fell behind Quindica and Di Fiore as they went down hallways and past cubicles where they got nods and greetings from several. "Sit." Di Fiore opened a door and gestured at a chair in front of a screen. Quindica entered her authorization credentials, went through a directory, and brought up a folder. She clicked on it, navigated through several files sorted by date, and opened one. There were several video files in it labeled by camera and location in the building. "Watch," she said, and stood back. He paused it. "Can I get a coffee?" Quindica left the room wordlessly while Di Fiore watched him impassively. No small talk, no cracking of knuckles, no fidgeting. The SAC returned with 2 cups, and with Bart Jameson carrying a third. Cutter got to his feet at the director's arrival. Jameson placed the beverage on a table and lowered the blinds. He smiled warmly and hugged the visitor tight before stepping back and sizing him up. "You're looking good." "So are you, Bart. They have the case? Looking for Lauren?" He cocked his head at the women. "Watch that video and get the hell out of my office," the director said gruffly and walked out. Cutter sighed theatrically, picked up the cup and took a sip. "Coffee's improved. Looks like your budget got bigger." Quindica and Di Fiore didn't crack a smile. He returned to the videos and began playing them. Clips of the insurrectionists breaking into the Capitol building were all over the internet. Watching the raw, uncut feed from the cameras brought home the lethal intent of the assaulters. They weren't there to protest, as some had claimed. They had come to the seat of democracy with the deliberate intent of inflicting violence and destruction on the way the country worked and its elected leaders. He watched silently, fast-forwarding wherever needed. One camera after another, one room and hallway after another. Ground floor, upper and lower level until he finished the last recording. He leaned back and rubbed his eyes tiredly, swiveled to look at Quindica and Di Fiore, who were still leaning against a table as if they hadn't moved. Not a hair out of place, shirts immaculately tucked in, trousers razor-sharp and gleaming shoes. 2 a.m. They look like they've just started their day. "No Lauren," he rasped. His joints cracked when he got to his feet and stretched. He went to a pitcher, poured himself water and drank it in one swallow to clear his throat. "You got your technicians to look at those? To see if any footage had been edited?" "They found nothing," he concluded from their silence. "Her phone? Emails? Friends? Were you able to track her movements?" Di Fiore crossed her arms. "They've drawn a blank too. What will you do next?" Quindica broke the silence after she led them out of the building. He looked to his left, down E Street, which went all the way to the White House. He shrugged and walked away without a word. "Heck, I can do the silent act too. It saves you telling them you have zilch." "No, I have something. I know whoever grabbed her has the resources to hack into the Capitol security system and make it look like Lauren was never there." "Why didn't you tell him what we found?" Di Fiore asked softly as Cutter turned a corner and disappeared from sight. "That our technicians found the videos were edited." "The same reason you didn't tell him the case was ours." "He doesn't need to know. It makes no difference to his investigation." "What do you think he'll do now?" "What he does best. What we cannot do. He'll poke and prod and draw a reaction." 22. "Lauren's phone," Beth started to say in Cutter's earpiece. "Wait up," he interrupted her and glanced around at the breakfast room of his hotel. It wasn't crowded since he had arrived after the morning rush. He was several tables away from the nearest guest. No one could overhear him. "Continue." "We got into her network provider. Werner went through her calls, several from untraceable phones." "What about her messages?" "We got some of them. Provider didn't have many, nothing incriminating in them. Lauren was savvy. She used an encrypted messaging service. We can't read those." "You could trace her movements?" "To some extent. The speaker's residence, the Capitol building, stores, restaurants, but there are big holes. She turned off her GPS whenever she was meeting her contacts, Megan interjected. Cloud accounts? She has one linked to her phone. Beth dashed his hopes immediately. But there's nothing in it, the younger sister clarified. It looks like her phone was set up to back up automatically to that account, however. Get to it, Megan said impatiently. I was, her sister replied hotly. She has a second cloud account to which her primary account transfers data, and a fancy piece of software wipes the primary account clean. That is grade A hacker-level programming. Whoever did that is one of the best in the world. You can't. Nada. We are speculating about this other account because we found traces of the wipe. Cutter thanked them and hung up. Reuben Taylor. He had scrawled the name absent-mindedly on a table napkin while the twins had been briefing him. Yeah, gotta question him. Mitch Snyder first, though. He drove to the bouncer's McLean address and parked on the street, checked every parked vehicle to make sure it was empty, and went to the building. He went up to the 7th floor, taking the stairs, and knocked on Snyder's door. No reply. He knocked harder and looked for a bell. There wasn't one. He looked at the ceiling. No cameras. No neighbors checking him out from their doors. He drew gloves on and brought out a leather case from his jacket pocket. He picked the cheap lock and entered the apartment swiftly. It was empty. He could sense it from where he was standing at the door without even checking it out. It didn't feel alive. What's that smell? Detergent, bleach, both. It felt like something had been washed recently. He looked around carefully. No drying clothes hanging anywhere. Nothing looked wet. There was furniture in the living room, dining table, chairs, couches, circles on the coffee table from where bottles had been placed. He drew his finger on its surface. No dust. He went deeper. 3 bedrooms, unmade beds, an untidy kitchen. Smell isn't that strong here. Nothing in any room to give away who the resident was. He went to the bathrooms. There's that smell again. He checked out the bath carefully. It gleamed, in contrast to the sink and the toilet bowl. He got to his knees and checked it out carefully, holding his breath when the smell grew stronger. He didn't find anything. He crawled out of the bathroom, checking out every inch of the flooring, down the hallway to the living room, which was the biggest space in the apartment. Stronger smell on the living room carpet near the dining table. He felt it with his fingers. Is it damp? It was so faint that he couldn't be sure. He cursed when he noticed it was dark in color. Can't make out blood on it. We'll need equipment for that. He got to his feet and inspected the furniture. One dining chair had a crack in it. He couldn't tell if it was recent. He went out of the apartment as quietly as he had entered and, when he was in his ride, fired off a text. Are you investigating Lauren's disappearance? You never answered that. Not your business, DeFiore replied. What about Webster's murder? Stick to your door kicking. There's this apartment in McLean. A man might have been killed in it. How do you know? And that's a matter for the cops. He sent her the address, grinning as he drove away. Doesn't matter if someone else is heading the FBI investigation. DeFiore will get that apartment checked. He stomped his brakes suddenly and reversed. That house across the street. It had a camera over its door, facing the apartment building. It might record all the comings and goings. I could ask the residents, but they might decline. Nope. He shook his head. It was a job for the twins. He braced himself for more of their jibes. 23. Why haven't you gotten the doctor yet? Moscow Man asked harshly. I have sent someone over to bring him, Vlad replied defensively. But he says he has retired. Retired? No one retires from that kind of work. That's what he said. Do you want us to grab him? Not yet. He may be old, but he's still powerful. He's got contacts. He will make a fuss, and that will get back to me. Ask your man to keep talking to him. He will come round. I can get the journalist to talk. We don't need the doctor. Vladimir Yanovich, Moscow Man said coldly, You are smart, you are capable. You get things done for me in America that few others can do, but you don't see the big picture." "What is that?" Vlad asked in a chastened tone. He shivered and glanced at the aircon in his West End apartment. No, it wasn't due to that. Moscow man's cold tone had brought out the chills. He had been reminded where the power lay. At some point, the journalist's absence. "We know the FBI is investigating. My sources have confirmed that." "At some point," the voice continued as if he hadn't interrupted, "her absence and then her death will be discovered. How are you planning to kill her?" "I hadn't thought about it. Strangle her, or shoot her and dump the body somewhere." "That is why I said you don't see the big picture. I need the doctor to cut her up. He has a way, a signature, that is well known in certain intelligence agencies." "But that would—" The Americans would work out who killed her." "Won't that lead back to us?" "They will suspect. They will guess. They will go to the media with what they know. And you want them to know. They will have no proof. They will make accusations, which we will reject, like we have rejected their claims that we poison traders in London, Europe, and all over the world. You want them to fear. Now you get it. That's why I am prepared to wait. What the journalist knows can ruin us, but the way she works has helped us. She hasn't confided in anyone. Let the doctor work on her. He will break her. We'll get everything she has. Then he can kill her, in his way." "Why do you think someone was killed in that apartment?" Megan brushed past Cutter and entered his hotel room. She and Beth cleared the table, mounted their screens on it, and plugged them in. They unfolded a Yagi antenna and set up their own satellite tower for a secure internet connection. Carpet and bath smelled as if they had been cleaned. The sisters turned to him. Megan arched an eyebrow. "Normal folks do that, Cutter," Beth said with a wicked smile. "Your living habits might be different, however. Remind me to never visit his apartment." The elder twin smirked. "You don't get it," he sighed. "The rest of the place was a mess. Why would anyone clean only those two? Something might have spilled. In the living room, down the hallway, and in the bath as well. Besides, there's no one there. It's empty, untidy, messy, but empty." "You think Snyder was killed?" "Yeah, in the living room. Whatever rag was used to wipe the carpet was washed in the bath." "You called the cops?" "I messaged Di Fiore." "She must have been overjoyed at that," Megan drawled. "Tell us about this other house. Did you see what kind of camera it was?" "I was too far to make it out." "Binoculars?" "Didn't risk using them." "We can use street images," Beth told her sister. "That could help," her older twin nodded. "It won't be hard to work out who their network provider is. Hack into it. Why are you still here?" she asked him. "You have a double-digit IQ, Cutter," Beth told him condescendingly. "This is way above your grasp. Make yourself useful. Order us coffee and cookies." Cutter made himself useful. He placed the mugs in front of them when the server brought them. He helped himself to a warm biscuit and watched for a few moments as they worked, fingers flying, lines of code scrolling down their screens, speaking softly to themselves. He settled on a couch and searched for Snyder's bar on his phone. Called it. "Is Mitch there?" he asked cheerfully when a voice came on. "Snyder?" "Yeah." "Who are you?" "Ricky, his friend. He and I were to go hunting this weekend." "Snyder hasn't shown up for 3 days," the voice said harshly. "He's not answering his phone. If you see him, tell him he's fired." How would he show up if he was dead? He looked up at the silence in the room. The sisters had swiveled to face him. He went over to them when Beth crooked her finger. 3 days ago? "Yeah." "That helps," she said, and typed several commands. "We can start from the morning," she muttered to herself. Cutter pulled a chair over and leaned between them as a video began to roll. "You're lucky. That camera is a current model, HD recording, two-way communication, everything stored in the... Don't they store the videos in the manufacturer's account? Not this one. This is the homeowner's own setup. Good brand HD camera from a box store, a good wireless network, a cloud account. Nothing else is needed. Here. This is the start of the day. Dark street at night. No traffic. Megan fast-forwarded the video until daylight began. A few cars. A taxi rolled up to Snyder's building. A nurse got out and went inside. At 8 a.m., a woman came out of the house, kissed her husband, and went out of the camera's frame. Terry Quiller, Beth announced. Wife of Spencer Quiller. They own the house jointly. No kids. She runs a recruitment firm. He works from home, for a tech company. More traffic as the day wore on. Residents of the apartment building departed and arrived. None of them were Snyder. Werner ran facial recognition on all the faces on the video, compared the images to various databases, and spat out names and addresses on Megan's screen. A white car appeared in the frame and parked behind a garbage truck. A tall man climbed out of it and juggled keys in his hands as he looked up and down the street, crossed it, and went inside the building. How do you do this? Beth stifled a yawn and reached for a cookie. All this hanging around, watching, waiting for things to happen. It's not as if he's got anything better to do, her sister said as a man came out of the building with a roll of carpet on his shoulder, hiding the lower part of his face from view. Cutter watched him as he went to the white car and dumped the carpet in its trunk. Tall man had to shove it down several times before the lid could shut. He got behind the wheel and drove away. Cutter frowned as traffic sped through the street. Something tugged his memory. "Back up!" he yelled. "Geez!" Beth grimaced and cupped her ears theatrically. Megan leaned forward and rewound the video. "Tell me when to stop." "There!" Cutter pointed at Tall Man. He reached over her and zoomed in on the image. "That's him, 24. "That's not Snyder," Beth rolled her eyes. "That's some other dude." Cutter held his hand up to silence her as he stared at the video and thought back to the attack on Constitution Avenue. Those two men in the car. One of them was tall. "It's him," he said decisively. "Him? Who?" Megan exploded. He told them of Travis and Carl, their friends, and the attack on Constitution Avenue. He pointed at the screen, was one of the men in that car. Both covered their faces with their elbows, but I recognize him, his eyes, his hair. The sisters looked at him and then at the stilled video. "See for yourself." He brought up the photographs and video he had recorded on Constitution Avenue. "Same dude," Megan said, nodding. "That hair is distinctive." "Let's see if we can identify him," Beth said softly as she turned back to her screen and focused on the man's vehicle. "Chevy," she announced. "Are those plates real?" They were. Dennis Andrews, Lanham, Maryland, address. The older twin read out from the DMV database. "Let's see what he does. We're probably breaking a few zillion laws." Cutter stifled a grin as he watched them work. Handyman, driver, bodyguard, courier. It looks like Andrews is a man of many talents. She blew hair away from her face. He is listed on many job sites. There's a number as well. She trailed off as Beth dialed it using an internet program. An automated message stated the number wasn't in use. No police record, employed by several firms in the D.C. metro area. He's a gig economy worker. Tax returns for the last year, $70,000, she read out. That's above the median income for D.C., but not by much. Are you paying attention? She snapped. Hang on. Cutter took the keyboard from her and scrolled down the image to focus on the end of the carpet. Can you do something about those shadows? Megan clicked her tongue impatiently as she grabbed the keyboard and ran an editing program. Her triumphant grin faded as she stared at the screen. at the pair of shoes that were just about visible inside the rolled-up carpet. "That's Mitch Snyder," Cutter said softly. "Our handyman has other skills, too." Dennis Andrews's address in Lanham turned out to be a white clapboard house on Hickory Hill Avenue, a chain-link fence surrounding the front yard, a dirt track going down its side from which was the approach to the house. A wooden fence next to the track separated it from the neighboring residence. Cutter parked his ride on the main street and walked down the dusty path. Leaves crunched under his feet. The only other sound in the deep stillness was the chirping of birds in the leafy avenue. He rattled the gate to the house and vaulted over it when there was no response. "It's empty," he judged from the pile of rotting newspapers at the front door. The steps creaked when he climbed up them and peered through the cracked glass panel on the door, a wire mesh inside, through which he could see an empty living room. He circled the house and looked through various windows, returned to the door, kicked it open, and went inside. There were a few unopened letters addressed to Denny Andrews on the floor, from local businesses he discovered when he slit them open. Nothing else in the house gave any clue as to who the handyman really was. "Killer," he corrected himself. He was about to leave when he noticed it, the black globe of a camera, discreetly mounted in the ceiling over the porch. He waved at it and left. "Let Andrews know I am on his trail." 25. Vlad watched Grogan climb up the steps and look through the door. The American disappeared from sight, returned after a while, and went inside the house. He emerged several minutes later, glanced up at the ceiling after a double-take, and waggled his fingers. The lobbyist glanced over his shoulder at Denisov, who cracked a walnut between two fingers and ate it. Disinterest on his face. "We knew that address would get found eventually, but how did he get it?" Denisov closed his eyes and rocked back in his chair. "It must be in McLean." He snapped his fingers. "He must have found where Sergei was staying from the prints on the binos. He must have asked around. Someone must have seen my Chevy. He got your address from that." "Da," the killer replied. "Should I kill him?" As if he was discussing the weather. "No, we talked about this. Break into his hotel room and see how far he's gotten. If he is smart, there will be nothing there. Do it. Even clever people make mistakes." Cutter went to every business that had employed Andrews. He was unsurprised when not one of them had any recent contact with the man and had no current phone number for him. He kept to himself. He had no friends, a courier business owner told him. That was echoed by other owners. "Can you run facial recognition programs on all public cameras?" he texted. "We can, and we did," Beth replied immediately. Nothing came up. That doesn't mean anything, he thought to himself. A ball cap, head down. That's all it took to hide from street cameras. That's why he doesn't use false plates on his Chevy. That's his regular ride, and he doesn't want to risk being pulled over by the cops for fake ones. I bet he's replaced them by now with another set. The new license number would lead to a real address, but the trail would end there. It was great tradecraft. It's how I would work. He fired off another message. "Did you find anything at that apartment?" Gina Di Fiore's response was to track him down at his hotel in the evening, along with Quindica. "Buy us coffee," she ordered brusquely. "Why should it be me?" "You're on an expense account." He bought them their drinks and watched as Di Fiore drank her honey almond milk drink. "What?" she challenged him when she wiped her lips. "What's wrong with coffee? What's wrong with trying out something new?" "Children," Quindica sighed. Cutter noisily sipped his coffee as if to prove a point and flushed when they eyed him sardonically. "All right," he said, covering his embarrassment with a growl. "Playtime is over. Why am I buying you drinks?" "Mitch Snyder was killed in that apartment," Quindica said bluntly. "Or injured." Neither of them smiled as he fist-pumped. "Who is he? And how is he connected to Lauren?" Di Fiore shot at him. "He's a bouncer. Move on, we know that. He was watching her apartment when I went to it. "Is there anything else you haven't told us?" Quindica asked when he finished briefing them. "Can't tell them about Andrews. That will expose Beth and Megan's involvement. Have to keep them out." "I got as far as identifying Snyder," he lied smoothly. "I haven't figured out why he was there. At the apartment, that bar he was working at. It has nothing to do with Lauren. I checked it out." He didn't tell them about the masked gunmen in the van either. "Honest," he swore when they regarded him suspiciously. "Honest," De Fiore snorted. "You don't know what that word means." She chucked her empty cup in a trash can and straightened. "What have you found out? Anything from Webster's apartment or his office?" "You know how this works," the NYPD detective said, smiling wickedly. "You tell us. We don't reveal anything." Cutter tried the easy route first. "I'd like to speak to Senator Taylor," he said pleasantly into the phone as he sat on the lawn in front of the Smithsonian. Tourists walked past, shooting pictures of the Washington Monument in the distance to his left. A father pushed a stroller and urged another child to hurry up. She skipped to catch up and presented him with a small flower. "That life could have been ours, Riley and me." He stifled the thought and looked away quickly. He rarely dwelt on the past, what had happened to his wife and their unborn child. But memories had a way of surfacing. He blinked rapidly and concentrated on the voice replying to him, Taylor's aide. "I'm Chester Huntsman." He made up a name. "I'm from Dallas. I met the senator at a rally and he asked me to look him up if I was in D.C. "The senator's busy, sir. I'll pass it on to him that you called. He'll be glad. You have a good day." "Can I see him? I heard he organizes Capitol tours." "He does, sir, but not right now. He's busy." "I voted for him," Cutter said, allowing anger to creep into his voice. "Does that count for nothing?" "Anyone can tour the building, sir." The aide wasn't backing down. "You can book a tour time online." "Yeah, I know that, but I wanted Taylor to take me. When will he be free?" "He's busy for several days, sir. He's on the Appropriations Committee." "This is some treatment a party supporter and a voter gets," Cutter snarled. "I'm sorry, sir." He ended the call. Cutter tried the hard way. He booked a visitor's tour at the Capitol and went to the building. He broke away from the tour group he was tagging along with and went to the upper level, where he knew Taylor's hideaway was. He passed down a couple of hallways and found the numbered door. It was locked. "Is Taylor in today?" he asked Sanchez when he had located his friend. "Haven't seen him. Have you checked his Senate office in the Russell Building?" "I'll do that." "No point calling his office," Cutter mused as he approached the building. "His aide will fend me off again." He surveyed the security at the southwest entrance, which was closest to the Capitol. Taylor won't use any of those exits or entrances. He will travel by the subway or tunnel. A network of tunnels and a subway system beneath the Capitol, connecting it to the Senate, House, and the Library of Congress buildings. Many of the politicians had escaped from the insurrectionists using the subterranean passages. That's how the Veep and the Speaker got away, he thought bleakly. The heightened police presence at the Senate office convinced him. "I can't confront Taylor here. I'll have to get him at his residence." The senator lived in a townhouse in Hillier Place in Kalorama, within walking distance of DuPont Circle. He comes from a mining family, Cutter mused as he strolled down the street in the evening, checking out the building discreetly. He owns the residence outright. He spotted a security camera at the entrance, over the steps, on his second pass. Motion detectors, intrusion alarms, it will have the works. Taylor, as one of the most senior politicians in the country, got extended Capitol Police protection. He has private security as well, at his residence. The protection detail rolled up at 10 p.m. in 2 dark Suburbans and came to a stop at the building. 3 suits jumped out of the first vehicle, hurried to the second, and surrounded the politician. "Senator," Cutter said as he crossed the street, "I am unarmed." He raised his hands when the CPO's close protection officers spun around. "Did Chad Webster say anything to you, sir?" "I don't have anything to say to you. Sir, I'm investigating Lauren Breland's disappearance." Taylor hesitated while climbing the steps and threw him a glance. "My name is Cutter Grogan, sir. The speaker—" "Back off." A CPO swung around to face him. "Senator," Cutter yelled and got closer. "Did Webster say anything to you? He was your friend. He was the last person to see Lauren." "I said back off." The bodyguard shoved him in the chest. Cutter grabbed his wrist and twisted it while sweeping his legs from under him with a kick. "Sir," he said, tossing his card at Taylor as he was being hustled inside, "call me on my number." "Easy," he added, raising his hands and backing off onto the street when the remaining CPOs drew their guns. "I wanted to ask the senator a few questions." "Go," growled the man who had stiff-armed him as he got to his feet, "before you get into more trouble." "Cutter Grogan," said the second vehicle's driver after he got out and picked up his card. "Where are you from?" "I'm staying at a K Street hotel. Tell the senator he can reach me on that number. I have a few questions for him." "All right," he said, smiling disarmingly when the man made a threatening move. "I'm going." That didn't get me anywhere. He hustled to the Janwaris Afghani restaurant and entered it. "Cutter!" Kotabaksh hugged him and escorted him to a corner table. "Any more trouble from those muscleheads?" "Nope." The restaurateur shook his head. "They haven't showed up." "You told the cops you weren't pressing charges, didn't you?" "That's the only reason they are out there and could attack me." "We don't want trouble, Cutter." Cutter sighed and settled in his seat when his friend raised his hands and left for the kitchen. He dug into his dinner when Kotabaksh brought it to him. Webster, Taylor, Snyder, blanks. Can't progress with them. He doubted the senator he had confronted would call him. That CPO must have torn up my card by now. Andrews, I'll have to find him first, which wasn't easy since the man had no address or number. "Something wrong, Cutter?" Nadia came to him when he looked up suddenly and stopped chewing. "Cutter!" She shook his shoulder to get his attention. "Yeah," he collected himself. No, he corrected himself hastily when she frowned. "The food's great as usual." "Everything okay?" "Yeah," he smiled at her. "I know who to ask about the sex trafficking ring." 26. "He came to me." Taylor's voice shook as he stabbed the air with a forefinger. "Grogan was right outside my door." Vlad crossed his legs as he watched and listened to the senator. He had received the politician's call early in the morning and had hurried to his Kalorama house. He hadn't been offered any breakfast or drinks. He asked if Chad had said anything to me about Breland, the journalist. How did he find me here? "It's not difficult," Vlad said calmly. "You're a high-profile person. A smart investigator can locate your residence with no difficulty. What else did he say?" "My CPOs got me inside and sent him away." "Vlad, he knows. Why else would he have come to me?" "Did you check with the others? Murphy, Doyle, Jordan, Witt?" "Grogan hasn't approached them." "He doesn't know anything," he said soothingly. "Everyone in town knows you and Webster were close. Heck, you went on TV and gave several interviews." "Yeah, but how did he know Breland spoke to Webster?" That stopped Vlad. He frowned as he looked out of the window. "He can't have seen the CCTV footage. My hackers deleted that." "Anyone in the Capitol could have seen her talking to Webster," he thought out loud. "You know where Chad's hideaway was?" Taylor glared at him. "On the upper level. A small room next to the first aid center. Hardly anyone goes there." "I will find out who could have told him." "Vlad, he's asking questions. That's what investigators do. Relax. I will take care of it." "You can't kill him," the senator said, clutching his arm. "The speaker is powerful." "Kill him? Why would I do that?" Vlad smiled. Let Grogan go around D.C. asking questions. He'll find nothing. Did you like the girls you inspected? Taylor's eyes lit up. Vlad returned to his Pennsylvania Avenue office and made calls, sent emails, and met visitors. He was a political lobbyist, and that business had to be run as well. I'll set up a meeting for you with the representatives, he assured the last of his clients and dismissed his staff. He shut the door to his office when he was alone and returned to his computer. He went to a darknet site and watched the CCTV footage from the Capitol building, the original one. His hackers had spliced all the camera angles to make a single video that tracked Lauren's movements. He watched the journalist enter the building, greet some of the guards, and go to the upper level. She spun around abruptly, the camera capturing her shocked expression. That's when the rioters arrived. He watched as she tried a door and disappeared inside, as staffers and politicians were fleeing from their offices. That's for maintenance equipment. It's small and cramped. The journalist emerged when the crowd of insurrectionists had disappeared down the hallway, which was when Chad Webster came out of his hideaway and spotted her. Who saw her with him? He played with a paperweight as he paused the video and thought rapidly. Kane Hahn did. I had gotten him to search for her. He found her in Webster's office. He wouldn't tell anyone, however. The Capitol Police officer was not only on his payroll, but firmly in his control. He was a frequent visitor to Vlad's events and often retreated to an upper room with one of the models. It is someone else who saw her and Webster. He watched other videos and hit jackpot with footage from another camera far down the hallway. It showed a uniformed person running through the intersection with another corridor. Another man followed, who did a double take, hesitated, and resumed running. He saw them. Vlad knew who the man was, Marco Sanchez. He watched more videos, but there was no other that showed Breland and Webster together. He played his favorite one, Hahn carrying Breland out, surrounded by triumphant-looking insurrectionists. The group had spirited the journalist away in broad daylight, hiding her and the cop in the crush of their bodies to the officer's ride. Fools. They thought they were striking a blow for America. Denise had taken care of those rioters permanently, while Vlad's hackers erased the footage of their presence in the Capitol. Vlad gave Hahn a hefty bonus as a reward and had arranged for him to spend more time with his favorite girl. The officer was back in the Capitol building, with all traces of his activities removed. He won't talk. He knows his life is mine. Did Sanchez tell Grogan about Webster and the journalist, or did the investigator question other officers? No, I would have heard about it, Vlad thought, and shook his head. Hahn wasn't the only bent Capitol Police cop on his payroll. Get me everything on Marco Sanchez, he messaged the man who ran his tech team in D.C. They had infiltrated various federal and state databases and could put together dossiers on any American citizen who was in the system. He quickly read through the package when it arrived, skimming through the details that were public knowledge. Delta forces. Redacted missions that even his people couldn't get access to. Mosul. Syria. Wasn't Grogan a Special Forces operative too? He went through the investigator's file and nodded to himself. That was the connection. Grogan and Sanchez knew each other. The officer must have told him what he saw. That led him to Webster and then to Taylor. Everyone knows the two men were close. He logged out of the darknet site and shut down his computer, which activated a program on his machine that erased his online tracks. He was whistling when he reached his ride. "Everything okay, boss?" Denisov asked when their eyes met in the rearview mirror. "Da, did you search Grogan's room?" "There was nothing there. He carries his laptop with him." "You showed your face to the hotel cameras?" "Da," Denisov grinned. "I also saluted at the camera outside his door when I was leaving. I still think we should kill him." "He doesn't know anything. He knows we are onto him. We can take him out anytime we want. He lives. For now, 27. Cutter returned to his hotel after spending the day making preparations for the night. He entered his room and stopped immediately. Nothing was out of place. The table, hotel stationery, neatly made bed. There wasn't anything he could point to. But someone was here. He was sure of that. There was something in the air. Was it the faint smell of cologne? He couldn't be sure. He placed his backpack softly on the carpet and drew out his Glock. Crab walked past the bed, no one hiding behind it. Closet was empty except for his clothes. They didn't look like they had been disturbed. He edged to the bathroom, kicked it open, and dived out of the way. Empty. He holstered his weapon and did a more thorough search. One of his tees in the wardrobe gave it away. It was neatly folded, sleeves tucked beneath the body. That's not how I fold them. He deliberately left one sleeve jutting out an inch. It's not the hotel's cleaning crew. I have told them not to touch my stuff. He plugged in his laptop and typed an IP address in the search bar. He grinned when the hotel's security camera feeds came up in small panels on his screen. Beth and Meg set that up for me before they left. He clicked on the feed from the hallway outside his room and started playing from the point when he had left the room in the morning. Dennis Andrews appeared in the frame at 6 p.m. There was no mistaking the tall man, who made no effort to hide his identity. Cutter was impressed when the intruder produced an electronic lockpick gun to enter his room. He's not just a killer. He's got fancy tech, too. He couldn't help chuckling when the man came out of his room half an hour later, looked at the camera, made a face, and mock saluted. "All right, you found me. What will you do next?" Cutter made his way to Montrose Park at 11 p.m. after checking that Ashton Glover was still in his office. Dark combat trousers, Vibram-soled shoes, black jacket and tee, Glock in its shoulder holster, backpack with all the accessories he would need. He reached the lobbyist building on R Street, a guard behind the reception desk, visible through the glass entrance. Floodlights turned on, illuminating the walkway and the lawn. Cutter stood in the shadows across the street as he slipped on suction gloves and went to the side of the building. He put on a balaclava mask and darted to the wall, jumped high and stuck a black device next to the CCTV camera that was mounted 8 feet up. He removed his mask and went back to the street to watch the security guard through the glass door. That's a small EMP device. It will fry that camera. Will the guard react? The uniformed man behind the desk hunched forward and squinted at his screen. He came out of the building and went to the camera, shielding his eyes from the glare of the lights. "Doug," he spoke into his cell phone, the conversation carrying across the quiet street. "Looks like a camera has died on my building." "Nah, man, it can wait till tomorrow." Cutter returned to the building's side and started climbing swiftly to get above the lights. He stopped when he was high up on the building and looked around. A bedroom window was 8 feet away to his right, curtained, a thin sliver of light leaking from beneath its edge. To his left was the corner of the building, which he could reach if he stretched. A car drove past R Street, its tail lights flaring as it banked into a curve and disappeared. The gloves on his hands were battery-powered, supplemented by the force he used in climbing. They created vacuum pockets and held firm against the side, giving him the leverage to pull himself up. The toes of his shoes had studs that gripped the brick wall and aided him. He shook his head to throw off a bead of sweat and resumed his ascent. He froze at the 6th floor when the window next to him shut firmly. He could hear a muffled voice through the thick glass, but the curtain didn't move. He went up quickly and reached the mirrored glass windows that covered Glover's penthouse. They could be wired for intrusion detection. He attached several EMP boxes on the surface, working slowly since he could work with only one hand. "I need the other to keep me attached to the building." Sweat was pouring down his face by the time he finished. He brought out his phone and thumbed an app that activated the devices. Here goes nothing. He jammed his phone back into his pocket and brought out a magnetic tool. He placed it at the bottom of one of the sliding windows and moved it to the right. He thought he heard a click, and when he jammed his fingers in the side of the window, it slid freely. I owe Beth and Meg, he thought when he climbed inside. They got everything on Glover's apartment. Its layout, the kind of windows, its locks. He removed his mask and sucked in lungfuls of air. I got lucky with the windows. They have simple sliding latches on the inside. He slid the windows open and leaned out to remove the EMP devices. He tossed them in his backpack. His suction gloves followed. He slipped on thin, skin-feel gloves and surveyed the apartment. He had entered the bedroom, which was lavishly designed with an enormous bed, mirrored ceiling, wall-mounted TV, all the luxuries Glover's wealth could buy. An ensuite bathroom with gold fittings, thick carpeting throughout the house, a kitchen with marble counter and island, recessed ceiling lights, living room designed to the same fancy style, as well as 3 more bedrooms with en-suites. Cutter began searching Glover's residence and, after what felt like hours, found the laptop. It was cleverly hidden in a false panel in the living room bookcase, a common brand that looked ordinary from the outside. He inserted a flash drive into it and turned on a switch that got the repurposed storage device to fire millions of password combinations at the machine screen. A minute later, he had access to it, opened a folder, and was watching the videos in it with horrified disgust. 28. Cutter heard the front door open at 1 a.m. He didn't move from the couch he occupied in the dark bedroom, near the sliding window. He heard Glover whistling as he rattled around in the kitchen and finally came into the bedroom. The lobbyist tossed his briefcase on the bed. He removed his jacket and let it fall to the floor. He loosened his tie and only then turned on the light. "Hello, Ashton," Cutter greeted him. "Remember me? L.A. to Dulles flight? The girl at the window?" Glover's speed surprised him. The lobbyist dived to the bed, grabbed the briefcase, and threw it at the intruder. Cutter ducked but couldn't evade the missile. It struck him in the chest and cost him a couple of seconds, by which time the lobbyist had reached under the pillow and was bringing out a handgun. Can't let him use that. He grabbed the nearest object, a flower vase, and flung it at Glover. It missed him and shattered against the headboard, but this made the lobbyist flinch. Cutter yanked the bedspread hard, which got Glover to stumble, and lunged across the mattress under the gun arm to slap it away. His move sent them crashing to the floor with him on top, the lobbyist fighting back, swinging wildly with his left hand, catching him in the face and chest, snarling as he tried to reach the fallen weapon with an outstretched hand. "Tommy! Matt!" he roared. "Huh?" Cutter reared back from a flailing punch. "Who are they?" The front door crashed open. Muffled exclamations came their way, and 2 men burst into the bedroom. Cutter caught only a glimpse. Surprised faces that swiftly turned to anger, hands going to their waists. CPOs. He twisted with a superhuman effort and dragged Glover on top of him. He got his knees under the man's belly and, with an enormous push from his left hand, sent him across the carpet towards the arrivals. His right hand streaked to his holster as the men got out of Glover's way. Cutter's first shot missed and punched into the door. His second caught one of the bodyguards in the shoulder and brought him down, even as a round spat into the carpet next to him. "Don't," he said, aiming at the second CPO who was turning his weapon. The bodyguard froze. He checked Cutter out, the way he was curled tightly against the wall, his gun arm steady. He glanced at his fallen partner, threw his gun down and raised his hands. Cutter dug his elbow in the carpet and inched to his left to get all 3 men in full view. "Kick it towards me." The CPO complied. "Kick your buddy's gun as well, don't reach for it." "Get him," Glover screamed. "What do you think you're paid for?" "How bad is he hurt?" Cutter ignored him when the second weapon slid towards him. "Shoulder," the injured man gasped as he clutched his wound. "Lean against the wall, both of you. Raise your hands. Spread out your legs. Wider." He got to his feet smoothly when the CPOs assumed the position. He kicked their guns beneath the bed and stomped on Glover's fingers when the lobbyist attempted to reach for his weapon. He kicked the third gun beneath the bed as well, as the man's howl echoed in the bedroom. Cutter slashed his Glock across the uninjured CPO's temple and felled him to the floor, bent down swiftly to check that he was truly unconscious and wasn't pretending. He straightened and jabbed his barrel against the wounded man's shoulder viciously. He patted him down quickly as the bodyguard screamed and came up with an ankle knife in his phone. "Turn around," he told the injured man. "Face the wall, legs spread out. You know the drill." He searched the fallen CPO and brought out his phone and knife and sent both blades sliding beneath the bed. He darted to his backpack to bring out plastic cuffs and strips of tape to secure the CPOs and gag them. He fastened Glover's hands and feet as well and shoved the injured man to a bathroom. "You'll live," he said harshly, as the man swore and cursed from behind his gag. "That's only a shoulder wound." He locked the door on him and dragged the second CPO to another bathroom and sealed him inside. "Do you know who I am?" Glover raged at him when he returned to the bedroom. Cutter ignored him and evaded the man's clumsy kick. He uncapped a bottle of water from the side table and drank deeply, then wiped sweat from his forehead and went to the lobbyist. He caught his shirt, pulled him up roughly, and threw him on the bed. "Stop!" Glover's shout faded when Cutter slashed his plastic cuffs with his Spyderco. "Is this about the girl?" the lobbyist whispered as he edged to the center of the bed. "I have money. How much do you want?" Cutter slapped him, the force of the blow splitting the lobbyist's lips. "You have quite the collection there," he said, nodding at the laptop on the side table. Glover's moaning died out, his eyes bulged and widened. "How much do you want?" he asked fearfully. "I can make you a rich." Cutter plunged his Spyderco's blade into the lobbyist's thigh. He watched dispassionately as the man jerked in shock and shrieked in agony. He extracted his blade and wiped it on the bed. Glover sobbed and shuddered spasmodically as he crawled to the headboard, trembling. "What do you know about a sex trafficking ring in D.C.? The lobbyist only moaned in fear. "Glover, I asked a question." I don't know," the man shrieked when Cutter waved his knife in the air. "You know enough to indulge in your sick hobby with young girls." "I don't do that," Glover whispered. "Videos only. I buy them, I swear," he yelled when Cutter came closer to the bed. "I don't have Cutter broke his finger and stepped back as the man howled and writhed on the bed. "I don't do anything in person," the lobbyist sobbed. "I don't meet anyone. I buy the videos." "And you grope girls on flights." Glover looked away and clutched the bedsheet with his uninjured hand. His face shone from sweat and tears. His shirt clung to his body, damp patches mottling its pristine white color. His tie was askew. The trouser leg around his wound was sticky with blood and made a sucking sound whenever he moved. "Why should I believe you?" The lobbyist licked his lips and met his eyes fleetingly. "It's true. You can." His eyes flicked to the Spyderco. "Torture me some more, but my answer won't change. I only buy and watch videos. I have never—" "Where do you buy them from?" "There's a darknet site." "How did you know about it?" Glover hesitated. "How did you know about it?" Cutter repeated. "I searched on the internet, set up anonymous accounts, paid a lot of money to websites, lost a lot, save me the pity party." "Everything online," Glover swallowed. "I didn't have to meet anyone." He might be telling the truth. "What about this ring?" "I haven't heard of it." "You're a lobbyist. I looked you up. You work with big businesses. You have access to senators and representatives from both parties. You wine and dine politicians. You haven't heard anything? Really?" "Those don't interest me." "Yeah, I forgot. You watch videos only." Glover flushed. His leg jerked spasmodically when he tried to sit up straight. "There was this event I went to 4 months ago. It was in a DuPont Circle nightclub. I was in a corner checking my phone. A potted plant was in front of me. One of those big, leafy ones. 2 men came in front of it." "Get to it," Cutter snapped at him. "They said something about an inspection." "Inspection?" "Yeah, it sounded like they were going somewhere to view girls." Cutter stilled. It felt like the earth had slowed. "That's what they said? To look at girls?" One of them said, "You're coming, aren't you?" The other replied, "To the inspection. You bet. Why would I pass checking them out? They're new, I heard. Young, attractive." I must have made some noise because they stopped talking immediately, and when I came out from behind the plant, I didn't see them anywhere. There must have been about 300 people there, men and women, politicians, lobbyists, business people. "Who organized it?" "An oil company from Arizona. It was for their D.C. office opening." "Name?" Glover mentioned the company. "Did you recognize those voices?" "No, no." He raised his voice when Cutter moved threateningly. There was music. Their voices were almost drowned out. The only reason I heard them was they were so close to me. Just that houseplant separating us. "Where was this event?" "Connecticut Avenue." He gave an address. "You go to events like that often?" "It's how I meet politicians and customers. I organize a few myself throughout the year." "Find out. I don't care how you do it." Glover stared at him. "I can't go around asking everyone about young girls." "You got those videos." "I didn't meet anyone for that. I never even spoke to anyone. It was all online." "Do it," Cutter said remorselessly. "You're a smart man. I'm sure you'll find a way. There are 100 senators, more than 400 representatives. I don't care. Do you realize what you're asking? I'm asking you to find out who those 2 men were. How do you think I should do that? Go to these events. That might jog your memory. Throw one yourself. Figure it out. People like that are powerful, well protected. They use violence." He trailed off when Cutter glanced at his leg. "Ask anything else of me." "This isn't a negotiation." Glover turned away from his implacable gaze. "Write down the names of everyone at that party," Cutter ordered. "It was 4 months ago. You remember the date, but not who was there. Careful," he snapped when Glover reached toward a side table. "There's a notepad in it." Cutter opened it and tossed it at him, along with a pencil. He went to the window and looked out into the night bleakly as Glover wrote behind him. Inspection. Could it be related to what Lauren was investigating? "Only 30 names?" he growled when he turned and took the pad from the lobbyist's outstretched hand. "You said there were 300 people." "That's all I remember. Most of them were strangers." "Find out about that inspection, who those men were, and about that ring." "I can't." "You will. I could get killed. You think I'll let you live if you don't do as I say?" Glover's face lost its color. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Cutter went to Glover's jacket and removed his phone, held it to his face to unlock it, and transferred all its contents to his laptop. "What are you doing?" the lobbyist asked him fearfully. "What it looks like." He tossed the phone onto the bed and scribbled his number on the notepad. "Call me on that. I want updates. I want to know what progress you've made." "I can't." "I'm sure the cops will find your laptop interesting. You have 2 kids, right? Maddie and Kara. Teenagers. How do you think they'll react when they hear you watch kiddie porn?" Glover reared back as if he had been punched. "Find out," Cutter told him grimly as he swept the lobbyist's laptop into his backpack. "Remember more of those names, and call me. Don't waste time." "Why do you need CPOs?" He stopped at the bedroom door. "I've received threats," the lobbyist answered shakily as he struggled to compose himself, "from some of my clients." "Why?" They think I didn't do enough for them. They were lobbying for some specific bills. Those didn't pass. What should I tell the hospital? My thigh, Tommy's shoulder. Whatever you want to. Remember, Cutter warned him, I will tell the cops about your hobby if they come to me. Glover looked away. How did you enter my apartment? He stopped Cutter with another question. I'm sure you'll find out. Who are you? Your nightmare. 29. Cutter sucked lungfuls of air when he hit the street. They did nothing to wipe out what he had seen on Glover's laptop. I should have killed him. He hefted the backpack and strode down R Street, hoping he would come across muggers, someone on whom he could take out his fury. The street remained calm. He walked for a long time in the night until sweat poured down his face and his tea clung to his body like a second skin. He slowed to a stop only when the rage had subsided to an extent and found himself on the corner of Lafayette Park. He went to a food truck and wolfed down a burger. His gaze moved instinctively to the Capitol and slid to Georgetown, as if he could see the speaker's house, where Sophie Breland was. I'll destroy him, he made a promise, but I can use him for now. Cutter investigated the Arizona Oil Company after he showered the next day. He called its D.C. office pretending to be a senator's aide. The senator has asked me to send passes to a reception in the Capitol, he told the receptionist, in thanks for inviting him to your event, the one in DuPont Circle. That's very kind of. Can you share their names and addresses? I'll get those sent out right away. I'm not sure I can. President Morgan is likely to be there. He lowered his voice as if revealing a secret. I'm sure your CEO wouldn't want to miss the opportunity. I'll have to check it with his EA, executive assistant, she clarified. I can't wait. The senator has a limited number of guests he can bring. If he doesn't submit names in the next 15 minutes, he will lose his invites. The next time the senator meets your CEO, he might ask him why he turned down the opportunity. The combination of offer and subtle threat worked. You're a star, Cutter gushed. How would you like to go to such events? I'm sure I can organize some passes for you and your family. I'm single. That's better, he said, beaming. It's easier to arrange individual invites. I'll get back to you. Say, who else was there at that reception? Do you have their names and addresses too? She couldn't. That was a step too far for her. Besides, she didn't have them. The CEO's EA, Martin, would have those details. She could put Cutter through to him. He declined. The EA will be a better gatekeeper. He might want to verify my credentials. He thanked her and hung up, fed the names and addresses to Werner, added the names on Glover's list and finished his room service breakfast while the AI program worked. He crossed out the company executives when he returned to his screen. They're all new to D.C. The CEO and vice presidents aren't even based here. They flew here just for the reception. That left Glover's names, 4 of which he crossed off immediately after a casual internet search. All 4 were businessmen from the surrounding states who had died of natural causes in the months since the event. He fed the rest of the names to Werner and ruled out 10 more names. All 10, a mix of politicians and businessmen, were out of the city on the day of the Capitol insurrection. They could still be involved, he argued with himself. Yeah, but Lauren couldn't have gone to interview them. They could have arranged for her to be grabbed. He nodded. That was possible. However, he had to focus on high-probability names which would be politicians who were in the Capitol on that day. She was there to confront them. No other reason. He asterisked the 10 men and turned back to the screen. Crossed out 7 more names. They were all politicians, senators, and representatives. But they were women. They too— Stop, he ordered his argumentative inner voice. That left 9 men. 4 senators, 3 representatives, and 2 senior-rank officers in the Capitol Police. He brooded over the last 2 names. The force had suspended several officers for their conduct during the insurrection, and investigations were underway. One of the attendees was a deputy chief, the other a lieutenant. Neither was implicated in the riots. Why were they at the event? Oil company reception, cops. It didn't make sense until he dug into their backgrounds. One of the company vice presidents was the deputy chief's nephew, while the lieutenant was the daughter of another company executive. He got Warner to dig into their backgrounds. Both officers had exemplary records and on the day of the insurrection weren't at the Capitol building. He ruled out the lieutenant and asterisked the deputy chief. The officer wasn't at the top of his suspect list. He checked the time and made a call. "Have you worked out how you'll get close to politicians?" "What? Who's this?" Glover answered hoarsely. "Your last night's visitor." The lobbyist groaned. "Do you know what I went through?" "I'm not interested. Have you figured out?" "There's an event tonight at the Capitol Hilton. I wasn't planning on going to it." "Will senators and congressmen be there?" "Yeah." "Go." "I'm in no condition. I can barely walk." "Go," Cutter hissed, "or you'll never walk again." 30. "I have a lead, ma'am," Cutter briefed the speaker in her office in the Capitol building after leaving his hotel. Inspecting it critically, he found himself staring at a damaged desk, prominently displayed. "One of the rioters sat at it," Breland said, following his glance. "You might have seen the images and videos." "Yes, ma'am. I won't move it. I won't get it repaired. I want every visitor, every staffer, to look at it and remember what happened that day." She took a deep breath and turned back to him. "You have a lead." "A slim one, ma'am." "You know where she is? Who took her?" "No, ma'am, but there might be a way to get to those she was investigating." "Who are they?" "I don't know, ma'am, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you." "She's my granddaughter." "I know, but this is all you'll get from me. No names, no locations. I'll give you vague updates. I am paying you." "Yes, ma'am, but—" "You don't trust me." The anger on Breland's face faded. "You think I'll confront those men if you tell me who they are?" "You may not do it intentionally, ma'am, but your body language, your behavior might give it away." "No need for her to know about Glover." "You know what I do every day the moment I wake up? I scan the news to see if there are any reports of a body being found. Every day. The moment I wake up. Sophie and Paul do it too." She wiped her eyes and cleared her throat, arranged a few files on her table, and when she looked up, the kick-ass speaker Amy Breland was back. "Senator Taylor complained to me about you." Her lips quirked. "He said you assaulted him." "I didn't touch him, ma'am. I asked him a few questions. He didn't answer them. His protection officers pushed me back." "The way he said it, you threatened him. I told him to read up on you. You don't do verbal threats." Her smile faded. "Is he involved?" "I don't know. Every senator and representative are a suspect, ma'am." "That's over 500 of them." "I'll narrow it down." "Marco!" He found his friend at his usual position on the upper level. He caught him by the shoulder and nudged him to a private corner. "What do you know about Deputy Chief Longley and Lieutenant Cardinale?" "Capitol Police?" "Yeah." "I know them well. What happened to them? Why do you ask?" "Do you trust them?" "What's this about, Cutter?" Sanchez faced him. "Did they help the rioters? Longley and Cardinale? Are you well? So no?" "Heck no. How can you ask that? I've known them since—" "Do you trust them?" "With my life." "That's good enough for me." He gripped his friend's shoulder and left. "What's this about?" "Over dinner." "Yeah, like that will ever happen." "We have to go to the public, ma'am," Quindica told Amy Breland at the afternoon briefing in the director's office. De Fiore sat to a side and watched silently as her partner gave a quick overview. "We haven't achieved anything," she thought, grimacing mentally. They had tracked Lauren's movements through her phone's GPS, but it appeared to have gone off-grid several times. They had contacted every friend, co-worker, former boyfriend, business contact, all of whom said they hadn't heard from her. Flight records, CCTV cameras had drawn a blank. No unusual withdrawals from her bank account. It hasn't had any transactions from the day she went missing. No record of her entering the Capitol building. She was there, the speaker said, leaning forward urgently. She called me from the building. You heard it. Yes, ma'am. What Peyton means, Jameson took over, is that we think the recording we got from the Capitol was dirty. Someone edited it before we could get our hands on it. Breland reared back in shock. Her lips worked for a moment before words emerged. That's not possible. Her voice shook. It's the only explanation, ma'am, Quindica said quietly. The kidnappers covered their tracks. Someone hacked into one of the most secure buildings in the country. That's our assumption, ma'am, which is why we think you should make a brief public statement, soliciting information from anyone who might have seen her. How will that help? We'll set up a toll-free number and have agents field the calls. We need a break wherever we can get it. Won't it make the kidnappers go underground? They know we're investigating. In fact, they might wonder why we haven't sought the public's help if we keep quiet. Set it up, Breland nodded. We can do it right away in our media room. Grogan. Di Fiore, half rising, sat down again. What's he done, ma'am? She bit her lip. Breland smiled absently at her. He said he has a lead, a slim one. His exact words. Did he say what it was? Jameson asked urgently. No, he didn't say anything even when I insisted. That's just like him. He thinks I might not control myself if he mentioned names. We'll ask him, ma'am, Di Fiore said, aware of Jameson and Quindica's sharp glances. The speaker still didn't rise. She played with her bag's clasp. What is it, ma'am? Quindica asked. It's more than a week since I hired him. I expected more progress by now. He came with great references. Did I make a mistake? Should I have gone with a big PI firm? I'm biased, Jameson said, throwing his hands up when the speaker looked at him. Cutter and I go a long way back. Ask these two what they think. You didn't make a mistake, ma'am, Quindica assured Breland. Even us, with the resources we have, are struggling to make progress. But, she glanced sideways slyly, you should get Di Fiore's opinion. Why is that? Because, the detective answered, I dislike him. I hate how he works. He has no regard for procedure or protocol. He's not beyond breaking the law. He does not help active investigations. In fact, he withholds whatever he knows from them. Despite all that, Di Fiore took a deep breath. If there's anyone in this world I trust to get results, it's him. I read that you had arrested him. In New York, yeah. I'd gladly put the cuffs on him. And yet, if I wasn't in law enforcement, there is no one else I would turn to but him. We'll broadcast her statement immediately, Di Fiore said when she returned to Jameson's office after seeing the speaker to her car. What? She asked when Jameson and Quindica made no response. You said you would meet him, Cutter, her partner replied, to ask him about his lead. Did you mean that? Of course not. 31. Cutter cleared out of his hotel room. Can't stay here anymore. I'll be a sitting duck in my room if Andrews returns. It didn't take long. His clothes went into a carry-all. His backpack had the rest of his possessions. He dumped the larger bag in the back of his Cherokee and drove away. He didn't check out. Andrews and whoever he's working with, let them think I'm still staying there. He drove to Foggy Bottom to an auto shop whose owner he knew. He bought several license plates from wrecked cars and fixed one set to his ride. You're planning a crime. Leroy, the proprietor, watched him quizzically. Nope. You've already committed one? Nope. You haven't changed. Always been this chatty. Cutter grinned at him and drove to DuPont Circle and checked out the nightclub Glover had been to. Yeah, it's got security cameras. Show me how to hack into a security system, he messaged Beth. Why do you need to know? She said, having called him back immediately. She sidebarred with Megan after he briefed her. We'll do that for you. He blinked. You'll break into that place, check out who arrived at the event, run facial recognition. That's why we said we'll do it, Megan sighed. Werner does everything once we've cracked their system. Teaching you how to hack a security system, Beth informed him solemnly, is like letting a toddler play with explosives. Nothing good will come of it. He couldn't win against them. He joined the line at a Vietnamese food truck at lunchtime and watched idly as two perpetually smiling cooks worked swiftly. Roti tacos, he ordered when it was his turn. A radio was playing a news station in the background. He listened as he checked out the park, straightened when he heard the speaker's name mentioned. Can you turn that up, please? The aproned cook leaned across her partner and increased the volume. A press conference. Bart Jameson, who stated that Lauren Breland's disappearance was being investigated by the FBI. He recited a toll-free number, along with a plea for information. The speaker came on next and declared a high five-figure reward. About time, Cutter thought, as he paid for his lunch and settled on a patch of grass in the park. He finished his food and drove to Arlington Square, a red brick house on Nelson Street. He drove down the street several times and his shoulders slumped when he didn't spot any cameras outside any of the houses. He parked in front of a house and went up the cracked concrete walkway to a door, rang a bell, pressed the button when there was no response. A muffled voice came from within. He heard footsteps and felt movement from behind the door. It opened suddenly, and a baseball bat swung at his head. "It's him!" Travis Cruz yelled as he charged out. Cutter ducked the wild blow and deflected the next thrust. Carl Moishin lunged from inside the house with another bat and joined the attack. "Hey, listen, I have a few questions." The men didn't stop. They spread out as he backed away on the lawn. Travis charged at him suddenly, while Wallace swung round to block his escape. Cutter didn't attempt to flee. He sidestepped and trapped the incoming weapon between his forearm and body and chin-punched Cruz with the heel of his palm. He felt the rush of air and ducked, back-heeled, to catch Moishin. A lucky blow that caught the incoming attacker on his thigh. Cutter let go of Cruz's bat, spun and hit the second man in the temple with his elbow. "I came to talk," he said, picking up their fallen bats and sizing them up as they fell gasping on the grass. Cruz cursed as he wiped blood from his split lips and spat on the lawn. Moishin groaned as he held his head, his eyes squeezed shut. "Do you have a security camera?" He prodded Cruz with a bat when he got no answer. "Does it look like we have one?" the man groaned. "Do you remember anything at all about those men?" "I told you," Moishin moaned as he writhed on the lawn. "It was one man who came to our door." "Was he tall?" "A little shorter than you," Cruz mumbled. "Not Andrews. Must have been the second man in the car." "Your neighbors have security cameras?" "Not that we know of." "Why are you hung up on them?" Moishin spat. "I'm trying to locate those men." "They were in a Subaru, gray." Cutter searched his memory. Yeah, it was that color. I didn't get the make of the car. I was focused on the men. Moishin recited a number. "It's plate, Virginia registration," he said when Cutter stared at him. "I remember details like that." "Yeah, Carl's weird that way," Cruz agreed as he sat up and wiped his mouth. "One look at a car and he can tell you its plate, years later." "Why didn't you tell me? That day on Constitution Avenue?" "You never asked me about it," Moishin said defensively. Cutter shook his head in disgust. 6 million years of human evolution, and these two are who I end up with. Anything else you remember that you aren't telling me? He swung a bat in the air to make his point. He didn't tell me his name or address. Cruz's snarl faded when Cutter eyed him coldly. "Nothing," he mumbled. Was he alone? He turned to Moishan. No, there was a driver in the car. His head was touching the roof. Andrews. Was he masked too? I couldn't tell. They drove off as soon as I reached the sidewalk. Did the car have any marks? No. What was that man wearing? Wearing? Cruz frowned. I didn't notice. Why did I even ask? He must not have seen beyond those dollar bills. Call me if you remember anything, he said, dropping his business card on Cruz's chest. Cutter? What kind of name is that? He stopped himself from kicking the man. Nope, he breathed deeply. Gotta take the high ground. Werner came back to Cutter instantly. The Subaru's plates were originally registered to a Mustang. Its owner had filed a report with DC Metropolitan Police. Nothing else was taken. Andrews stole it? The AI program had more for him. It told him the Subaru had been scrapped at Scrappy Andy, a Baltimore junkyard. That was the day after Cruz and his friends attacked me on Constitution Avenue. He looked up the yard and pursed his lips. It's licensed. It will have to keep records. Which didn't mean anything. Andrews and the other dude with him will have produced false papers, but it might have cameras. The sound of crushing metal greeted Cutter when he drove into the industrial area where Scrappy Andy was located. He parked his Cherokee outside an air-conditioned office as he watched metal jaws grasp a car and squeeze it. You want to junk your ride? He turned to the burly man who had come out of the office. White tee with a beaming face on it, holding up a wad of dollars. The face matched the speakers. You're Andy? I'll give you $800 for that, cash, right now. That's not why I'm here. I'm a PI. He wasn't, but that was the quickest way to introduce himself without raising a bunch of questions. He produced his card and gave it to the scrap dealer. I'm searching for a missing person. This car is linked to the disappearance. He recited the number Moishan had given. I can release records only to the cops. You aren't one. The Scrappy Andy logo displayed a beaming man. No such smile on the dealer. Cutter peeled off several bills from a roll and thrust them at the owner. How about now? Andy felt the Benjamins as he squinted at his visitor and then thrust his head at the office. Inside, he grunted. The Subaru was brought in by a Flavin Martinez, a Maryland resident who had the correct papers in his name. You paid him in cash? Yeah, always do. That's why folks come to me. Cutter wrote down the address, even though he was sure it would be a false one. Can you show me Martinez on that? He jerked his head at the security monitor on the dealer's desk. Andy chewed his lips. His eyes flickered to the bulge in his visitor's pocket. I'll need some convincing. More bills changed hands. Cutter watched over the dealer's shoulder as he opened up a menu and brought up a recording. Sped through it and grunted. He leaned closer and watched customers drive up and deliver their vehicles to the dealer. Stop. Rewind and play again, he commanded. And watched as the Subaru rolled up to the dealer's office. Andrews got out of it, no one else in the car. How did he leave? A dark SUV rolled up to the entrance but didn't enter the compound. The indistinct image of a man behind the wheel. Andrews appeared in the frame moments later as he went to the SUV and climbed inside. It backed up and went out of sight. That's how, Andy grunted. You have any more cameras? Different angles? Just that one at the entrance. Can I take a copy of that? Cutter brought out a flash drive. Andy didn't follow up until another bill changed ownership. Beth and Megan might be able to do something with that, Cutter thought as he got into his Cherokee with the footage on his storage device. Andy watched his visitor drive away and returned to his office. He turned pages in his diary until he came to a number he had scrawled on it. He dialed the digits and waited while it rang. It's Scrappy Andy at the... Yeah, there was a visitor today. He left a few minutes ago. Cutter Grogan. I have his card here. Yeah, he was asking about the Subaru. Nope, I didn't tell him anything. "I can't give out information," he said righteously, and hung up. He had and was richer for it, but there was no need for the man on the phone to know that. "Do you believe him?" Vlad asked Denisov when his lieutenant ended the call. Andrews frowned thoughtfully and shook his head slowly. "I don't trust him." "That SUV had false plates on it. We changed them again. It can't be traced to us. The Martinez address—" "Da, I know all that, but there might be cameras. You shouldn't have come with me." "We were short of time that day. There was no choice. Besides, I didn't enter the building." Vlad swiveled in his chair and looked out of the window, thinking, if Grogan has access to facial recognition, deal with Scrappy Andy. Bring whatever is on his cameras. "Da, what about that FBI announcement?" "We expected that." "That reward Breland announced. It is tempting." Vlad pursed his lips thoughtfully and nodded. "You might have to deal with that too. 32. Denisov Androvich whistled as he drove up in the SUV and parked outside Scrappy Andy. The owner came out of the office and frowned at him. "You? I called you as soon as Grogan left." "Yeah." Denisov clapped him on the shoulder and guided him to the office. "Where are the rest of your staff?" "They've gone. I was closing up when you arrived." Denisov nodded. He had timed his arrival to catch the owner when he was alone. He smiled as he played with a stapler on the dealer's desk. He was still grinning when he grabbed the man's hand suddenly, jammed his finger in the instrument and squeezed it. Andy's howl reverberated in the office. 45 minutes later, he was dead on the floor, a pool of blood gathering from his slashed neck. Denisov was disappointed. The dealer had given up his secrets quickly, which meant he hadn't been able to have more playtime with Andy. He sighed and shrugged. Grogan. He would be a worthy opponent. That cheered him up. He would have the American under his knife. Grogan took that? Vlad steepled his fingers when he finished watching the security camera footage that Denisov had brought. Da, a copy of that. My face isn't clear in it. If our hackers aren't able to identify me from it, then no one can. He sent the video in an encrypted message and followed it up with a call to his cyber experts. You cleaned up in the auto shop? Da, Dennis nodded. Wiped everything down. Destroyed the computer and the cameras and then burned the place down. Remote or cloud storage for the backups? Not yet. Everything was done on site. It's an auto chop shop, not a bank. That was my mistake. I shouldn't have exposed myself to the cameras that way. If my face is recognizable, then we get Grogan? Denisov asked hopefully. Da, before he can go to the feds. Go to his hotel, keep watch. I'll warn you as soon as I hear from our hackers. Not good news, Beth warned Cutter. He was in his SUV, parked on Constitution Avenue, stretched out full length in his seat, reclined back as far as it could go, food wrappers and paper towels in the passenger seat, the remains of his dinner, Lincoln Memorial ahead, glowing white and standing proudly, commanding attention, demanding respect, making an impact in the night. Tell me, he said, licking his fingers and wiping them clean with a napkin. He slugged some water and wiped his mouth. Can't make out who that dude is in that SUV. We tried everything. Kernel fix, deconvolution, depixelate, filters. We got zilch. Too little of him was captured by the camera in the first place. On top of that, there is windscreen glare. Add distance to that. Poor resolution camera, angle, light. Sorry, Cutter. He chuckled despite his disappointment. She and Meg don't apologize often. I didn't hear that. Can you repeat it? Distance, light. Oh, she hung up and called him back a moment later. We identified 22 men at that DuPont nightclub. Senators and congressmen. Only 22? There were around 300 there. Yeah, around that many, Megan cut in. But we narrowed them down to fit the profile. Men, politicians, all of them based in D.C. for a good part of the year. That makes sense. The trafficking ring might not admit out-of-towners. Then we whittled it down further to work out how many were in the Capitol building that day. 22 men. We've sent the names to you. He picked up his phone and thumbed open the message from Beth. Glanced through the list. My 7 names are among those Beth and Meg have identified. 22 names. That's a lot of suspects. Cutter? Yeah? Beth sensed his predicament. How will you check them out? I have someone helping me, he admitted as he thought of Glover. The lobbyist arrived at the Capitol Hill Hotel and presented his invitation at the check-in desk. He picked a flute of champagne from a passing server and headed to the nearest bunch of politicians. Senators, he beamed at them. Thank you for getting that bill through, he said, raising his glass in a toast. My client is very happy. He networked the crowd expertly, shaking hands here, patting shoulders there, gossiping and discussing business with a few. Ashton, a voice slurred when he was washing his hands in the bathroom sink. He turned to see Nathan Jordan come out of a stall. Senator, he greeted the politician. It's been a long time since we last met. Yeah, when are you throwing your gig? You serve the best food and have the best girls. Glover sharpened. Soon, Senator. In a couple of weeks. He eyed the politician who swayed over the sink. His face was red from drink and his eyes were bleary. Glover checked back to make sure the stalls were empty and there was no one else in the bathroom. Is there any type of server you would like to be there? He whispered, his heart thumping loudly. Girls. Young. Jordan turned blearily at him. Do you want to? The lobbyist licked his lips nervously. Select them yourself? I can arrange that. For you to inspect. Jordan stiffened. He turned on the tap and washed his face. He wiped it with a fluffy towel and looked at Glover with sharp eyes. No trace of drunkenness in them. He walked out of the bathroom swiftly without a backward glance or another word. Glover sagged against the marble counter and buried his hands in his pockets to hide their shaking. Why did he leave like that? Was it Jordan at that nightclub? He scrunched his face as he tried to remember. That was a long time ago. What if Jordan reports me? Report me for what? To whom? He was drunk. I'll say I was drunk too. We were having a conversation about women. He won't report me. Had Glover's words even registered on Jordan? He might not even know what he was talking about. Why would he mention young girls, however? Glover pretended to dry his hands when another politician entered the bathroom and left it. He worked his way through the crowd, searching for Jordan, but didn't spot the senator. 2 hours later, with his face aching from smiling and his leg hurting from the wound, he left the event. He breathed the night air deeply as he waited for his car to pull up. He had a name for Grogan. He didn't know whether it meant anything, however. That's his problem, he thought darkly as he tipped the valet and slipped behind the wheel. I've got to work out how I'll deal with Jordan if he calls me or when we meet next. I'll pretend nothing happened, he decided. I'll deny we spoke in the bathroom. 33. Cutter was roused from his sleep by the buzzing of his phone, just past midnight. Get your butt to the Hoover building, DeFiore barked when he accepted the call. Now? He cleared his throat. Yeah, now. What is it? She hung up. He washed his face and styled his hair with wet fingers, straightened his clothing and drove to the FBI office. The detective was waiting for him in the lobby when he arrived, impassive, no greeting. She got him through the security check and took him up the elevator. A clue, DeFiore? A hint? She didn't look at him. She strode down the hallway and jerked her head at him outside Jameson's office. Cutter entered it and masked his surprise quickly at the sight of the speaker sitting across from the director, Quindica on another chair. Ma'am, he greeted her. It was late at night. A new day had started, but it looked like they hadn't gone home. Only Breland's face showed her fatigue and worry. She nodded shortly at him and turned back to the director. "You were at Scrappy Andy earlier today?" Jameson asked him. Cutter stared at his friend and then at Quindica and DeFiore, both of whom were expressionless. "What happened? You didn't hear?" "Hear what?" "The scrapyard burned down this evening. A body was found in it. Andy's. Metro Police and EMTs were on the scene, but they couldn't do much. The fire had destroyed most of the shop when they arrived. The body was barely identifiable. Co-workers identified him from his signet ring. Why were you there?" "Someone must have seen my SUV. That's how they placed me at the scene. I didn't burn it down. I didn't kill him." "Why were you there?" "How do you know someone killed him?" DeFiore asked. "Were you there because of Lauren?" Breland joined the questioning. "Whoa!" Cutter exclaimed. "Am I a suspect? I'd better lawyer up in that case." "Cutter," Jameson growled, "why were you there?" "It was a lead," he relented. "No other way I can get out of this. Tell us everything." DeFiore, firing words like bullets. He told them about Snyder's apartment, Denny Andrews, Cruz, Schilling, and Moishan. "How did you identity Andrews?" "She doesn't look surprised. They must have identified him too." "This is what I do. I investigate. Can't disclose Beth and Meg's involvement. He didn't tell them about Glover and the list. It's my investigation. I'll do things my way." "You didn't think of telling us about Snyder?" "He did, sir." DeFiore. "You didn't think of telling us about the rest?" Jameson didn't miss a beat. There was nothing to tell. "A man is dead because of you," the director exploded. "Did it ever occur to you that we—" "You didn't share anything," the speaker burst out. "I asked you, but you gave an excuse. That's my granddaughter. I have a right to know." "Ma'am." "You don't know what it feels like until you lose someone." Cutter felt like he'd been punched, but he didn't show it. He sat woodenly as Breland raged at him. "I have a hole in my life. Every day I wake up. I told you what I do. Have you ever felt like that? No. If you did, you would have acted differently." He let the words wash over him. He didn't look at Jameson, Quindica, or DeFiore. "I'll quit, ma'am." His voice came out distantly. Immediately. Gina DeFiore and Peyton Quindica are the best investigators I have ever worked with. They will find Lauren. They will take down whoever is behind it. You don't need me." He got to his feet and turned away blindly. "I'll see myself out," he said when he heard a chair scrape. He wasn't conscious of punching the elevator button, nor of entering it and going down. He tossed his visitor's pass at the security guard and went out into the night. DeFiore sat frozen in the sudden silence. She looked at Quindica, who had turned pale and was clutching her armrest tightly. Jameson was tight-lipped and narrow-eyed as he looked out the window. The speaker pushed her hair back with shaking fingers and drank water from a glass. Drops spilled onto the polished table, but she didn't wipe them away. "I was going to fire him." Her voice wobbled before it became firm. "Yanartas." Jameson didn't look at her. DeFiore sucked her breath sharply. "What was that?" the speaker asked. "Yanartas, in Turkey, a place of great natural beauty. It has rock fires, methane gas that comes out of the cracks and burns." Breland stared at him dumbly as the FBI director spoke without inflection, without meeting anyone's eyes. DeFiore grabbed Quindica's forearm and squeezed it tightly. Her nails would be digging painfully, but she didn't care. She knew her partner wouldn't mind. It didn't matter. Nothing did. As above the pounding in her chest and the soft breathing of the SAC next to her, and the frozen spectacle of the speaker, the FBI head continued speaking. Tayyib Mansour, an ISIS terrorist, hunted down a Delta Forces operative. He captured the man and his wife. He and his men raped her in front of him. They made him watch as they beheaded her, and then they tortured him and left him for dead. He survived, ma'am. He healed. He made a life for himself. He is the man you know as Cutter Grogan." Breland's hand went to her mouth. She made a soft, inarticulate sound, something like a moan. Still, Jameson didn't look at her. "Riley Grogan. That was her name. I was at their wedding." He raised his head slowly. "Loss, ma'am." He smiled grimly. "Not many have known it as much as Cutter has. Their unborn child died with Riley, 34. D.C. melted away. Bombed-out buildings came up in its place. Residents fleeing for their lives as black-robed terrorists drove through the city. It became Mosul. It became Kunduz and Bagram and Baghdad and Somalia, everywhere that he had been. The images flickered in Cutter's mind as he walked in the night. Faces, some of them grim, some of them laughing. Friends he had lost. Another face, a curly tendril of hair. A smile like sunshine. He pushed the memory away. It resisted. He crossed red lights without paying attention. A vehicle swerved past him as its driver leaned out of the window and cursed at him. He kept going until perspiration dripped off his face and his tea felt clammy against his skin. The memories faded slowly. The sounds of military operations disappeared. D.C. reappeared, and he found himself near the Washington Monument, sprawled on the grass. A shooting star zoomed across the sky. A smaller light moved slowly against the great canvas. An aircraft, flying over the curvature of the earth, carrying office workers, families, couples, individuals, to wherever they needed to be. For a split second, he allowed himself to feel the aching grief and void, and then his training and conditioning returned, and he locked away the memories and the feelings once again. He sat up when footsteps crunched. A hand thrust a coffee cup at him. Di Fiore and Quindica on each side of him, carrying drinks for themselves. He took the beverage from the detective as they settled beside him. The three of them sipped silently as they gazed at the National Mall down its length to the Lincoln Memorial. "People deal with loss in different ways," the SAC said. It wasn't a conversation opener. It didn't require a response. He drank and let the warmth and flavor seep through him. "Since when does the FBI stock up on Jamaican Blue Mountain?" He saw it from his peripheral vision, their shoulders relaxing at his light words. It hit him how tightly wound they must have been. Their concern for him. Quindica's eyes were dark pools of worry. She exhaled slowly then and closed her eyes in relief when he squeezed her forearm. "This doesn't change anything," Di Fiore said. The words lacked her usual punch. It was a question. Her skin was stretched tight over her cheekbones, worry lines around her eyes and mouth. "Gina, if it did, I would ask Peyton to take you to a psychiatrist." Her face relaxed. Her lips curled into a smile. She didn't bite his head off for calling her by her first name. She shoulder-bumped him instead as her eyes ran over him, but she didn't comment at his hair all askew and his damp clothing. She didn't need to. The three of them were good. "My Cherokee is at the Hoover. Come along with us," Quindica offered. "As if he'd pass up a free ride," Di Fiore scoffed. "On taxpayer money." Nothing had changed. He went along with them to Constitution Avenue and slowed when he saw the three dark SUVs. "She wants to talk to you." The detective read his glance. "The coffee?" "We went to her home. She brewed it herself and gave it to us." "She was waiting all along while we sat there?" "Yeah." "You could have told me." "We needed the U.S. time," Quindica stated. "Now," Di Fiore said quickly, "don't get emotional and weepy on us." He grinned and went down the grassy bank toward the convoy. A door opened and Amy Breland got out of the SUV in the middle. Her protection detail emerged from the other vehicles and stood watchfully. "Cutter," she began, "I am sore—" "Ma'am, you don't need to be." I spoke in the heat. "Ma'am," he said firmly, "all that's behind us. We won't talk about it." She licked her lips and glanced at the SAC and the detective, who nodded encouragingly. "I want you on the case, please." "I wasn't going to quit, ma'am." "I told you," DeFiore said, quietly triumphant. "I can brief you right now if you wish. Everything." "No," Breland smiled. "I'm happy with our arrangement. Do it your way." He nodded and watched as she was driven away. "Did you kill the scrap dealer?" Quindica asked him when they approached her ride. "No, I told you." He brought out the flash drive and gave it to her. "What's on it?" "There was a second man with Andrews." "Yeah, him," DeFiore interjected. "How do you know his name?" "Do you really want to know?" "Not really. You must have broken a gazillion laws." "He killed Snyder." "We worked that out. He is Lauren's kidnapper." "He isn't acting alone. There is this other man. The two of them were in that car on Constitution Avenue when they set Cruz and his friends up. Mystery Man is on that flash drive. Problem is," he said, grimacing, "camera angle and light aren't good. I couldn't identify him. Your technicians might have better luck." He doubted it. Beth and Meg have the best tech in the agency. The covert outfit had access to SA prototypes and often bought cutting-edge technology from private enterprises. If they couldn't identify him, the FBI won't either. It was worth a shot, however. "Any other kidnapper," Quindica mused as she fired up her ride and drove down the silent streets, "would have tortured Lauren by now, got where she stored her findings." "Cloud account." "Yeah, we worked that out too, smartass," DeFiore mocked him. "Erased all of it," the SAC spoke above their verbal jousting, "and would have killed her. Someone would have found her body by now." "I know," Cutter nodded. She stopped behind his Cherokee outside the Hoover building. "You know what that means?" "She's being kept alive for a reason. This is bigger than her and that ring." 35. "Have you seen the news?" Doyle exploded when Vlad entered the Hayes Adams conference room. "Breland has offered a reward," Murphy yelled. "Are you aware of that?" "Why aren't you answering our calls?" "Gentlemen," Vlad didn't raise his voice, but its tone got to them. They quieted immediately. "I have been busy, dealing with matters that concern us." "Is there a problem?" Witt asked nervously. "Yeah," Doyle frowned. "How worried should we be? Chad's death has nothing to do with me." "I know, but that investigator, what's his name? Grogan. Him accosting Rubin, the speaker's announcement. It feels like things are moving fast." "They're closing in on us," Taylor growled. "Relax." Vlad smiled reassuringly. "No one is closing in on us. No one knows what we do. The FBI, cops, no law enforcement agency has gotten wind of our activities. You are safe. You have my word." His calm, soothing words had their effect. "Did Lauren tell you anything?" Taylor asked. "No, I haven't questioned her." He broke into a wide smile when they looked at him in surprise. "What? You thought I would torture and then kill her?" "No, I don't work like that. I'm a businessman. I give people what they want." He winked at them, hinting at their perverse interests. But violence and murder, no. Money is more effective than that. "Fools," he thought contemptuously, when he saw them visibly relax. "That's good, Vlad," Taylor said. "But that reward, you said a few cops helped you grab her. They might be tempted." "I'm aware of that. I'll talk to them." "See?" Taylor looked at the other senators. "We were panicking unnecessarily. Vlad's got everything under control." "There's something you all should know," Jordan said nervously. "I was at this event yesterday." "I was there too," Doyle interjected. "At the Hilton, right? I saw you but didn't get to talk to you." "Yeah, that one. I was drunk." "Nathan," Witt said coldly, "all of us have warned you about that. You need help. You're an alcoholic. Don't start, Walker." "What happened?" Vlad cut in swiftly before the argument escalated. "I was in the bathroom when a man talked about girls." Several of the men sucked in their breath sharply. What did he say exactly? It was a lobbyist. He said he was throwing a party or something like that. And I might have asked him to arrange for young girls as hostesses. Might? Murphy's face turned red. Yeah, what do you mean? Doyle shouted. Quiet, Vlad thundered. They fell silent. You don't remember, he looked at Jordan. The senator nodded, shamefaced. I remember only that much. I might not have even said that. Maybe he said it, but it's all a blur in my mind. I saw you leaving, Doyle said, frowning. You looked fine. You weren't stumbling. That's the kind of drunk he is, Witt said savagely. He looks okay until he begins to speak. Most people don't realize how bad his addiction is. Nathan. Vlad leaned forward. Who was this other man? I don't remember, the senator said miserably. Are you sober now? I don't get drunk in the mornings. Yeah, he saves that for after work, Murphy said snidely. Vlad raised his hand to cut off further jibes. Would you recognize him if you saw him again? I might. Let's meet again. I will call you. You can do something about this? Taylor asked him. Yes. Vlad smiled confidently. This is not a problem. Go about your business. Focus on your campaigns, and everything is ready for your Texas event. That was sufficient distraction for the senators. There was a political event at the Capitol Hilton yesterday. Vlad rapped into his phone when he was in his car. I want a list of everyone who was there. Names, photographs, everything. Da, his cyber team leader told him. Problem? Denisov met his eyes in the mirror. Possibly, Vlad rubbed his eyes and briefed his deputy. What Taylor said, that's important too. Da. He came to a decision. We have to deal with Kane Han. The Capitol Police officer? Da. Permanently? Da. We can't risk having him around. Not with that reward repeated on TV screens every day. Our men who took her away? They're back in Russia, Denisov assured him and started whistling. Vlad couldn't help grinning. He knew why his lieutenant was cheerful. There was more killing on the horizon. 36. We've got to meet, Glover said in a call to Cutter. Now? He glanced at his watch. It was just past lunchtime. He had slept late in his Cherokee after driving back from the Hoover building the previous night, parked in a quiet street behind Union Station. He had showered in its bathroom and had just finished his meal when the lobbyist had called. Yeah. Give me 15. I'll be at your office. It's on H Street. I know where it is. He hung up and wondered what the lobbyist had to tell him as he navigated the afternoon traffic. He parked in a vacant space in the basement garage of the building and went up the stairs to the first floor. Come, Glover greeted him as he entered the office. You're alone? I gave my staff the day off. The lobbyist limped as he took Cutter to a walnut-paneled office and slumped into his leather chair. He flushed when his visitor glanced at the photographs of his kids on the polished wood counter behind him. Glover swiveled his chair to block their view and arranged files on his desk. You asked to meet me, Cutter reminded him pointedly. I went to the event yesterday, like you wanted. And? Senator Nathan Jordan from Florida. Independent. Yeah, I've heard of him. He asked me when I was throwing a reception of my own. He narrated the incident in detail. Young girls? Cutter growled. That's what he said? Yeah, but... The lobbyist's chair creaked as he shifted on it. He was drunk. Did he mean it? Did those words slip out because he has those... He grimaced. Inclinations? You don't recall if he was one of the two men at the DuPont place? No, but he was at that event. Check the list I gave you. His name should be on it. Cutter drew out the folded paper and smoothed it out. Nathan Jordan, fifth name from the top. A lead. He fought to control his excitement. Yeah, but it could be anything like Glover said. Arrange your event in the next few days. Don't ask your caterer for young servers or I will break your neck." The lobbyist blanched at the threat. "Apologize to Jordan for not getting his type. I'm sure you can come up with a suitable excuse. See where it goes from there. Planning these events takes time. They cost." "I looked up your financials. You're doing well. You can afford to lose a few tens of thousands." "But this isn't a negotiation. What if he denies it?" "You'll have to keep working on the other politicians, quickly." Lauren's time might be running out. Vlad's good humor faded when he thought of Jordan. His anger mounted the more he thought of the politician's confession. That drunk, he could destroy everything I have built. "Come," he barked as he got to his feet abruptly. "We're dealing with Han now?" Denisov asked him, surprised. "I thought we would go in the evening." Columbia Heights. It was a 4-floor building on Irving Street, set apart from the neighboring buildings by a narrow passage on each side. The first floor was a bar. The second level was occupied by Brand Promise. The third floor had a cybersecurity consultancy, Vlad's Hackers. The entire building was owned by him, bought outright from funds provided by Moscow Man. Everyone in it worked for him. He walked up the side entrance and went to the second floor. "Everything okay?" he asked Calhoun, who was supervising a shoot. Yeah, the director said distractedly. "I didn't expect to see you here. That girl's new." Vlad jerked his head at the model. "I haven't seen her before." Calhoun flinched from his cold tone. It was a rule. The director selected the women from Vlad's supply chain. He had to get the lobbyist's approval for any other model. "She isn't one of us," he whispered in Russian. "She's from outside. I'll send you her details. We're using her for just this campaign." Vlad nodded once. Brand Promise had to organize commercial shoots in order to maintain its cover, which meant Calhoun had to take on real models. "I checked her thoroughly," the director said hurriedly. "She's legit." "She had better be," the lobbyist told him coldly. "That's how that reporter got through." He lingered for a few moments and then went up the stairs to check on his hackers. He shook his head, shrugged his shoulders as the team leader gave him an update. That they were operating in D.C., right under the noses of the law enforcement and intelligence agencies, never failed to give him a kick. Vlad went down to the bar and ordered his usual, Beluga Gold Line, the best Russian vodka, in his opinion. It went down smoothly but did little to calm him down. He slammed the glass on the counter and went to the kitchen, past perspiring chefs and servers. Down into the cellar, past wine racks and casks, to the end of the room. He looked into a concealed pad that scanned his eyes, turned a hidden latch and entered a narrow hallway. He slipped on a mask, presented his eyes at another door, and entered the room. Lauren turned at his entrance. She recognized him immediately as her interrogator. The man who brought her food was heavier, bulkier. She hadn't been tortured for several days, and that had allowed her injuries to heal. Nevertheless, the sight of him sent a cold frisson through her. He came to her and slapped her without warning. "Tell me," he said, yanking her hair and hitting her again. "Tell me where you have hidden it, your notes. Tell me." He roared as he punched her over and over again in the belly, on the face, on her neck. She tried to resist. She knew a few Krav Maga moves, but he crowded her, didn't give her space to execute them. She screamed in rage and fear and butted him with her head. He caught her neck and squeezed as he snarled in her face. "Tell me!" Her breathing stuttered, her vision blurred. She had resisted his earlier torture, but the interval had lulled her into a sense of complacency, and now, as her fear returned and her consciousness faded, she broke. 37. "I thought he told us not to touch her," Denisov said, referring to Moscow Man as he looked at his boss in the mirror as he drove them to the hay Adams. "What he doesn't know won't hurt him." Vlad was triumphant, but his face didn't show it. The journalist had collapsed, but not before she had repeated the words. I didn't need the doctor, he thought smugly. I extracted it from her. My way. His fingers twitched, but he controlled the urge to reach for his phone, not to call the paymaster, but to log into the account the journalist had given up. Wait. He hurried into the hotel and, carrying a packet of photographs his hacker team leader had given him, went to the conference room. It had been easy to crack into the hotel's security system and copy all the images from the room. Nathan, he said, smiling genially at the senator who was alone. Are you feeling better? Nothing happened to me, the politician said, putting away his phone. I'm good. Let's get this over quickly. I've got to get back to the Capitol. Vlad wanted to snap his neck but restrained himself. He brought out the photographs and slid them towards the senator. That's all of them at the event. How did you get them? Jordan started going through them quickly. I have my contacts. He sat still as the politician glanced at individual images and discarded them. Servers, catering staff, all of them went into a pile quickly. He took more time with the politician's photographs and placed some of them in a separate pile. Not sure of them, Jordan grunted without looking up. He returned to the second bunch when he had finished and went through them slowly. He fingered the faces and separated out 2 photographs. He pored over them, looked into the distance several times, and then picked one up. Him, he said decisively. You're sure? Yeah. We don't want to make a mistake. I'm not making one. Vlad checked out the photograph of a burly man in a dark suit. He riffled through the stack and came out with another one of the same man from a different angle. It's him, Jordan exclaimed irritably. He was in the bathroom. Who is he? Vlad asked, even though he knew. A lobbyist, like you. Don't you know him? I thought you folks knew who your competition was. He has a name? Ashton Glover. What will you do? Ask him a few questions. Vlad smiled and squeezed Jordan's shoulder. Go back to the Capitol. I'll deal with it. I'm sorry for all this, Jordan said awkwardly at the door. I was indiscreet. I haven't decided whether I should kill you. It's nothing. Vlad smiled instead. We'll deal with this. He sat alone for several moments contemplating. Glover. I'll have to find out what he knows and how. Did Grogan get to him? How? Or did the lobbyist act on his own? Did he hear a whisper somewhere? He stretched out in his chair and felt the press of his phone in his jacket pocket. That reminded him. He brought it out and, unable to control himself, logged into Lauren's cloud account. He howled in rage when he found nothing there. 38. Cutter researched Jordan in his car. Independent senator from Florida, popular, married. Wife was a surgeon in Miami. Their only child, a daughter, was a lawyer in California. The senator had run a successful logistics company in his home state and, after selling it, had entered politics. He was a strong proponent of family values. Yeah, right, he thought in disgust. No secret bank accounts that he could find. No shady financial transactions. Jordan seemed to be one of those rare politicians, a clean one. Except that he likes young girls. Cutter made a face as he put aside his screen. Gotta give him the benefit of the doubt. He was drunk. He might not have meant those words. I can ask him. But I'll check out his apartment first. Cutter went to the senator's website and checked out his public appointments. He's going to give a filibuster speech all night. His apartment wasn't listed on the page, but Werner had no trouble locating it. A 14th floor apartment in Navy Yard, in a riverfront building. He got the AI program to get its layout and security system, keyless entry to the building. He was familiar with the make. I can come up with a duplicate card. That will give me entry to the elevator too. The apartment will be tricky though. He drummed his fingers for a moment and then made the call. Are you still in D.C.? Why? Megan asked. I need to break into an apartment. You need our help? Yeah. We don't need to be in D.C. for that, Beth snorted. But yeah, we still are. Whose is it? Senator Jordan. The Florida Independent? Yeah. When? Tonight. We'll get back to you. Cutter glanced at his watch. Was there time? Yeah, there was. About that dinner, he said in a message to Sanchez. How about tonight? Cutter, is that you? Who else would it be? It's just that I never expected this day to arrive. Wait, let me dance a jig. Okay, I'm back. Everyone had to be a joker. Why don't you come to my place? His friend continued. I'll cook you a meal. I'm offering to take you for dinner, and I'm offering to cook. Tacos, quesadillas, sold. What about Maria? She's gone to Cancun for a business trip. It'll be just you and me. I'll see you in the evening. You're in the same place? Queen's Chapel? Yeah. We got the house on a long lease. Got lucky there. See you later. You're free this evening, buddy? Vlad called Kane Han. Nope. Nothing in particular. We haven't seen each other in a while. Yeah. I'll swing by your place. He hung up and scratched his jaw. He was back in his West End apartment after getting his rage under control. The journalist had fooled him. She had given him the login to her account, but it was clearly a fake. His fists clenched instinctively. I can go to her right now, make her scream and beg, rape her, punish her until she spills everything. He breathed deeply, inhale, exhale until his heartbeat lowered. He couldn't risk assaulting her. It would get back to Moscow Man, and the subsequent conversation wouldn't be pleasant. He decided not to report the login failure. He picked up his phone and brought up Stefan's number. What was taking him so long to convince the doctor? He pressed the call button, cursed, and ended it before it connected. The doctor wasn't his idea. It was Moscow Man's. Why should I hurry her interrogation? She wasn't going anywhere and his boss wasn't bothered. 39. Kane Han clocked off his shift at the Capitol and drove home. He kissed his wife when he entered, swung his daughter around and went up to shower. He groaned softly as he rested his head against the tiled wall and let the water beat down on him. How did it come to this? He was a supremacist, a right-winger, and when he joined the force, he'd found many officers had similar beliefs. They formed a secretive club and joined a secure messaging system on which they communicated with each other and with the outside world. They networked with other similar clubs in law enforcement around the country. Han had even gone to rallies in the Midwest. Those had to be planned like combat operations to make sure he wasn't caught on camera and his tracks were covered up. Vlad had entered his life several years ago. He had come up to Han in the Capitol building and asked him for directions. I know who you really are, he said, when the officer brought out a map. Han looked at him, puzzled. I know what you folks do at that DC club. He brought out a photograph from an inside jacket and flashed it quickly. Han, face red, mouth open, fist clenched, at a Texas rally. I am not here to expose you, he said, smiling when the officer turned pale. We are going to be friends. It began with Han feeding him information, which senators were having affairs in their hideaways, who had a drinking problem. Vlad rewarded him in return, generous monthly payments that had enabled the officer to buy the semi-detached house in Anacostia. Inheritance, he chuckled whenever other officers asked him about it. Han didn't feel guilty. Vlad was one of them. He gave them use of his Irving Street bar, arranged for reputed white supremacist speakers at their meetings, and facilitated the secretive club in any way he could. Han readily agreed when Vlad told him to grab the journalist. The officer hated her. She was one of those left-wing people who didn't see that their country was being ruined. They were America's enemies. He and his club knew of the insurrectionists' plan long before law enforcement got wind of it. The club members got the rioters inside the Capitol building and directed them to key senators' offices. Han had personally pointed them to the speaker's hideaway. None of us can be in any of your videos or photographs, he warned the insurrectionists, who complied. He took Vlad's men, who had joined the rioters, and searched for the journalist until they found her in Webster's office. He hadn't heard anything about her after that. He soaped and washed himself. Breland's reward for information. It made him uneasy. Vlad didn't pay every member of the club. What if some of them turn against us and go to the feds? That reward she has announced is so big, it could tempt an officer or a rioter. And why does he want to meet me at home? He's never done that. Han toweled himself as he thought about it. He knew the FBI's hunt for the journalist was going nowhere. Vlad had assured him of that. He knew how tenuous his position was, however. One rioter or one officer can ruin me. Sanchez, he decided abruptly as he slipped on his clothing. I'll go to him. I'll tell him everything. He stopped and contemplated this thought. Confessing would destroy his life, his family, everything he had worked for. He would be arrested. There would be a high-profile trial. His wife and daughter would be hounded by the media. They would have to leave D.C. once he went to prison. What's the alternative? He thought bleakly. Face prison? Wait for the shoe to drop? A traitor to rat on me? No, he decided and finished dressing. Sanchez might be able to help me. We have worked together. He's become a celebrity and will know people in the FBI and government. He can push for lenient sentencing. He smiled grimly at the thought of him, a white supremacist seeking help from a Mexican-American. I've got to look out for myself and my family. Honey, he said after going to the kitchen and kissing his wife, I've got to slip out for a while. Kane, what about dinner? It's a work thing, he said apologetically. You know how that works. I'll be back soon. Don't wait for me. He walked out despite her protests and went to his car. Where is he going? Vlad frowned. He leaned forward from the back seat to see Han pull out in his car and drive away. Try his phone, Denisov suggested as he approached the officer's house. He's not picking up. Follow him. Where are you? Vlad messaged the officer. No reply. You've changed the plates, he asked his lieutenant sharply. Da. I replace them every day. Where is he going? Vlad shook his head, even though Denisov couldn't see him, as they took the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge over the Anacostia River. Capitol Street, 3rd Street. Denisov waved at a red light to get Han's attention in his rearview mirror. Don't, Vlad hissed. You'll attract attention. Da, that's the point. No. He shrank in his seat and opened a newspaper. Other travelers are looking at you. Did he forget about your meeting? I told him I would come to his house. Did that spook him? Where else could you have killed him and his family? Denisov would have made it look like a home invasion. Let's see where he goes. He settled back in his seat while his lieutenant drove through the evening traffic. We can get you through, Beth messaged Cutter when he was outside a juice bar on K Street. In the open, if Andrews wanted to take a shot at him. No one fired at him. It'll be late at night, he replied as he sipped his watermelon concoction. That's what we figured. Will I be keeping you up? You're not that important. We're doing other stuff too. Put in his place. He turned his attention back to his dinner as he brought up Jordan's schedule. Yeah, nothing has changed. He started his speech. He finished his drink and joined the traffic in his Cherokee, heading north of the city to Queen's Chapel. Vlad watched as the tail lights on Han's vehicle flared, and he rolled to a stop outside a house. Residential street, single-family homes on both sides. Laundry hung out to dry in one front yard. A toy car in another garden. A couple walking down the sidewalk. Whose house is this? Vlad squeezed Denisov's shoulder to quiet him as Han climbed out of the vehicle and looked up and down the street. The officer gave no sign he had spotted them. He went up the paved walkway and rang the bell. Sanchez! Vlad exhaled when the door opened. This is not good? Denisov looked at him. Not yet. Okay. His lieutenant slipped on gloves, unconcerned. We take out both of them, Go back to Han's family and finish them too. Da. You stay here, we can't risk— I have to be there, Vlad said stubbornly. We have to ask Han what he is planning. Denisov rolled his eyes but didn't protest. He got out of the SUV and went to the house. 40. Kane, Sanchez exclaimed. What's up, bud? What are you doing here? The officer brushed past him and went inside without waiting for a welcome. I need to talk to you. Now? The decorated officer wiped his hands on his apron. I'm expecting a visitor. Can it wait? No, you've got to hear me out. Kane, I'm in the middle of cooking dinner. One of my best buddies from my military days is visiting. Whatever you've got to say can— I kidnapped Lauren Breland. Sanchez stared at him. His mouth gaped. Come again? He asked in disbelief. I grabbed her from the Capitol building. I delivered her to— The doorbell rang. That must be my friend, Sanchez said, frowning. Wait here. I'll make some excuse and get him to leave. Heck, Kane, what did you get involved in? He threw over his shoulder as he went to the door. It swung into him even as he opened it and cracked him on the chin. He staggered back as two men burst through. The taller man slammed it shut and hurled him into the living room casually. Sanchez crashed into the coffee table, which broke under his weight. He groaned and shook his head to clear it. You! He yelled when he recognized the second man. Are you being a bad boy? Denisov smiled at Han, who stood frozen in shock in the living room. He swept his hand in a downward slash. A thin stripe started reddening across the officer's chest. The cop spun on his heel and darted down the hallway, but Denisov anticipated the move. He lunged forward and brought the officer down in a body slam. He chuckled as the man turned as he fell and easily deflected the punches. He jabbed his knife into Han's shoulder and twisted it viciously. Do you need help? He yelled over the cop's scream as furniture crashed in the living room. No, Vlad panted. I can deal with him. Good, the killer said, smiling. I can play with him in that case. He plunged his blade into Han's belly. What are you doing? Sanchez shouted as he hurled missiles at Vlad. Why are you here? He threw a book at the man, picked up a vase and sent it flying at Vlad, who ducked easily. Sanchez scrambled back on the floor as a scream echoed from the hallway. My gun's in my bedroom. My phone's in the kitchen, he thought wildly. Cutter. He'll be here any moment. He'll surprise them. He picked up the shattered coffee table and threw it at the man and got to his feet. He feinted left and darted right when the arrival kicked him in the belly. He grunted in agony as his breath escaped him. With it came rage and red mist. He threw himself at his attacker with a roar, punching, yelling, hitting any part of his body he could reach. He crowded him against the wall and, through his peripheral vision, saw the tall man crouching over Han. Something glinted in the light and the fallen cop shrieked again. Sanchez turned his attention back to his attacker, but it was too late. The blow to his temple felt like a block of concrete landing on him. His vision dimmed. His head swam. He tried to resist, but he was easily overpowered. Vlad looked out of the window and drew the curtain shut. He turned around as Denisov finished tying their captive's hands and feet and taped their mouths. Don't start, he warned. Let me check the house first. If there was anyone else here, they would have heard the sounds and come. We've got to be sure. He drew his gun and went down the hallway to the kitchen. Empty. It looked like Sanchez had been cooking. Vlad picked up a carrot and bit into it as he opened the rear door and stepped out into the backyard. A path went down the side of the house toward the front, neighboring houses around them. No sounds of alarm from them. No sirens wailing in the distance. He went back inside and checked the bedrooms on the second floor. Empty. A photograph of Sanchez and a smiling woman on a bedside table. Women's clothing in the dresser, but no sign of her. No one else, he told Denisov when he returned to the living room. He sat on a couch and crossed his legs. "Start," he told his lieutenant, who cut Han's chest. 41. Han jerked and writhed in agony as Denny cut strips of his flesh. "Are you ready to talk?" The cop grunted, making inarticulate sounds from behind his gag and nodding furiously. "I told you everything," he screamed when the killer ripped his tape away. "How do we know he's telling the truth?" Vlad asked. "My boss has a point." Denisov punctured Han's thigh. The lobbyist switched his attention to Sanchez, who was stirring. He went to the kitchen to get a serrated knife and held it in front of his captive's face. "Why did Han come to you? And your wife? Where is she?" He pricked the decorated cop's neck. Sanchez flinched and glared at him angrily. "He's one of those tough ones," Denisov said, glancing over his shoulder. "Yeah, let's see how long he'll hold out." Vlad pierced Sanchez's belly with the blade and smiled at the way his captive howled and writhed. The two men worked on their prisoners expertly, alternating between small cuts and large slashes, skills they had learned together, growing up in the mean streets of Moscow, honed as they formed their criminal gang. "He is telling the truth," Denisov sighed after half an hour of this. Blood soaked the carpet beneath the two men. Their chests and thighs had ribbons of flesh peeling away. Their heads lolled. Their eyes were dull. Small moans slipped out of them as they breathed harshly. "Sanchez doesn't know anything," Vlad replied. "Han had only begun telling him when we arrived. His wife is in Cancun. She'll return in a week. Let's finish them. Then we can go after his family." Denisov tapped the supremacist's cheek with his blade. "Do we need to?" the lobbyist said, frowning. "I did say we should kill them, but is that necessary now? Did he tell his wife anything?" "No." "Let them live in that case." "You heard that, Han?" Denisov crooned at the cop. "You got lucky today. Your family will live. They won't know what you were up to," and he slashed the officer's neck. "Sanchez." Vlad leaned over his prisoner and shook his head regretfully. "This isn't your fault. None of this would have happened if Han hadn't come to you. But you have recognized me, and I can't let you live. You know what I've done. Can't have you going to the feds with that. Maria, your wife, she's beautiful. If she had been here, Denisov would have played with her, too." "We'll watch her when she returns," his lieutenant said, grinning. "Yeah. If she's a good girl, we'll be good too. Or else, we can be very bad, as you have seen." And Vlad thrust his blade into his prisoner's chest. Sanchez, swimming in a haze of pain, heard the words distantly. He had fought terrorists, had been captured and tortured, but everyone had a breaking point, and he had reached his when Vlad cut his belly. "Didn't tell them about Cutter." He formed the thought slowly as he struggled to suck air in. He knew he was dying. His body was shutting down its systems to prolong life as long as it could, but it was losing. Too many organs had been damaged, blood had been spilled, and recovery was impossible. He heard his wife's name dimly and made a superhuman effort to listen. "No, keep away from her." He didn't know he had said the words aloud. His last memory was of the blade coming down on him. Vlad stiffened when the doorbell rang. His eyes narrowed as Denisov got to his feet and moved quietly to the door. "Grogan," he whispered after peering through the peephole. "Go. I'll clean up here." "We both—" "Don't waste time." His deputy pushed him to the hallway. "I'll make sure they're dead and join you. Go." Vlad nodded at him, glanced at Sanchez, and left swiftly through the kitchen. "We're wearing gloves. We have caps over our heads. There are no security cameras in the house. Nothing will connect us to these killings." He went into the backyard cautiously, leapt over the neighbor's fence, and went out through their front garden without being spotted. 42. "Marco!" Cutter yelled as he rang the bell again and pounded on the door. His car is in the drive, he thought as he peered through the window, but thick curtains blocked his view. He doesn't go anywhere without it. He's got to be inside. He tried his friend's phone again, but got his voicemail after several rings. He grunted in frustration and went to the garden. He counted the flower pots on the right side of the house and thrust his hand inside the fourth one from the corner. His fingers dug through the soil until they came across the house key. He and Maria have kept that spare there for years. He shook away the earth from his fingers and went to the door. "Marco!" he shouted as he entered the hallway. "Where the heck are you? Can't you hear me?" He frowned at the darkness inside. "Why have you turned off the lights?" he called out as he went inside the living room and searched for the switches to his left. "There are better ways to cut your bills." His chuckle died away when he took in the scene. His friend and a vaguely familiar man on the floor, blood everywhere, sightless eyes staring at the ceiling, broken furniture. "Marco!" he shouted as he kneeled over his friend and felt for a pulse. "Can you hear me? It's me, Cutter. Marco!" Cutter felt breath on the back of his neck and reacted instinctively. He hurled himself sideways but wasn't quick enough. Something that felt like a tree trunk slammed into his side and sent him crashing against the wall. He turned swiftly, felt the incoming blow and blocked it as his lizard brain took over and went into fight mode. Dennis Andrews. He recognized the tall man, bloodied gloves on his hands, red splotch marks on his shirt, a knife gleaming wickedly in the light, a lazy smile on his face. He killed Marco! Rage flooded him. He snarled as he lashed out at the approaching assassin with his leg and caught his shin. Andrews wobbled for a moment, which gave Cutter the fractional edge. He grabbed the nearest object, a shattered vase, and flung it at the killer. He followed up with a lunge, coming beneath the knife hand to grab Andrews by the waist and drive him to the floor. The blade jabbed him in the back, pierced through his jacket and tee and cut him. The searing agony fueled his anger as he struck at the killer's neck. Andrews was fast. He was slippery. He seemed to be laughing. He blocked the blows and twisted like an eel to get away. Cutter reared up to grab him again. He lost his hold on the blood-soaked carpet and took the incoming knee flush on his face. He fell back and reached for his Glock, but before he could draw it, Andrews had disappeared through the front door with a mocking salute and one word. Later, 43. Cutter rushed out of the door and down the drive to see the killer disappear behind a passing vehicle. "Get back to Marco," he raged at himself. He raced inside the house and knelt over his friend and put his cheek against his nose. Was that a breath he felt? He fumbled in his pocket and brought out his phone, dialed 911 blindly, even as he heard sirens wailing in the distance. "2 men down!" he screamed when the operator came on and gave the address. He hung up as the sirens grew louder. Tires squealed outside and the hallway lit up with red and blue flashes. "Step away." Cutter raised his hands and moved away from the bodies as armed cops rushed through the door. "Where's the ambulance?" he snarled. "They need attention." "Step back, sir." Cutter leaned against the wall and watched numbly as medics crowded past the cops and knelt over the fallen men. He answered questions mechanically as 2 officers questioned him. His eyes didn't leave Marco's body as the EMTs worked over him and the second man. "Is he alive?" he called when the bodies were stretchered out of the house. "He's my friend. I'm going with—" "Stand back." An officer put a restraining hand on his chest. "Are they alive?" he demanded. The cops ignored him as they blocked his way. More officers entered the house, a flurry of movement at the door. "Grogan!" He looked on numbly as Quindica and Di Fiore came to him. "Is he alive? Marco?" he asked hoarsely. "Barely," the SAC told him. "Walk us through everything. What went down here?" Cutter sagged against the wall. He slid down it and sat on the floor with his legs outstretched. He lifted his palms and inspected them dully as they came away wet, red, from the blood that had seeped into the entire carpet. "Grogan, we can't stay here." Di Fiore grabbed his arm. "The forensic technicians need a secure site." Her words didn't register. "Cutter," she slapped him. "We have to go outside." He followed them without protest, accepted the coffee cup that Quindica seemed to conjure up from thin air. He drank as he took in the hustling cops, EMT vehicles, uniformed forensic technicians, and the growing crowd of onlookers and media vans on the street. "Mosul," he said hollowly. "That's where we became friends. I and my team, we were in this village, clearing it from terrorists. Dust, broken homes, scared and angry villagers. Marco was from another unit. We went door to door, securing every house. I heard sobbing in one and went inside. It was Marco. He was the one who was crying. A young girl was in his lap, dead. He had found her like that, shot in the chest, an AK in one of her hands. We are as much to blame," Marco said when I reached him. He could see the big picture, all angles, the narrative that we were freeing the villagers from terrorists, that we were their saviors. He could see beyond that. "He's still alive, Cutter," Quindica said softly. "Barely," he replied bitterly. "What happened here?" "Dena Andrews happened," he said, feeling a vast emptiness inside him as he briefed them. "Who was that second man?" he asked when he had finished. "Kane Hahn, a senior Capitol Police officer." "Why was he here?" "That's what we would like to know too, Grogan," Di Fiore growled. She was back to calling him by his second name. "How did you get here so fast? Cops were here as soon as I finished my 911 call." "A neighbor called it in. She saw someone get over their wall and escape through their front yard." "Was Hahn at the Capitol building that day?" "Yeah. Where are you going with that line?" Why would Andrews attack them like that? They were tortured. Marco didn't know anything about Lauren's disappearance, which means Hahn knew something about it. "Yeah, he must have come to Marco." He trailed away, looking sightlessly into the distance. "Grogan!" Di Fiore tugged his sleeve impatiently. "What is it?" "What if Hahn took Lauren?" Quindica and the detective stared at him as cops drifted around them. "We investigated every officer in the building that day. We found nothing. There had to be inside help to have grabbed her." "The camera footage you saw," Quindica said quietly, "was tampered with. Our technicians confirmed that." "I suspected that." He nodded slowly, "which makes me think Hahn took her, or played a role." "Why would he come to Sanchez?" "Beats me. You'll check their call records?" "Their phones are missing, but yeah, we will." If this was an unplanned meeting, Cutter thought aloud, then Andrews tailed Hahn. He must have suspected the officer would give something away to Marco. "Makes sense," Di Fiore agreed, "which is why he tortured both of them, to find out what was told and what your friend knew." "What?" she snapped impatiently when he caught her shoulder. "There needs to be a protection detail at Marco's hospital," he said urgently. "And he should die." "Die? What the heck?" "No, he's right," Quindica interjected. "Andrews might try to get him in the hospital, but if Sanchez is dead, I'll arrange the news release." "You can do that?" "Yes," she said with quiet confidence. "If these folks could tamper with the Capitol building's cameras, they might have informers in the FBI." "I am aware of that. I'll get someone from our task force to be on protection duty. We trust them." "Now what is it, Grogan?" Di Fiore sighed when he looked thoughtful again. "You said a neighbor called it in?" "Yeah. He ran off through their yard. Andrews escaped through the front door." "He wasn't alone." The detective snapped her fingers and hustled to the neighboring house, along with Quindica. "No, not you," she commanded when he made to join them. "No civilians." Cutter crossed his arms and turned away from the camera flashes from journalists across the street. The emptiness inside him had turned into a cold rage. He thought of Maria and prayed Marco would pull through. He looked up expectantly when the detective and the SAC returned. There was a second man. Di Fiore held up a flash drive. Unfortunately, the camera caught only his back as he went out of the garden. He was hidden by bushes and trees until then. She raised a finger to stop him from speaking. "We'll check out every house on this street and every vehicle. Some of them might have front-facing cameras, and even the cars might have dash cams. They might have captured this second man and the ride he and Andrews escaped in. Cops might find prints and DNA too inside the house," Quindica added. "They won't," he said bitterly. Andrews was wearing gloves and wore something on his head, and judging by how careful they've been, the house will be clean. Maria, Marco's wife, she needs to be protected too until this clears up. I'll send a team to her. They'll be with her until this blows over. You're sure that doesn't need to be looked at?" She pointed at his swollen and split lips. "Nope." She nodded and placed a hand on his back to guide him to his car. He winced and concealed his expression swiftly, but Di Fiore was faster. "What happened to you?" she demanded and spun him around. "You're bleeding," she hissed. "Andrews did that to you?" "His knife. It's not serious." He broke off when she called out to a medic and stood patiently as his wound was examined. "Superficial cut," the EMT declared. "There wasn't enough force in the blow to do more damage. I can dress it." "Cleaning it up will do," Cutter said, smiling at her. "Go," Quindica told him when the medic had finished. "There's nothing you can do here." "You're going back to your hotel?" Di Fiore leaned into his window when he started backing out his Cherokee. "Yeah," he lied. "You aren't going there." She narrowed her eyes as she kept pace with him. "I'm not staying there anymore," he said, stomping on his brakes when she didn't let up. "Andrews searched my room. I figured it wasn't safe to stay there anymore." "You're staying in your car," she guessed. "When were you planning on telling us that detail?" "You weren't," she snarled when he didn't reply and turned into the street. One of these days you'll both take me to dinner, because you miss my company." He couldn't help grinning when she raised her middle finger. His smile faded quickly as he drove away. Later, he hadn't told them about Andrews's mocking word. He sounded American. Cutter gritted his teeth as a wave of fury passed over him. Whoever the killer was, there would be a later, he promised himself. 44. Cutter drove around the neighborhood until he found a gym. He parked in its lot, turned on his charm for the receptionist, and slipped a few bills to use its shower. Cleaned up, feeling fresh and something like a human, he went to a Lebanese restaurant and checked his phone as he ate. "Have you stood us up?" Beth's first message, along with several others, made him chuckle. "We're still on," he replied. "I said it would be late." His phone rang a moment later. "We caught the news. Your friend, Marco Sanchez." Megan, concern in her voice. "You were there." "Yeah." He broke it down for them. "We put most of it together from the breaking news," Beth chimed in. "Meg and I checked out the cameras on the street." "Nada," she sighed. "Dash cams?" "We'll leave that to the feds. They'll have to contact the owners." "Got it. How are you feeling? Are you still up?" "Yeah. Jordan's still speaking." "He is. Give me another hour." Cutter drove to Navy Yard at midnight, to Jordan's Capitol riverfront building. It was a mixed-use neighborhood filled with offices, residences, entertainment, and waterfront destinations. A few people strolled in the nearby park despite the late hour. He slipped on thin, flesh-colored gloves and inserted his earpiece after he parked in an office's parking lot. "On my way," he said when he called Beth and left the line open. He strode confidently to the building's entrance and swiped the access card he had made earlier in the day. "Bob," he called out at the desk clerk with easy familiarity. "How are you doing?" "That's smart," the younger twin complimented him. "You researched who manned the reception desk." He went to the elevator and used the same card to get inside and to the 14th floor. Thick carpet, expensive wall paintings and chandeliers, a look similar to Webster's building. Rich folks' residences. "They'll be similar," he snorted to himself. He held his phone at the lock and waited while the twins worked their magic. "Open," Beth ordered him. "Wear a mask." He pulled on a dark balaclava as he twisted the handle and entered the apartment. "There could be security alarms, cameras. We've taken care of those. You could make a killing as criminals." "We know," she said flatly, and ended the call. Cutter checked out the apartment. Luxuriously done, fancy leather couches, a view of the river from the large paned windows in the living room. Modern kitchen with enough appliances to please a Michelin star chef. 3 bedrooms, of which only one showed use. The wardrobe had smoked mirror fronts which slid back with a whisper. Suits on hangers, a row of shoes, neatly folded trousers, shirts and undergarments. Jordan's probably got a cleaner coming in every day, he decided, as he checked out the neat bathroom. He began searching in the obvious places: bedside tables, safety boxes in the wardrobe, beneath the mattress, in the toilet tank, in the kitchen cabinets. Nothing. He pulled up the carpet wherever it was loose and tapped the ceiling. No false tiles behind which a laptop might nestle. Maybe his tastes aren't like Glover's. Maybe Jordan likes to meet girls in person. That was, assuming Jordan did have those interests and Glover hadn't misheard or misunderstood him. Cutter sat on the bed, which gave an inch under his weight. He looked up at the ornate ceiling fan contemplatively as he worked out his next move. He might have his laptop with him at all times, but if he's got anything incriminating on it, would he risk that? He frowned at the thin, dark circle around the fan's stem. Isn't it set flush in the ceiling? He climbed on the bed and reached for the fan, turned a blade away to feel the ceiling. He inserted his smallest finger in the narrow gap but couldn't get through the opening. He brought out his Spyderco and jammed its blade in the opening, twisted it firmly and felt give in the ceiling. It screwed in. He wedged the blade against the ring and applied force to turn the 2-inch wide circular ceiling strip, which slid down the fan stem after several rounds. Cutter inspected its grooves, which fit into a corresponding section in the ceiling, and marveled for a moment at Jordan's ingenuity. He inserted his fingers into the small gap to search and grunted when he felt paper. He drew it out gingerly between 2 fingers. A tightly folded envelope, 10 photographs in them, which were folded too. He smoothed them out and laid them on the bed. Bikini-clad girls who seemed to be in their teens posing as models for the camera. 2 pictures for each of them. Names scrawled on them with a felt pen: Lisa, Monique, Cindy, Sharon, Jennifer. Common enough names, all of them white. Cutter checked the back of the photos. No other writing on them. He inspected the pictures closely. Blue background, nothing on it to give away the studio's location. No rings, watches, or jewelry of any kind on the girls. No tattoos, either. Nothing that could identify them in any way. He photographed them on his phone, refolded the photos, and inserted the envelope back in its hiding place. He removed a soft cloth from his backpack and rubbed it on the circular seal, where his knife had dug into the board until he was confident the marks were barely discernible. He screwed it back in place and checked out the rest of the apartment where chandeliers, lights, and fans hung from the ceiling. No other hiding place. He checked wall sockets and drew a blank. He planted voice-activated GSM listening devices throughout the apartment. In a plug in the living room, inside the fire alarm in the dining room, in the base of a table lamp in the bedroom, and in other discreet locations in the residence. They were of a common make, found in any gadget store, and relayed their recordings through cellular networks. He activated them by calling their number and tested that they worked by hearing his voice. Their batteries would last 2 weeks. I'd better find Lauren by then. There was a risk that Jordan would scan his apartment for bugs. Cutter shrugged. He eyed the ceiling fan and his lips tightened. I'll take the risk. He left the apartment and greeted Bob on the way out. His rage broke through his tight control when he was back in his Cherokee. He gripped the wheel tightly, roared in anger, and wished Jordan was next to him so that he could break his neck. 45. Yuri? Vlad snapped into his phone as his deputy drove away from Sanchez's apartment. Find every security camera on this street, private or public, and erase any recording they might have of me or Denise. Da, his cyber team leader said and hung up. That house. His lieutenant met his eyes in the mirror. You escaped from... Yuri might be too late. If they have cameras, they would have detected you. I kept my head down. Me too, when I was on the street. Yuri will work faster than the cops or feds can. What took you so long? Grogan. Denisov smiled wolfishly. He decided to attack me. You killed him? Not there was no time. He'll know you weren't alone. He knows that. He saw us on Constitution Avenue. Sanchez's wife. Get some people to watch out for her when she returns to the U.S. She doesn't know anything. He didn't have time to call her. Han hadn't even finished telling him everything. But Denisov half-turned towards him briefly. Sanchez had seen you. He recognized you. Vlad showered at the apartment and gave his bloodied clothes to Denisov, who took them silently and pointed at the TV screen. A reporter outside Sanchez's house, outlining the story. The men have been identified as Kane Han and Marco Sanchez, both of them senior officers in the Capitol Police. She knows less than us, he grunted. She would. We were there. She wasn't. The host came on, a solemn expression on her face. Marco Sanchez died on the way to the hospital, she said, and went on to discuss his life, the awards and honors he had won. I thought you killed him in the house, the lobbyist said, scowling at his lieutenant. I thought so too. Could he have said anything to Grogan? He wasn't breathing. I don't know how he lived that long. He couldn't have talked, not in his condition. Vlad frowned and went to the window. No line of cruisers racing to his building. He made several calls and gave a thumbs up to Denisov when he had finished. You are right. He didn't speak a word. We have to tie up loose ends, however. Glover? No. He can wait. A growing smile spread on Denisov's face. Nathan Jordan? Da. Cutter circled the Capitol several times to stay alert. His phone, mounted on his dash, was showing Jordan's filibuster. 3 a.m. and he's still going strong. He drove to Columbus Circle and found a 24-hour cafe, bought a strong coffee for himself and returned to his Cherokee. He went to Constitution Avenue and parked on it with a clear view to First Street. Beth had traced Jordan's SUV to the Dirksen Building garage. It opens up into the barricaded street. He'll have to go past me to get home. A cruiser rolled towards him and a cop lowered its window. Move it. This isn't a parking lot. Cutter held up a fake badge that declared he was a senator's aide. I'm waiting for my boss, he said apologetically. He's at the filibuster. Won't be long. The cop stifled a yawn, clearly uninterested, nodded, and the vehicle drove away. 4 a.m. A construction truck rolled up behind him. The driver hopped out and erected traffic cones around it. Cutter watched idly as the man brought out a concrete drill and spoke into a phone as he inspected the Dirksen Building. Since the insurrection, construction had sprung up at the Capitol and various Senate and House buildings to strengthen them. He's got an early start. Cutter turned his attention back to his phone. Listening to Jordan's tone and tempo, it looked like the senator was winding down. He reached out to turn up the volume and drew his hand back. Nope, he grimaced. Don't want to listen to him. The politician ended his speech half an hour later. He grabbed his briefcase and the coverage ended. Cutter straightened. He might spend some time with whoever was attending. Bathroom break, office visit, and then down to the garage. The construction truck fired up behind him and rolled out. He glimpsed the driver taking a long pull from a beer bottle as it drove past. "Dude, you need your alcohol that early? And while at work?" He straightened when a pair of headlights lit up First Street. The car slowed when it came to the barricades, which lifted to let it through. That's Jordan's ride. Cutter pulled out as the senator turned on Constitution Avenue and headed west. He's alone, no security detail with him. A cab went past, overtaking them as it sped away. The construction truck was ahead of Jordan's vehicle, which cut around to overtake it. The big vehicle lurched and swerved on the road. It yawed to the right, edging the politician's ride to the grassy bank. "What the—" Cutter punched his horn as he jammed his gas to get closer, braked immediately, and yanked hard to the left when 30 tons of construction truck rammed into 3 tons of the senator's car. The sound of rending metal penetrated his window as the two vehicles mounted the sidewalk and smashed into a tree. Cutter turned off his Cherokee and flung open his door just as the truck's driver jumped out and fled into Senator Park. "Hey!" The driver didn't look back or slow down. "Stop!" Cutter fished out his phone and dialed 911 as he raced towards Jordan's car and reported the accident. He sucked in his breath sharply when he got close. The truck had plowed through the driver's door and mangled it beyond recognition. Through the shattered windscreen, he could see Jordan slumped sideways. Blood poured down his face and neck. Cars squealed to a stop. Doors opened and footsteps pounded. "You called it in?" "Yeah," he told the newcomer, who was soon joined by several more people. A cruiser came up onto the grass and cops jumped out. "Stand back," an officer called out. Cutter made room and watched numbly as more police vehicles approached. Ambulances and rescue trucks screeched to a stop as floodlights went up, and the growing crowd was kept at bay by officers. News vans arrived and reporters started interviewing onlookers. "I was the first on the scene," Cutter said to an officer. "I saw it happen. The truck driver escaped through that park." That got him inside the cordon, where he gave his statement to another officer, answered several questions, and handed out his card. "Wherever you go." He wasn't surprised to see Quindica and Di Fiore standing to a side when he ducked underneath the tape and left the scene. There was no heat or scorn in the SAC's words, however. "What happened?" "Sir." A TV camera and mic thrust were in his face before he could answer Quindica. "You saw it happen? Can you—" "Back off," Di Fiore growled at the journalist. "He isn't giving statements." "But—" "You heard her." Quindica straightened and put on her mean face. The reporter took in their hard faces and slunk away, along with her cameraman. Cutter followed the detective and Quindica to the SAC's car and climbed in the passenger seat. "You're taking over this too?" "Nope," the FBI agent answered. "Traffic accidents aren't our—" "You should." "There's something you know that we don't?" Di Fiore looked at him searchingly. "It wasn't an accident. 46. "No," he held his hand up when her face tightened. "I've been up all night. I know how the two of you work. I'm going to say this just once, but not before I sleep, shower, and have my breakfast. How is Marco?" "In a hospital in Bethesda. FBI occasionally uses its facilities to treat our covert agents. I've arranged round-the-clock security for him. My best people are on it." "Did he—" "He's intubated, Grogan." Di Fiore squeezed his forearm. "He hasn't regained consciousness. Doctors aren't sure if he will survive." "I have informed his wife," Quindica told him gently. "She'll be arriving later today. I can arrange for you to visit him." "I would like that," he whispered as he looked into the distance. "Go. We'll message you on where to meet." The meeting was in Breland's residence at 11 a.m. Quindica, Di Fiore, flanking the speaker in her living room. Sophie seated on the couch armrest. "Don't you have school?" he signed. "I skipped it. You shouldn't be listening to this." "I'll decide that." Her chin lifted stubbornly. He surrendered. He was low on energy after the night's events, and Marco was constantly in his thoughts. He didn't fancy his chances arguing with a stubborn girl. "Ma'am, can I help myself?" He jerked his shoulder at the coffee tray. "That's for you." The speaker's lips twitched. He poured coffee for all of them and handed out cups. He sipped appreciatively and crossed his legs. "Cutter!" Di Fiore barked. "You're going to be in a world of pain if you don't start talking." He mock frowned when Sophie giggled silently. "Lauren was onto something," he told his audience. "The sex trafficking ring. I haven't found anything on it yet, but there's at least one senator who was into—" He broke and turned to the girl. "Please leave." "No." "One senator who was into girls." "Girls," he repeated when Di Fiore made to speak. "Teenagers, I think." "Nathan Jordan?" Breland's shoulders slumped. She showed her age, sitting wearily in her chair. "Yes, ma'am." "That's some accusation, Grogan," Quindica said harshly. "I have proof." "Show us." "No." His eyes narrowed when none of them insisted. Why are Di Fiore and Quindica quiet? Why aren't they demanding I produce the evidence, share whatever I have found? "I was on Constitution Avenue, waiting to confront him," he continued when they didn't speak. "That construction truck came up behind me. I saw that driver drink. He overtook me to make sure I saw him. He knew what he was doing. He was a skilled driver. Deaths in vehicle accidents are rare despite the coverage they receive. Our modern vehicles can withstand a lot of damage. That driver was out to kill Jordan." Quindica frowned. She brought out her phone and checked her messages. "That isn't what you told the cops. You said the driver lost control." "And why did you give a false name and card to them?" Di Fiore asked sharply. "I want the killer to feel complacent, that we have bought into what they want us to believe. My false name. I don't want them to know I was there. I don't want them to know I suspected Jordan." He stiffened when he thought of Glover. He's in danger. Jordan must have told Andrews and Mystery Man about him. That's why they killed him. "How did you suspect him?" Di Fiore regarded him keenly. "You don't need to know that." "What about Lauren?" "Where is she?" Sophie demanded. "I don't know. I'm working on it." He looked at her and thought of the photographs in Jordan's apartment. Those girls are just a few years older than Sophie. He jammed his hands in his pockets as a wave of fury washed over him. "Cutter, are you all right?" "Yes, ma'am," he swallowed. "It's been a long night. I'll get back to you when I find anything else." He got to his feet abruptly and left the apartment. Di Fiore made no attempt to stop him and turned to the speaker when the door shut behind Cutter. "Is he like that?" Breland asked in surprise. "Yes, ma'am." "What he said, Jordan." "We believe him, ma'am. Cutter does not accuse anyone lightly. If he says he has proof, he has it." "Why didn't he give it to you?" "It will come to us, ma'am. He'll arrange for us to get it anonymously, because he got it illegally, and his view of justice is different from Peyton's and mine. With Jordan dead, how will Cutter find out where Lauren is?" The speaker's voice shook. "We'll pick that lead up, ma'am," Quindica said fervently. "We'll turn his life inside out. If he was part of that ring, we will find out." Breland nodded absently and looked at the door. "Sophie says his hands were shaking. That's why he put them in his pockets. Is he okay?" "Yes, ma'am." "That's a sign. Cutter's going to war." 47. "They bought it," Denisov smirked as he turned off the TV. "They think it was an accident. That truck driver was drunk and lost control." "Da," Vlad pocketed his phone. "Our FBI sources and in the police, they confirmed it as well. Zarev is good. You remember he killed that Ukrainian ambassador in a similar way. The stakes are higher here. Da. Denisov nodded and then frowned. What do you mean? Zarev must go. I'll send him to Moscow. No, Vlad told him gently. You know he has a girlfriend here. She's American. He won't leave her behind. He's one of our best killers. It has to be done. Don't get emotional about this. Da. The killer accepted the implied rebuke gracefully and got to his feet. I'll attend to it myself. Vlad stretched and poured himself a juice when his deputy had left. He brought out his phone when it rang once, grunted when he recognized the number and punched digits on his burner phone. Is that your doing? Moscow man grated. Those 2 police officers and this senator? Da. They had to go. 3 killings in one night. Are you out of your mind? I didn't have a choice. Han was going to confess to Sanchez about his role. I had to prevent that. And Jordan talked too much. He told Moscow man about the senator's indiscretion. Durak, the paymaster cursed. Fool. Vlad didn't respond. He knew it wasn't directed at him. Jordan's candidate, Moscow man said harshly. How will you control his campaign now? I can't. Not without exposing myself. There's a campaign manager, but you know how we set this up. Our senators were directing everything. With Jordan gone, we'll have to hope that manager continues with the plan. Assuming the worst, Moscow man thought aloud, we'll still have 4 congressmen if Jordan's man loses. I promised only 2 to the Kremlin. Make sure there are no more slip-ups. All our candidates are leading the polls. They should win comfortably. Even Jordan's man is ahead of the opposition. Da, you have done well, but let's not celebrate before the results. The journalist is a risk. Let me... No, go to New York and bring the doctor. Me? I will be exposing myself. No one knows his identity. You travel all over the country. Why should anyone have suspicions about your visit? Give me a chance with her. Denisov and I can work her. He stopped himself from blurting out that he had gotten her to give up her cloud account. Moscow man would know she had duped him. Let me call him, Vlad said when the caller remained silent. If I can persuade him to come, then I don't need to visit. Do it. How have the other senators taken Jordan's death? I haven't met them yet. 48. Tell us that you didn't arrange that, Doyle greeted Vlad as soon as he entered the Hayes Adams conference room. Look us in the eyes and say that. Vlad stifled a smile as the rest of the senators joined in with murmurs. I had nothing to do with Nathan's death, he replied emphatically as he held their gaze. Come on, he spread his hands theatrically. Who do you think I am? How can you think I was responsible? He was indiscreet, Doyle murmured, at that reception. That, Vlad scoffed dismissively. It was nothing. Nathan talked too much when he was drunk. We all do that. It's no big deal. Did you identify who he spoke to? No. Nathan was to get back to me, but, he put on a sad expression, that accident happened. I heard his filibuster speech. What an orator! He'll be missed. He paused for a beat and asked solicitously, How are you all holding up? We're hanging in there, Taylor sighed. I spoke to his wife in the morning. She was broken. Vlad patted his hand as he shook his head. He was one of the finest senators I knew. He was a true patriot. Florida and our country will miss him. They nodded. I called the cops, Murphy said, breaking the ensuing silence. They still haven't found that driver. He's missing. He must have fled D.C. by now. Cops. Witt shook his head. What are they good for? That construction company should be sued. How did they take on a drunk as an employee? I mentioned that to his wife, Taylor interjected. I told her we would support her in that. We can start a funding campaign if she needs it. She won't need it. Nathan wasn't poor. None of us are. Doyle smirked briefly. It's a good idea, however. I'll call her today, too. What happens to the campaign he was managing? Taylor asked Vlad. The manager is good. I know him. Brad Werther. Heck, I was the one who recommended him to Nathan. You want me to check in on him? Taylor can guide that campaign. Vlad controlled himself. It wouldn't do to look excited. They lost a friend. That will be great, Reuben, he said warmly. That House candidate is leading, but I am sure Werther can use your experience. Taylor puffed up his chest with pride. No problem. I'll call him after we break up. You're sure? You have a lot on your plate. The Texas campaign, that reception you're holding, the bills you're working on, and now this. It's nothing, the senator declared. I wouldn't do it for just anyone, but Nathan was a friend. In any case, we have discussed one another's campaigns. We know the broad brush details. And you're an old hand at these, Vlad said admiringly. I bet you could do this in your sleep. Whit leaned forward. There were these girls Nathan favored. He trailed off. You would like to entertain them. The lobbyist guessed where he was going. If no one has any objections. Heck, not from me. Doyle shook his head. Nathan had a good eye. I know who you mean. I would have asked, but I have my favorites. Go for it, Whit urged. I don't see a problem. Vlad pursed his lips thoughtfully. They can't mourn their friend for even a day, he sneered inwardly. He congratulated himself on using young women to hook the senators. They're mine now. They'll agree to anything, even to betraying their country. He stayed back in the conference room once the politicians had left and rocked back in his swivel chair. He fingered his phone and reluctantly punched out Stefan's number. You have been there for almost a week, he barked. What have you been doing? I sent you there to get him, but it looks like you're enjoying New York life. You've forgotten. He's stubborn, boss, his hitter interrupted him. I talk to him every day, but he says he has retired. Where are you now? In his house, in Brooklyn. Give the phone to him. You know who I am? Vlad asked when the doctor came on the line. Our mutual friend in Moscow. Da, I know all about you. His voice was refined and instilled trust in the listeners. I told your man I have retired. I don't want to return to that business. It's in your blood. It's not something you can retire from. I know you long to hold the scalpel. I know you want to see the fear. All that's behind me, the doctor said irritably. She's a woman. Did Stefan tell you that? Good-looking, young, an American. I interrogated her. Her screams. I can hear them even now. I don't have your skills. Think what you can do with her. The doctor's breathing filled his ears. Stefan doesn't know this, but you have a free hand. We want information from her, but after that, you can do whatever you want with her. In fact, our mutual friend would like it if you performed your trademark moves. That will give me away. The Americans will know I'm here. Pah, Vlad scoffed. They won't know that Mike Gennaro is the doctor. You're a highly respected surgeon, retired now. They'll hunt for me. They won't know who to look for. Our friend is powerful. I have contacts. I'm sure you're aware of my reputation too. Your cover won't be blown. Think of her under your knife, her tanned skin coming off your scalpel. I can't come right away. Vlad fist-pumped silently. It will take me a few more days to get there. I've got some construction work going on in my house. I need him before the elections, but I can't push him. He might back off. Come as quickly as you can. Stefan will help you with that work. I don't need his help, the doctor said brusquely. I'll tell him when I'm ready. Mike Gennaro, Mikhail Gennady, the SVR's dreaded interrogator who specialized in knife torture. Every major intelligence agency in the world had heard of him. Many had lost operatives to him. The doctor. He was called that for the way he wielded the blade. Neat, precise strokes that peeled skin from the human body. It had become his signature style. He had disappeared abruptly when the Americans, British and Germans had mounted a joint operation to capture him in Moscow from his SVR building. The doctor had surfaced in New York as a cosmetic surgeon. He owned his clinic, and after some time practicing facial reconstruction had retired. Vlad had seen him work at an SVR interrogation facility, and the memory made his skin crawl. The doctor, in his lab coat and neat white goatee, removing a prisoner's skin, murmuring softly as the captive screamed and begged for mercy. I can interrogate prisoners, but the way he does it. He shivered and decided he wasn't going to watch the doctor work on the journalist. He logged into Lauren's cloud account unconsciously and clicked his tongue impatiently when he found it was empty. There was nothing there last time. Why would it change? 49. Cutter drove to H Street after his meeting at Breland's residence. He parked in a vacant slot and watched traffic pass for several minutes. He checked out cars and trucks on both sides of the street, office workers and shoppers in a few of them, a driver biting into a sandwich as he listened to his radio. No hard-faced thugs. He got out and checked the street again from behind his shades. No one ducked down quickly. No abrupt movement. Andrews is smart. He won't give himself away like that. His radar didn't ping, however. He crossed the street with his right hand on his chest as if to hold down his jacket, to enable a fast draw. A few staffers looked up at him when he entered Glover's office. A receptionist rose from her desk and settled back slowly after one look at his face. A casually dressed man on a couch who eyed him carefully. That would be his CPO. The lobbyist was on the phone when he entered and closed the door. "Can they hear from outside?" Cutter jerked his head at Glover's employees. "No. Why are you here? I have nothing more for you. I'm organizing that event like you said. It's costing me a bomb." "Stop talking." Glover stopped. "That's your bodyguard, the one on the sofa?" "Yeah. I had to get replacements after what you did to the previous two," the lobbyist said bitterly. "Replacements? There's only one. Where are the others?" "Josh, the second one, is on the street." "I didn't see him. Describe him." "Thick, curly hair, red check shirt, sandwich man." "Are they good?" "They're former Rangers. Great reputation. You want to take them on and see for yourself?" "Keep them close. Stop coming to the office. Stay in your apartment. Better still, leave town for a few days." "What? Why?" "You heard about Jordan?" "The whole country has heard about it. I called his office and conveyed my regrets." "It wasn't an accident." Glover's face lost its color. "The cops said—" "I know what they said. I was there on Constitution Avenue. I saw it go down." "You were the witness," the lobbyist whispered. "The cops said an unidentified person." "Yeah, that driver acted like he was drunk. He wasn't. He knew what he was doing. Get out of town." "No, I can't." "Don't you see it?" Cutter snarled. "You spoke to Jordan 2 days ago. He died today. You think it was a coincidence? He must have confessed that bathroom conversation to someone who is cleaning up. Chances are you're next on the kill list." Glover's forehead shone with perspiration. "You're reaching. I have contacts in the Metropolitan Police. They confirmed it was a hit and run by a drunk driver." "I can't tell him that's what I told the cops. He doesn't need to know about Andrews. He might panic and do something foolish." "Glover." Cutter sat across him and looked into his eyes. "This is my specialty. I know how these accidents happen. You need to stay alive. You are the only witness to Jordan's—" "He was drunk that night. He said what he said. You are the only one who heard it. The men who run that ring, they know about you. They will come for you. Stay in your apartment. Get more CPOs. But go out of town, or go to the feds." "No," Glover yelled. He controlled himself visibly and continued in a softer voice. "They'll have to act on they'll arrest me." "You should have thought of that before." "It's not me," Glover whisper shouted. It will destroy Sue, Maddie, and Kara, his wife and daughters. How long do you think you can hide your hobby? I have stopped. I deleted my account that very night you broke into my apartment. That's supposed to win brownie points with me? No, I don't care what you think of me. I am not going anywhere. You want to end up dead? I am not going to run away from town. Cutter spun on his heel and stomped out of the office angrily. You any good? He said, accosting the suit, not caring that every employee was looking at him. The CPO tossed his newspaper aside and stood up lazily. Who's asking? He was relaxed, confident, his hands loose, his feet spread for a defensive or offensive move. Cutter brushed past him and went out, felt Sandwich Man watch him as he went to his Cherokee. He exhaled heavily when he fastened his seatbelt and shook his head. The bodyguards looked competent, but the killer, he's at another level. Cutter made his decision. He would tail Glover. I don't really care if he dies. I want Andrews, alive, 50. Mikhail Gennady packed swiftly. He placed his folded clothing neatly in the traveling bag and went to his surgical instrument set. He fingered the gleaming tools and felt a thrill go through him. Operating on wealthy patients, giving them facelifts, new noses, new lips, changing the shapes of their ears, putting their features together after automobile accidents. It was financially rewarding. His skills had earned him a reputation and had made him wealthy. Vlad was right, however. He missed his former profession. He missed the power he had over prisoners. Their final breaths as they shrieked hoarsely, their pleading eyes. His fingers trembled as he wrapped the instruments in a leather case and placed it in another bag that would have to be checked in. He went out of his bedroom and searched for Stefan, who was at the fish tank in his living room. You go ahead. I'll make my own arrangements. I have to be with you. You know what the boss said. We do it my way or not at all. The hitter looked at him uncertainly for a moment and dialed a number. He had a whispered conversation and nodded when he hung up. You'll have to leave today. Da. I'll pick you up from Ronald Reagan Airport. Da. Now go. Gennady booked an evening flight from JFK to D.C. and arranged for a cleaning service to tidy his apartment daily while he was away. He whistled when he got into his cab in the evening. He greeted the airport security staff cheerfully when he approached them. He was beaming when he ordered a coffee and waited in the lounge for his flight to be announced. He would have an American beneath his scalpel soon. A woman. Life was looking good. Several security cameras recorded Mikhail Gennady at JFK. A software program running in the airport servers identified the traveler as Mike Gennaro, residence in Brooklyn. A covert program in the NSA's computers, unknown to the American public, pinged. The doctor was a person of interest. He wasn't wanted for any crimes. He wasn't under surveillance, but certain intelligence outfits had to be notified when he was on the move. The agency wasn't one of those. However, Werner was hooked into the NSA's computers. It recorded the alert and informed Beth and Megan. The elder twin was alone in their Columbus Avenue office when the ping flashed on her screen. She browsed through the doctor's file. She pursed her lips as she read the case operative's assessment that Gennaro could be Mikhail Gennady, the doctor, a Russian torturer. There was no proof, however. It was nothing more than the operative's hunch. She looked up Gennady's travel plans. A flight to D.C., a reservation in a downtown hotel, an attendee at a 3-day cosmetic surgeon conference. Nothing to do with us. She shrugged. Gennady wasn't of interest to the agency. She dismissed the alert and went back to planning their next mission. She didn't know that the case operative who had flagged the alert had long since retired. He hadn't copied the FBI in the intel share due to a petty turf war then. The other agencies with whom the intel was shared had been disbanded. Mikhail Gennady was still in good spirits when he was picked up by Stefan and driven to his hotel. He showered and leaned out of his window as far as he could go and caught a glimpse of the Capitol dome in the distance. The doctor would soon be back in business. 51. Cutter nodded approvingly as he followed Glover from his office to his R Street apartment. The suit was in the passenger seat as the lobbyist drove, and Sandwich Man tailed them at a discreet distance. They're good. They're making him drive randomly to shake any tails. He hung back several vehicle lengths and shadowed them to the building he had broken into, unwrapped a cold dinner in his Cherokee while the apartment's lights turned on. "How is Marco?" he messaged De Fiore. "No change," she responded immediately. "His wife has arrived. We've mentioned you to our team. They'll allow you on the floor." "Floor?" He put away his phone. "Looks like they've taken it over entirely, not just his room." He reclined his seat and became one with the night as he kept watch. Cutter freshened up the next day at another gym, once Glover had gone to his office. He sat in a park opposite the lobbyist's office and Bino-ed the street. Sandwich Man in his ride in a bright green tee. Foot and vehicle traffic, but no one who looked like Andrews. Glover came out at 11 a.m. with a suit. He shook the man's hand, smiled broadly, and watched him drive away. He patted his pocket and brought out his phone. Cutter lip-read as the lobbyist talked with his face turned towards the park. "Sue, I didn't expect your call. Is everything all right?" "Oh my God, how did that happen? Is she all right?" Yeah. I'll come right away." "You're at home too?" "Yeah, I'll cancel everything and be there shortly." Glover bit his lip when the call ended. He went to Sandwich Man, spoke briefly, and hurried inside his office. Sue, his wife. Cutter logged into Werner and looked her up. Sue Gaines, an attorney in Laurel, Maryland, a commuter town to D.C. The lobbyist's former wife worked in a reputable law firm in the capital. Their daughters, 8 and 11 years old, went to a private school in Laurel. Why did she call? Did something happen to one of the girls? He watched the office as he looked up the school and called its number. "I'm Glover Ashton," he spoke gruffly, in a close approximation of the lobbyist's voice. "My daughters, Maddie and Kara, are students at your school." He gave their full names. "I got a call from my wife. What happened to them?" "She took them home, Mr. Glover," the receptionist answered, evidently taking him for the lobbyist. He must call often, the way she didn't question me and recognize their names, he thought absently as her words registered. "Why?" "I couldn't speak for long to her, but—" "We don't know, sir. She said it was a family emergency. As you know, our first concern is our students' well-being. If they're needed at home when something happens, then that's where they should be. We trust their parents' judgment." He tuned her out and thanked her when she had finished. Went to his Cherokee and fired it up when Glover hurried out of the office with his briefcase. The lobbyist went to his tan SUV and nosed out after Suit climbed in next to him. Sandwich Man followed while Cutter joined the convoy. Way he spoke, something happened to one of their daughters, but that's not what the school said. He checked his mirrors. No one seemed to be tailing them. He slowed when Glover swerved to the left suddenly and parked next to the sidewalk. Cutter eased to the side to let vehicles pass while the lobbyist hurried inside a cake shop and came out with a paper bag. "Doesn't look like it's anything serious. He wouldn't stop to buy cakes if it was. Why did she lie to the school, though? Or to him?" He followed them out of D.C.'s snarling traffic onto the Baltimore-Washington Parkway, where they went faster. He narrowed the gap to 3 cars behind Sandwich Man, watching out for passing trucks and large vehicles. Don't want one of those to ram into Glover. He picked up his phone with one hand and typed in a website. No 911 calls made in Laurel. Must be a domestic matter. He hung back when they entered the quiet town, driving on Laurel Bowie Road to Laurel Avenue. Glover slowed to a stop outside a yellow house. Flower beds around it, grassy front yard that ran from the house to the sidewalk. lawn to the left that merged into a track that separated the residence from the neighboring house, a row of trees and thick shoulder-high bushes on the right that acted as the boundary wall. The lobbyist went to the house along with Suit, while Sandwich Man remained in his ride. Cutter drove past them, keeping his head low and to the side, and parked down the avenue, way ahead of them. He twisted back in his seat to watch the door open, Sue Gaines momentarily framed in it. She stepped aside to let them in and closed the door. A few more cars parked on the street. A woman, farther behind, unloading shopping bags from her car. Cutter watched her for a moment, sensed movement. A pickup truck turning into the street. He squeezed down in his seat as he watched it in his side mirror. It slowed and came to a stop several yards away from the yellow house. A man climbed out as he spoke on a phone cupped between his shoulder and ear. He went up the sidewalk, gesticulating furiously as he argued with his caller. He drew level with Sandwich Man's vehicle, drew a gun with his left hand and shot the CPO, 52. It was done so casually that Cutter blinked to take it in as the man crossed the street, still talking on the phone. He shot Sandwich Man. Andrews is here. He must have forced her to bring the girls from school. Cutter peered cautiously above his window line as the killer went to the house. He entered when the door opened after a single knock. Cutter crawled over to the passenger seat, cracked the door and squeezed out of his Cherokee. His vehicle shielded him from any watcher in Gaines's house. Everything was quiet on the street. That gun must have been silenced. No one seems to have heard it. Shopping woman wasn't on the street anymore. She must have gone inside her house before Pickup Man fired. He crouched to the rear of his ride. Couldn't make out Sandwich Man's body. It must have slumped beneath the window line. That's why the shooter went to the house so confidently. No movement from within the house that he could see through the windows. My angle is bad. I am way up the street, which gave him an advantage as well. They'll have a hard time spotting me. And he went back to the passenger door and brought out his backpack, removed several concussion grenades, stuffed them into his jeans pockets, and fastened his Spyderco in its sheath to his thigh. He shrugged into the backpack straps and fastened them tight. Don't need the jacket. It will slow me down or get in the way. He tossed it inside. That would expose his shoulder holster to an onlooker, but that was a risk he had to take. He patted his chest unconsciously to check that he was wearing his lightweight body armor. He was. He had taken to putting it on from when he had started roughing it in his Cherokee. How many men does Andrews have? 5, he guessed. Enough to fit into an SUV but not crowded. There were a few such vehicles on the avenue near Gaines's house. With Pickup Man, that's 6. It was a guess. The killer could have more men or fewer. No way to know until I have visual. He checked out the street map on his phone. We'll have to go through the right side of the house, where those bushes are. It's thick there and there may not be any watchers on that side. They'll be looking at the front, rear, and the other neighbor's side. He had some time. Andrews won't kill Glover outright. He'll question him about Jordan. His lips tightened when he recalled Hahn and Sanchez's bodies. He likes to torture. He'll play with his family. Calling 911 wasn't an option. He didn't have that much time either. Cops will take 10-15 minutes to get here, form an assault team. They might even go down the negotiation route. He'll have killed them by then and gotten away, or would use them as hostages to escape. He would have to go in alone, one against an unknown number of hostiles. He thought of Sue Gaines, Maddie, and Kara. Their innocence. He made his move. 53. Cutter ran down Laurel Avenue using the few parked vehicles as cover. He crossed the street when he was out of the line of sight from the attorney's residence and raced to the third house from it. There, that grassy track between it and the next home. He went down it, to the large garage, vaulted to its roof as if it was a climbing wall and dropped into the backyard. Let it be empty. He didn't wait to check. He hustled to the fence separating it from the next house and climbed over it. Another back garden. He landed in a flower bed and stumbled in the soft soil. He lunged out of it and sprinted to the next dividing fence. Something moved in the corner of his vision. A dog, a small terrier that lunged at him, its jaws open. It caught his left leg and held on as he climbed up. It barked loudly when he shook it off with a savage air kick. "Napoleon!" a woman's voice called from inside the house. "What is it?" Cutter was in the next backyard and to the wall of green as the dog's barks drowned her voice. He dropped to his belly and crawled through the thick bushes, gritting his teeth as branches scraped against his face. He stopped to catch his breath when his head was through the foliage. Gaines's house ahead. A narrow, grassy path that ran down its side and went to the back. It didn't look like it was used much. The undergrowth was lush and several inches high. 2 windows, one to his left and one to his right. The second was opaque glass. Bathroom, he guessed. No watcher that he could detect in the first one. He bellied forward rapidly to the wall and crouched low. Removed a cable from his backpack's pocket and attached one end to his phone and inched the other to the glass. The HD camera at that end fed images to his screen. A home office, books on shelves, a desk by the window, a screen on it, a leather chair, no one inside. Through its open door he could see the hallway. His eyes narrowed when he recognized the shape on the floor. A body. He couldn't see the face but recognized the business suit. That's Glover's CPO. He was sure it wasn't the lobbyist who had been wearing clothing of a lighter color. They need him alive, to question him. Raised voices came to him, indistinct, male. "They're from the back of the house. Those other homes I came past, they seem to have their dining rooms overlooking the backyard. Does this one have the same layout? Is that where Andrews is questioning them?" A shriek from the same direction gave him his answer. It was a girl's voice. It filled him with cold fury and spurred him to bend as low as possible and sidle around the house, to the front, keeping well below the window line. He scurried along the length of the raised deck of the porch until he got to the front steps, risked a glance to the door. It was solid wood with a peephole. No one at the window. He didn't wait to think. He lunged up the steps and tied one end of the cable camera to the door handle and the other end to a wall light. It wasn't strong enough to prevent the door from opening, but it would slow Andrews and his men. They're prisoners too now, for some time. He pounded on the door with his fist and jumped off the porch, kept low to the ground as he hustled to the left wall to the large window on that side. Andrews will send 2 men. One to check who's at the door, the other to provide cover. He snatched a glance through the glass. Some kind of sitting room, the hallway beyond it. As he watched, 2 men were framed in it, going to the door cautiously. Sight to action happened instantly, without conscious thought. His Glock came up. He fired in a long burst through the glass, angling his gun deliberately so that the rounds punched through with minimal deflection and lobbed 2 grenades through the shattered opening. He moved immediately, running down the side of the house to the back as dull whumps came to him and windows reverberated. Let there be large glass windows, he prayed as he came to the edge of the backyard. Let my calculation be correct. There was glass, a floor-to-ceiling sliding door through which he could see Glover and Gaines and the girls tied to chairs, their backs to him. A dining table shoved to one side to make space, shelving and glassware on the walls. 2 men at the door to the room, both of them half-turned and crouching as they looked down the hallway to the front of the house. That tall man, that's Andrews! Cutter fired high into the door, shattering its glass, and hurled himself inside, triggering a long burst at the killers who sensed his entry, ducked and ran through the hallway out of sight. "How many?" Cutter yelled as he landed on the tiled floor and slid. He threw 2 more grenades into the passage as he used his heels to come to a stop. "6!" Glover shouted hoarsely. Cutter lunged towards the lobbyist as explosions sounded. A man screamed and more glass shattered. He cut the lobbyist's plastic ties with his Spyderco, tossed the blade in his lap and shoved his chair away to the side. He sent Gaines's and the girls' chairs sliding out of the line of fire as voices rose at the front of the house. A crash at the door. They're trying to escape. He bellied swiftly across the floor to the door just as a figure appeared in its frame. He stitched the thug in a line of shots from thigh to chest, and as the hitter fell, his gun went off. "No!" Glover yelled behind him. Cutter turned to see the lobbyist fall in front of one of the girls, with a round in his chest. "He'll have to wait. I've got to clear the house." Cutter fast-changed magazines as he fired blindly into the hallway, and another crash sounded. Returning fire came his way, high over his head. He snatched a glance. Bodies on the floor. Two shapes against the front door, which was visible at the end of the passage. It opened as he watched, and men went through. Andrews and another hitter. Cutter charged off the floor, his Glock like an extension of his body. One man stared at him sightlessly, a round through his forehead. Two men piled up near the front, dead from the grenades he had thrown, smoke around the broken front door. He threw himself onto the porch just as Andrews fired. Wood splinters spat at him as rounds thudded into the floor and wall and broke the window. The killer backtracked rapidly down the front lawn to the street, triggering as he went, holding the hitter around the neck as a shield. Cutter shot at the thug as he ducked. Bring him down, and Andrews' cover is blown. He ducked instinctively when a round buzzed inches away from his head, and the move made him fall off the steps. The killer was across the street by the time he regained his balance. Andrews let go of the hitter's body, which slumped to the ground and climbed into a dark SUV with languid ease as Cutter got to the sidewalk. Its side window shattered, and the rear window broke when he fired, but the vehicle got away. As it receded into the distance, a hand came out and waved mockingly. Cutter cursed loudly as he approached the fallen hitter and checked him out. Dead. He hurried back to the house, over the bodies and to the dining room, where Sue Gaines was crouching over Glover while the girls kneeled next to them. "Ma'am, call 911. He bent over Glover and inspected the lobbyist swiftly. "Looks bad. Round seems to have entered over his heart. His breathing sounds bad." "Ma'am," he said sharply when she sobbed softly and didn't move. "Make the call, please, from another room. Take your daughters with you." "Sue?" the lobbyist gasped. "Go. Take Maddie and Kara." "How bad is it?" he asked when they were alone. "Bad." "This might be the best way." He forced a smile. "My going like this. My kids will never know my secrets." "What did you tell Andrews?" "Andrews?" "That tall man. Did he hurt your daughters?" "No. He said he would rape Sue in front of me." The lobbyist shuddered. "And make them watch. And then his men would play with Maddie and Kara." He caught Cutter's arm in a painful grip. "Tell me they're dead." "Andrews got away. What did you tell him?" "He wanted to know why I asked Jordan about the girls, who put me up to it. He hit me several times and slapped Sue, but I didn't tell him anything." "He was just starting," Cutter said grimly. "I know. I was praying someone would alert the cops, neighbors. What about Matt and Josh?" "Your CPOs? They're dead. They didn't stand a chance. Matt, the one with you, walked into a trap. They shot him as soon as we entered the house." "I guess that. Josh, the one who was outside, was killed by a shooter." "I don't mind going this way," the lobbyist said, breathing heavily. "My kids, I hear sirens. Don't talk to the cops. Tell them it looked like a home invasion if they insist, and that the bangers seem to be from rival gangs. Say nothing more to them. Ask for the FBI." Cutter clarified when he saw the confusion in Glover's eyes. "Ask for DeFiore and Quindica." "DeFiore and Quindica. Why them? Tell them the truth. About my presence. Why them? They will know what to do. What to do? Glover clutched his arm angrily and fell back when a spasm hit him. Those men were going to kill me and my family after assaulting us. That man, Andrews, he has to be found. He has to be arrested. He will be found. Arresting him? That won't happen. He's mine. Cutter got to his feet as the sirens drew closer. He went to the sliding door and stepped out of it. I'm going to tell them everything. He turned back to Glover. You should to Di Fiore and Quindica. To my family. About my hobby. Cutter stared at him. I'll tell the feds, too. My daughters will hate me. I'll go to prison. But I have to do it. I can't live a double life anymore. If you live. Cutter didn't speak, however. He nodded once and hustled out of the backyard. Andrews, he thought. I came this close to getting him. He reached a line of trees that separated the row of houses on Laurel Avenue from those on Montgomery Street. Under their cover, he removed his holster and gun and stuffed them into his backpack. He circled round to his SUV and watched the crush of police and EMT vehicles outside Glover's house for a moment. A crowd had gathered, and as he watched, a TV van rolled up. You know I'm coming. He looked in the direction Andrews had escaped. You won't get lucky again. 54. Cutter drove away without attracting attention. Once on the parkway, went to a rest stop where he showered and cleaned himself up. A wood splinter had cut his cheek. A round had torn through his shoe heel. Luck, he thought in disgust. I'm alive just because of that. And because I used those grenades. He bought a pair of cheap shoes from the store attached to the gas station and drove to D.C. He went to his locker in Union Station and replaced his shoes for another pair of custom-made, Vibram-soled ones. He bought a drink at a cafe and watched the TV screen on the concourse, journalists covering the attack in Laurel. The cops have bought Glover and his ex story. They're calling it a home invasion that turned into a shootout between rival gangs. Are Quindica and Di Fiore there? He sipped his drink as he searched the TV screen but couldn't identify them in the crowd of law enforcement officers. That was you, Beth said when he called her, in Laurel. Me? Involved in a home invasion? Don't pull that innocent act on us, Megan interrupted. We know you were there. What went down? Are the feds there? I told Glover to ask for Quindica and Di Fiore. They arrived on the scene moments ago. Cops were on the scene first. They put out that statement. There are some witnesses, neighbors who witnessed the shooting. What were you thinking? She exploded. Turning their front yard into a battlefield? I had no choice, he said weakly. I had to stop Andrews. Did those witnesses describe me? Tall man, looks white. Nothing more than that. You're good. For now. Quindica and Di Fiore will want to question me. We checked for cameras on that street using satellite maps, Megan told him. There were a couple of houses that had them on the door on either end of Laurel Avenue. We have one SUV driving away, a dark one. Timeline fits. That must be Andrews. Plates? No luck. Angle wasn't good. There was a Cherokee driving away from the other end of the street. That's mine. Can you do something about it? We exist to serve you. We've deleted that part of the footage. You're lucky it was a cheap model with the video stored in a local hard drive. You did all this in this short a time. What can we tell you? Beth smirked. We are that good. He thanked them, hung up, and worked out his next move. Feds might find prints at Gaines's house, which might identify Andrews. He doubted it, however. He's good. He would have been wearing gloves. I didn't notice them, but things happened so fast, there was no time to observe. Those dead hitters will have fake identities. Nope. The feds will get nothing from that house. Marco. I'll have to visit him and hope he's regained consciousness. Vlad followed Denisov into the bathroom in his West End apartment and watched him remove his tea and wipe himself with a wet towel. It came away with a streak of red. "A round graze my ribs," his deputy said, meeting his eyes in the mirror. "From Grogan, on the front yard." He smiled as if it was funny. "He used grenades. Grenades. Those took out Lukin, Grigor, Lexus, and Valerie. I used Dmitri as a shield, but he shot him. No hesitation, no mercy. Nayet," he added, sensing his boss's question. "All of them have false identities. Nothing will lead to us. I was wearing those." He nodded at a pair of flesh-colored gloves on the counter. "What about cameras in Glover's house?" "Cops and feds already know about me. They're calling it a home invasion turned into a gang war." "It's early in the investigation," Denisov said, shrugging. "They'll know it is me." "What did you get out of Glover?" Vlad asked the question uppermost in his mind. "Nothing," his deputy sighed. "I hit him a few times, slapped his wife, threatened his daughters, but before I could get heavy, Grogan came." "How did he know you would be there?" "He must have been following Glover. We were careful and watched out for tails." He shrugged. "But Grogan is good. He must have put Glover up to this, to get close to Jordan." "Da. But this lobbyist, is he like the senators? Does he like girls?" "I haven't heard that about him. Our network is very good, and if he had those interests, we would have known. I have met him a few times. We go to the same receptions and events. The lobbying business is a small world. Everyone knows one another, but no, I don't think he's like the politicians. Grogan must have recruited him somehow to find out about the sex trafficking ring. As a lobbyist, he has access to senators and congressmen. No." He held his hands up when Denny looked thoughtful. "I don't know why he chose Glover." "We can ask him if he is alive." "Glover? Da, but," Vlad scoffed, "the feds will have protection around him. We can't approach him. Grogan and the FBI have nothing. Let's focus on the elections. And the journalist." "You going to interrogate her?" "Not yet. The doctor has arrived." Lauren heard footsteps and voices at the door and sat up on her bed. Her chest pounded and her palms grew clammy instantly. Was she going to be hurt again? Two hooded men entered the room. She recognized one of them from his build and the way he walked. Him. He's the one who tortures me. The other man was thin and, judging by the leathery, wrinkled skin on his bare arms, seemed to be old. Neither came to her. They stood near the door and watched her. "You need help to hurt me?" She challenged her assaulter. Her voice sounded strange to herself from lack of use. The men didn't respond. "Is this another tactic? The silent treatment?" she goaded. No reply. Her attacker whispered something to the other man, who shook his head, replied softly, and left the room. Lauren slumped on her bed when her attacker left too and locked the door. She wiped her palms on her thighs and sucked air in deeply to chase away the fear. She sat up abruptly. That second man, I could hear what he said. He had uttered a single word. Nayet. The imprisonment, torture, poor food, lack of exercise and fresh air had taken its toll on her body. She was weak. Her bones seemed to protrude against her skin, but there was nothing wrong with her mind. She put it together instantly. She had thought her abductors were American, but now she knew. The Russians are behind the sex trafficking ring, and they are controlling our politicians, which gave them control over America's political system. 55. "I thought you would want to start on her immediately," Vlad said, squinting at the doctor as they went to the bar on the ground floor and placed their orders. "Nayet," the surgeon said, smiling thinly. "I have to get into the mood first." The lobbyist stared at him as the server brought their drinks. "Working on prisoners," Gennady explained earnestly, "requires a connection between me and the prisoner. She has to accept my power." "She's captive in the basement," Vlad hissed. "What is there to accept? You won't understand, doctor said loftily, and took an appreciative swallow. It's an art. If I had my way, but you don't. Gennady smiled knowingly. Our mutual friend wanted me here for a reason. You told me that yourself. I will start working on her when I am ready. That's the way I work. Vlad shook his head in disgust and drank his vodka. Moscow man wanted him. It's not my problem. It was Cutter Grogan. He was at that Laurel house. Di Fiore sat alongside Quindica and briefed Jameson and Breland in the speaker's residence. She and the SAC had returned from the Maryland neighborhood late in the evening, after taking over the investigation from Laurel's police department. Jameson had suggested they include the speaker in the briefing, and she invited them to her apartment. Cutter, I thought it was a gang war. That's what Grogan told Glover and his ex to tell the cops. He told him to ask for us, she said, breaking it down for the speaker, who had a strange expression on her face. You know him, ma'am? You've met Ashton Glover? No, I keep away from lobbyists. She's holding something back. Di Fiore shot a look at her partner, who nodded imperceptibly. Ma'am, the detective said softly, what do you know about Glover? It makes sense, the speaker said with a sigh. Why Grogan would involve him. Why, ma'am? We didn't know of his existence until today. Why didn't Grogan tell us about him? Ha! She snorted inwardly, as if he shares anything with us. Cutter and Sophie were on the same LA to DC flight by coincidence. Glover was next to her and groped her, she said, swallowing hard. Cutter saw it and put an end to it. Di Fiore gaped at her for a moment and then gathered herself swiftly. Come again, ma'am? Now, Grogan must have figured the lobbyist would have heard of the trafficking ring, given his tastes, or have contacts. He used the lobbyist to get information, she thought rapidly, as the speaker finished narrating the incident. That's how he must have found out about Jordan. Did Glover say anything about Lauren? Breland asked hopefully. No, ma'am. We'll question him again, however. We didn't know this angle. Now it makes sense. The people who abducted her sent those shooters to silence him. He either knows something about them or was asking questions in various circles. Cutter said Jordan was into young girls. Did Glover say anything? We'll ask him about that too, ma'am. He's barely alive at the moment. We'll get to him as soon as he's able to talk. If he survives. But he won't know about Jordan. Grogan would have been onto him if he did. We have him under protection in the hospital, Madam Speaker, Jameson said, throwing them a look. His family is in a safe house. We'll pick this lead up and run with it. Di Fiore understood what that look meant. We need to know if he's involved in child pornography as well. That will be a separate investigation. We will find Lauren, Quindica said softly at the despair on the speaker's face. Glover is a lead. We have the bodies of those shooters. We'll identify them, track their lives. We have started ripping apart Jordan's life as well. We will get to her. She's out there. She's alive. We're sure of that. Breland closed her eyes and uttered a silent prayer. Her game face was on when she opened them. I've been following the news. The reports make Cutter look like a criminal. His face is all over the TV channels with that person of interest banner. Grenades, ma'am, Di Fiore said angrily. He used them, low-intensity ones. Jameson interrupted her. He was straight-faced, but she detected the slight smile in his voice. He must have customized them. They didn't do much damage to the house, other than killing those. Don't defend him, sir, she said furiously. He turned that front yard into a war zone. He shot at this man, Andrews, as if it was a battlefield. That man, Grogan, she fumed, he has no regard for— No civilians were hurt, were they? The speaker broke in, with a small smile. Those dead men, some might say they had it coming. That's not for him to decide, ma'am, the detective said stiffly. I still don't understand. You folks know him very well. Why would you make it look like he's wanted? That he's a criminal? He saved that family and acted in self-defense. With every cop looking for him, he'll find it difficult to brief me now. He is wanted, ma'am. He's a crucial witness, only he knows who those men are. And he's withholding evidence from us. Jordan, Glover, this is just like him. De Fiore's anger started rising again. He has our numbers. He could have called us. Did he do that? No! Mr. Grogan is the fixer. He thinks he can— She stopped when Quindica cleared her throat. That story, ma'am, the SAC said, will make the abductors feel complacent. They'll assume we're on the wrong track. It will make them careless. They'll make mistakes. They haven't so far. They have, ma'am. They snatched Lauren. How is Cutter able to make so much progress? You're the FBI. You're the country's biggest investigative agency. You have thousands of agents, technology, a huge budget, and yet he found out about Jordan, got Glover. It's his methods, ma'am. De Fiore made an effort to control her anger. If we used those same— She stopped at the speaker's upraised finger. Cutter isn't alone, Jameson picked up where she left off. That's a mistake most people make. He's not? Breland frowned. I looked him up. He had a partner, but she's dead. It's just him. What the director means, Quindica murmured, is there are people all over the country and abroad too who help him. Politicians, business folks, people with power, influence, and resources. That's like his extended organization. Heck, she said, smiling, he'll know FBI agents who will go out of their way to help him. Not us, she clarified hastily. Why would they do that? These people, ma'am, many of them are alive because of him. They can do favors for him throughout their lives, and they won't be able to repay that debt. Find these abductors before Cutter does, Jameson ordered De Fiore and Quindica when they were on the street. He'll kill them and make it look like it was self-defense. We need them alive to stand trial. We discussed this that night, the detective said, in the restaurant. I haven't forgotten. That doesn't mean we're going to sit back. You promised you would investigate. We will, sir, she reassured him. The director looked out into the night as he slipped on his jacket. He's alone. Law enforcement is looking for him. What do you think he'll do? He's made as much progress as us, sir, the detective replied. He knows we don't have that much time, despite what we told the speaker. Lauren's captors will kill her sooner or later. There's only one card he can play. Which is, get them to come for him. 56. You stupid fool. Come to us. Give us your statement. Cutter grinned when he read the text messages. The first was from De Fiore, with her characteristic warmth. The second from Quindica. They won't be able to track my phone. He had set it up to forward all comms to his burner. That will make De Fiore angrier. All that rage he messaged her from another burner will age you. You need to calm down, take up meditation, be zen. He removed its battery, broke its SIM card, and threw it away. He fired up his Cherokee and drove to the Bethesda hospital where Sanchez was being treated. Quindica had me on the visitor list. That was before Laurel, however. She might have asked the security detail to apprehend me. He searched the parking lot for an unlocked doctor's car, went inside when he didn't find one. He kept his head down when he spotted the armed FBI officer standing near the entrance and joined an EMT crew as if he was with an injured patient. He found a doctor's coat hanging off a chair in the cafeteria and his pad on the table. He's at the counter, ordering food. Cutter grabbed them and slipped on the coat in the hallway. He strode confidently to the reception desk. I'm Dr. Jonas from Walter Reed, he said authoritatively. You have a patient, Marco Sanchez. His doctors called me for a consultation. We can't give out. I rescheduled my surgeries to make time for this, he said impatiently. I'm the country's best heart surgeon. A touch of pride and arrogance in his voice. I can help his doctors. Which floor is he? 7th, sir, she said automatically. taken in by his performance, and then backtracked immediately. "You can't go there, sir. I need to see some ID. You'll have to be escorted." "I'll call his doctor," Cutter said as he swung away from her. He made a show of dialing his phone and hustled to the stairs when he was out of the receptionist's sight. "Quintica said they've taken over the entire floor. How do I enter it?" The answer came to him on the 6th-floor landing. He smashed its window with the butt of his Glock and leaned out. It was high above the parking lot with no nearby building. He fired several times into the sky, holstered his gun, and sprinted up the steps. "Shooter!" he yelled when he burst through the 7th-floor doors. A long hallway, treatment rooms on each side, medical equipment in front of some rooms, bulletin boards, posters, and art on walls. The stairs opened roughly in the middle of the passage, an elevator to his left, 2 FBI agents facing him, 2 more to the far end of the hallway with their weapons drawn, and another couple in front of a room. All 6 had their HKs trained on him. "Didn't you hear me? Didn't you hear those shots?" Cutter shouted. "There's a shooter on the floor below. He's firing at people. Go, get him." "We can't leave this floor, Doc," the nearest agent replied. "Why the hell not? He's killing people. What kind of law enforcement are you?" "We have our orders. There are 6 of you. I don't know what you're doing here, but 4 of you can go. The rest stay here." The agent looked at him, and then at the other officers. He jerked his head, and 3 of the protection detail came to him. "Where is he?" "Floor below, right outside the staircase door. Same position as where I'm standing. That's where he was. I fled past him the moment he raised his gun. Go." "You stay here," the agent ordered the 2 men outside the treatment room. "Doc, you stay here." "Hell yeah." Cutter showed them his trembling hands. "I'm not going anywhere near that shooter." He made his shoulders slump and went to the water cooler when the agents disappeared. "I don't have much time. They'll soon find out there's no gunmen. Where's Marie? How come she hasn't heard the commotion?" He took his plastic water cup and went to the agents outside the room. "Who's inside?" "Stay back, sir." "Is he shot? I specialize in gun." He flung the cup at one agent and followed it up with a punch to the throat. He continued the move, drew his Glock out smoothly, and pointed it at the second man. "Don't move. I'm not going to hurt anyone." He crashed his barrel against the man's temple before he could react, clubbed the first agent too, and rendered him unconscious. His inner clock was counting down when he hurried inside the room. Marco on the bed, with the intubator on him. Various medical apparatus connected to him. A blood bottle hanging from its frame, its line disappearing beneath his sheet. Marie in a chair near the window, her eyes closed, headphones over her ears. That's why she didn't hear us. He squeezed her shoulder gently and placed a finger over his lips when her eyes opened. Recognition flooded her face. "Cutter," she whispered, caught him tight and buried her face in his shoulder. "There were 2 FBI agents." Her voice was muffled. "They said you were there." "I was. Marco was cooking dinner for me. How is he?" "We don't know." Her eyes filled. "He's still critical. It could go either way." "What happened, Cutter? Who did this to him? Why are the FBI involved? They didn't tell me much. They didn't know themselves. What is Marco involved in?" Words pouring out of her like a torrent. Worry and fear etched on her face. "This has nothing to do with Marco," he said firmly. "It was that other officer, Han. He's mixed up in something, and those killers were after him. He came to Marco. We don't know why, but it looks like the men who did this to them wanted to know what both of them knew. Marie," he said urgently. "Did Marco say anything? Has he communicated in any way?" "No." She shook her head in anguish. "He can't talk or sign or do anything. He hasn't gained consciousness. He's the only one who can recognize those men who did that to him. Call me if he utters any names. I need to know first before you tell the FBI. You've got my number?" "Yeah, Cutter." She stopped him from leaving. Why are you dressed like that? No time for that. Will you find them? Yes. What they did to my man, they can't get away with that. She was fierce. She was hard. She was implacable. They won't. I'm pregnant, Cutter. Marco doesn't know. I was going to tell him when I returned from Cancun. He has to be alive to see our child. He didn't have a reply to that. Those FBI agents will return. Tell them it was me who came here. Don't hold back. He went out and headed to the window at the end of the hallway, broke it with the butt of his gun and leaned out. A drain pipe ran down the side of the building several feet away. Can I get to it? Do I have a choice? Those agents will come up the stairs or elevator at any moment. Can't go down those routes. He shrugged out of his coat and threw it on the floor. He climbed onto the sill, balanced himself for a moment and threw himself out. 57. For a moment he thought he had missed the pipe as he flew through the air. His outstretched fingers caught the circular surface, however, and he clung on desperately. Let it hold. It shook in its clamps as his body crashed against it and settled against the wall, but did not break. His grip slipped and he slid down several inches before he jammed his toes against the building to control his descent. He went down fast, and when he was midway, a head leaned out of the shattered window. "He's there!" the man yelled and spoke into a radio. Cutter let his weight drag him down as he felt his palms burn and the skin break. "Can't hang around. He'll get other agents to get me." He let go of the pipe when he was a floor away from the parking lot and fell the rest of the way, rolling immediately to absorb the impact. He stumbled to his feet and ran to the back of the hospital and spotted a delivery driver climbing into his truck. "Sorry." He yanked the man away, got behind the wheel and stepped on the gas. No one stopped him at the rear exit to the hospital, and after turning onto a side street, he parked the truck and got out. "My ride is at the hospital. Gotta retrieve it before the feds identify it." There were 3 armed agents at the main entrance when he returned on foot. However, they were inspecting departing vehicles. He hurried inside and circled to his Cherokee, which was parked away from other vehicles. No one around it. He was reaching for the door when a figure moved inside. "Don't!" Megan rolled down the window and snapped at him. "Get in the back. Lie on the floor." He jammed his Glock back in its holster and did her bidding. Beth, from the front passenger seat, turned around and smirked at him when he squeezed his body into the narrow space. The elder twin fired up the SUV and drove out of the lot. "Do you know how much of a pain you are?" she said conversationally. "Beth and I had to leave our fancy hotel rooms to pull this rescue act." "How did you find me?" he whispered as he felt the vehicle slow down at the exit. "Another dumb question." "We might as well answer it, or else his head might explode trying to work it out," Beth said, chuckling. "The Cherokee," he guessed. "I disabled its LoJack, however." "Quiet," Megan hissed. "Nope," he heard her reply to an indistinct voice. "We didn't see anyone run out. What happened? We were in the cafe and weren't paying attention." "Nope, we didn't see him." "Clear," she said when the vehicle sped up. Cutter got up on the rear seat and watched Bethesda pass as she drove back to D.C. "You were monitoring the hospital's cameras." "Werner was. It alerted us." Beth turned to him and assessed him quickly. "You pick up any injuries?" "Nope. Why are you here?" "I'm guessing you didn't get anything from your friend." Megan met his eyes in the mirror briefly. "No," he sighed. "He's still critical." "Cheer up," she told him. "We might have something for you." "We told you about her cloud account," Beth burst out in excitement. "The one linked to her phone." "Yeah, but you said there's nothing in it. She has another. Someone logged into it 2 days ago. 58. Cutter stared at her and then at Megan, who was looking back at him in the mirror. "How's that?" "Her abductors. They got her to tell them the login." "Correct," Beth nodded. "Can you locate where it was?" "DC." That's not very helpful, he said, slumping in disappointment. He looked out blindly as Megan drove expertly through the traffic. Go to your hotel. He swallowed his despondency after a while. I'll drive away from there. Neither replied. They didn't look at him in the mirrors. What's up with them? Did I offend them? That can't be it. They wouldn't bottle it up if I did. They'd let me know. You're staying here? He asked when Megan rolled up to 16th Street and stopped in front of a building. No, she replied. Why are we here then? It's not... He broke as realization struck him. The Hay Adams. He had recognized the hotel when they approached it. Her phone was used here? Yeah, Megan grinned. Whoever used it hopped on its Wi-Fi. Werner alerted us to the email login. Now, the service provider gives only a broad location and time, which is why we told you it was DC. But as you know, we are smart, she said smugly, and we have Werner. And we have contacts, Beth chirped in. We got a more precise location, this block. After that, it was a matter of breaking into private and public Wi-Fi networks and locating the MAC address of her phone. Which room? It doesn't work like that. The tracking isn't that precise. He watched as a car drove up the hotel's drive. The bellboy rushed to open the door for its occupants and ushered them inside. She won't be here, he said slowly. They won't risk keeping her here in such a public place. Yeah, they agreed, but there could be the remote chance that she's captive here. You're going to search every room? Beth looked at him skeptically. No, but I can get the feds. What if they have informers there? That stopped him short. He thought for a moment and grinned. I know a way. The login was 2 days ago. His smile faded. It took you that long? We have agency work, Cutter, Megan replied, hard-faced. We're happy to help you, but our team takes priority. You stupid fool, he berated himself, echoing DeFiore's words. They aren't at your beck and call. It's easy to make him feel guilty, Beth said, laughing at his expression. Relax, Cutter. Megan punched his shoulder affectionately. We didn't take that the wrong way. We were busy, however. I'm sorry. Stop. Move on. He nodded and turned back to the hotel, swung around to them when a thought struck him. The occupants, he said excitedly. Can you find out who was in the hotel that day and time? That thought struck us as well, the elder twin drawled. We're working on it. There's something else you can do for me. Of course, she said sarcastically. Do you have a list? He ignored her and pulled out his phone, swiped through it and showed them the photographs from Jordan's apartment. Whose are those? Beth leaned over his shoulder. I found those in Senator Jordan's apartment. Oh yeah, forgot to ask you about that. She trailed off when his words registered. She reached over him and swiped through them. Christ, Megan swore softly. They look so young. Where are the originals? Where I found them, in their hiding place above the ceiling fan in his room. Have you sent these to the feds? No. I've been meaning to send them anonymously. Didn't get around to doing it. The elder twin looked out of the window, her jaw clenched. He was in the ring. Yeah. Can you identify who those... We'll try. They might not be American. Quit talking, Beth hissed. Take us to our hotel. We have work to do. Cutter drove them to their hotel in Georgetown and stopped in a quiet street while returning. He checked that there were no public CCTV cameras and replaced the plates on his Cherokee with another set of false ones. He stopped at the intersection of I and 16th Street in a line of cars, from where he had a clear sight line to the hotel. He sucked on a hard candy and changed his pitch to disguise his voice further as he called the FBI's number. I'm calling from the Hay Adams, he yelled. I heard 2 men talking about a bomb. They said it would go off any moment. They didn't know I was there. I was behind a pillar. Hurry. You've got to get here. I have to go. I think they heard me. He got out of his car and tossed his phone into the bed of a passing pickup truck, removed another burner phone from his backpack, and set it up with his main cell, and waited. 59. The FBI rolled up 10 minutes later. Armed officers and K-9 units burst out of them while several unmarked cars arrived. A tall, dark-haired woman commanded the agents, gave them instructions, and directed them inside. Officers stood guard at the hotel's entrance and sealed it off. Several of them split into teams and closed off the entries to 16th Street and blocked off the drives to the buildings on it. A bunch of suits got onto the street to get the traffic moving. FBI. Cutter held up his fake card when an agent bent to his window. "What's up?" "We got a call about a terrorist cell." "I'm with counterintelligence. I won't get in your way." "Thank you, sir." Cutter brought out his phone when the agent left and sent out a text message. "You've got to be at the Hay Adams. Get the agents to search every room." The reply came 2 minutes later. Enough time for DeFiore to check what's going down at the hotel. "Grogan? Did you make that call? Is it a hoax? Get them to look for Lauren. We can arrest you for this. Search. For her." He scrunched down in his seat when she and Quindica arrived 20 minutes later. They went to the commander, who shook her head and gesticulated. "She's ordering them to stay outside. She's in charge on the scene." DeFiore spun on her heel as he watched and eyed the street. She turned back to Quindica, and the two of them waited, along with the senior officer. It was past midnight when the first armed team emerged from the hotel. The agents went to the commander, and from the headshakes, Cutter knew they had found nothing. "Are you sure?" Quindica seemed to ask. The officer nodded. The SAC spun away and spoke briefly to the detective, who led the way to their ride. "She isn't here. No terrorists either." DeFiore messaged him. "Why did you think Lauren was at the hotel?" From Quindica. "What are you holding back from us?" The detective again. It was late at night. Sparse traffic on the street as the FBI teams got into their rides and rolled away. Quindica's tail lights turned on briefly as she fired up her car and drove to H Street. DeFiore's hand came out of the window as she turned at the intersection. Cutter could see it even at that distance, under the street lights. The detective's raised middle finger in the air. He rolled out of his parking space when they were well away and drove to K Street. He still had a card to play. "I'm Cutter Grogan," he told the receptionist at his hotel. "I'm a guest here." "Yes, sir. How can I help?" "Do you have safety boxes?" "You have one in your room, sir." "I need a bigger one to store documents, files, photographs." "Of course, sir. If you come with me—" "I don't have them with me. I'll come in the morning at around 10 a.m. "I'll make a note, sir, for the receptionist on duty then." "Thanks." He went to the elevators and, when she wasn't looking, snuck down the hallway to the fire exit. He returned to his car and drove away to the north of D.C. and settled down to sleep on a quiet street. Will Andrews take the bait? 60. Vlad chewed his lip thoughtfully as he drank his coffee and watched the news on TV. "Terrorists in the Hay Adams," he snorted. "Whoever called the feds must have misheard." "Or it was a prank call," Denisov agreed. "Since when did killers stay in such fancy hotels?" "We do." "Da." His deputy grinned. "But we don't go about bombing people. I don't think those high-roller guests had a good night's sleep." "Where are you going?" Vlad asked when his lieutenant got to his feet and picked up his jacket. "I forgot to tell you," Denisov said, smiling lazily at him. "We have an appointment with Grogan." "Him? How?" "Our informers at the hotel said he showed up late at night. He wants a locker to store some documents. He's returning at 10 a.m. "Get him," Vlad said softly. "He's the only one who can stop us." "Da." "It's daytime." "We'll be careful." Denisov's smile was evil. Let's see how tough he is when I get my hands on him. Cutter parked illegally on K Street and took his time as he waited for traffic to clear before jaywalking across. I'll do everything to attract attention. He didn't feel eyes on him. His radar didn't ping as a cab swerved around him, its driver shouting a curse at him. Andrews's watchers will be there. He was confident of it. He'll want me. He'll wait for the right moment to grab me. That moment wasn't at the hotel. The receptionist greeted him with a warm smile and nodded when he mentioned his request. She led him to a discreet room in the business center and waited outside while he removed empty files from his backpack and stored them in the locker. "Charge it to my room," he instructed when leaving. "Yes, sir." He paused on the hotel's steps and slipped on his shades and inspected the street. No sign of any hostiles. He went down to the driveway and onto the sidewalk. An accident to his left. A van skewed sideways, its driver arguing furiously with a cab driver, horns blaring as traffic slowed to drive around the bottleneck. Cutter crossed the street and approached his vehicle. "Andrews isn't going to get me." Accident van sped down the street as he started bending to get into his Cherokee. Its doors slid open and 3 masked men jumped out. They grabbed him and hustled him towards the opening as more men pointed guns at him from the inside. It was executed so smoothly and swiftly that no passing vehicle or pedestrian noticed the snatch. Cutter didn't resist. He went with the men and got inside the van, and dropped the concussion grenade he was hiding in his left hand. "Yet!" a masked man shouted when he recognized the explosive. Cutter latched onto one of his abductors and thrust his feet against the vehicle's floor. He hurled himself backwards through the door and out, carrying his captor with him. They fell onto the street as the grenade exploded inside the van. It swerved and lurched. Horns blared angrily as it drove erratically. A woman screamed as smoke poured out of its side doors. Cutter fell on top of the hitter as the van sped away. He smashed his elbow on the man's neck, twisted his body sideways to grab his head and crack it on concrete. Gotta get away with him. Fast. He got to his feet and dragged the flailing hitter the few feet to his SUV. Opened the rear door with one hand and was shoving the weakly resisting hitter inside when his inner radar warned him. He spun around as a black car drove up. Its passenger window rolled down. Andrews, impassive, a gun in his hand. Cutter dived away just as a line of rounds smashed into the hitter and the side of his vehicle. He crawled between 2 cars for cover and heard the firing stop. He peered out cautiously to see Andrews's ride escape into the traffic. "What was that?" someone yelled. Screams and shrieks filled the air. He ignored them and hurried to the hitter, who was dead. He cursed as he looked around the street. There! He darted to the man's fallen gun just as a tour bus approached. He picked it up and sprinted to his Cherokee and drove away, making random turns heading to DuPont Circle, where he stopped briefly and replaced his ride's license plates yet again. No cops followed him as he drove through D.C.'s traffic to Friendship Heights, on the edge of the city. He stopped outside a park and picked up the hitter's gun by the barrel. A Smith & Wesson M&P2 compact pistol, a common enough make. Kids yelling came to him as they played soccer nearby. He looked at them blindly as he fingered the cold steel. He recalled the single word one of his abductors had shouted, "Nayet, 61." He repeated the grenade trick, Denisov said bitterly as he sipped his vodka in Vlad's apartment. Our men had him. He was inside our van. Then he drops one of them on the floor. He shook his head and narrated the failed grab to his boss. 3 men died in the blast. I got the driver to go to our Maryland garage and killed all the survivors. I had to kill Vasily too. Grogan had got him and was trying to take him away. "Durak!" he yelled. Vlad let him vent. He watched his lieutenant finish his drink and pour another shot. "Nayet," he said, shaking his head when his deputy offered to fill his glass. "We have to get him." Da, I know. Denisov rubbed his eyes. He was prepared. That grenade. I'm sure he doesn't go around with one in his hand all the time. Which means he set that trap for us. He went to that hotel knowing we would be watching it. Da, you had better start on that woman. The sooner we finish her, the safer we are. It's the doctor, Vlad swore. He thinks too much of himself. You know where he is right now? With her. Not yet he isn't torturing her. He's sitting there in her cell, watching her. He's not talking to her. He's doing nothing else. He says he needs to understand a prisoner before he can work on them. Have you heard such nonsense? Why can't he start cutting her? That's what I asked him. He sneered in my face and said if I wanted his services, I should let him do it his way. I don't want him. He controlled himself with great effort and went to the window. If our friend in Moscow hadn't asked for him, he said through gritted teeth, we would have wrapped this up by now. He looked up when Denisov didn't respond. What are you thinking? Grogan isn't the only one who can set a trap. 62. They're Russians. Cutter watched the soccer game in the Friendship Heights Park without paying attention. Andrews, Snyder, all of them. The implications turned him cold. They run that ring. They procure the girls. He brought up the photographs he had found in Jordan's residence and flicked through them. They're likely to be East European or South American. Trafficking in women in the U.S. is usually from those regions. Mystery man with Andrews. Even he won't be behind it. This is big. It goes all the way to Moscow. We need to meet, he messaged Di Fiore. That's what we've been telling you, she replied. Come to the Bureau's office. I'll be at the Hay Adams, he fired back, in an hour's time. That's not how this works. You come to us. You tell us what you know. You have several blanks to fill. He ignored her. Just the two of you. Outside the hotel. Cutter was on 16th Street half an hour later. He bribed a tour bus driver who had parked near the hotel to let him sleep in it for an hour. I'm not a thief, he smiled disarmingly as he thrust a thick bunch of notes at the man. I just need someplace to rest for a while. I have this hangover. I don't have enough to afford a hotel room. I don't need your keys. I'm not going to drive your coach away. His charm worked, and moments later he was inside the luxurious vehicle. He sat at a darkened window and watched the hotel. Quindica drove up in her car on the dot, an hour from his text message. She parked illegally and flashed her badge when a traffic cop rolled up inquisitively. Di Fiore got out and paced the sidewalk like a panther. Her suit was crisp, her shoes shined, her dark hair, pulled back and tied neatly, gleamed in the sunshine. Cutter had no doubt she was seething beneath her professional exterior. She'll sock me the moment I get close to her and handcuff me. She checked out all the cars on the street and shook her head at Quindica when she returned. Doesn't look like they've come with other agents. They could be on side streets, however. He had to risk it, though. He could not keep his findings from them. Not anymore. You should have checked the bus, he announced as he jaywalked across the street. Di Fiore's jaw clenched as he went up to her. She punched him in the belly, using her body as cover from passers-by. Get in, she hissed when he gasped and shoved him towards her partner's ride. What have you got? Quindica twisted to face him as Di Fiore climbed in next to her. No, how are you? Her eyes were as hard as the detective's. Is that how you greet your friends? He rubbed his stomach gingerly. We aren't friends, Di Fiore replied flatly. You called us. We're here. Spit out whatever you've got to tell and then come with us. You heard about that shootout on K Street? Yeah. Her eyes narrowed. That was you. We didn't get a description of... Cutter! Quindica exploded. Grenades and shooting on D.C.'s streets. And in Laurel, too? What the hell's wrong with you? Do you realize your position? You're this close. She held up her thumb and forefinger like a pair of pincers to being arrested. I set a trap for Andrews. I didn't realize he would go hot and heavy, he said quickly. and narrated how it had gone down. They were expressionless when he had finished. I nearly got killed, but are they sympathetic? Heck, no. Did you identify that dead man on the sidewalk? How could we? DeFiore snarled. It's a Metropolitan Police case. Besides, it happened a couple of hours ago. They're still at the crime scene. I doubt they've gotten around to... She broke off when he reached inside his jacket and brought out the hitter's gun, which he had picked up after the K Street shootout. Dude I grabbed hold of had this. You might be able to trace its prints. She took the baggie holding the weapon, inspected it briefly, and stowed it in the glove box. Your prints? On the barrel. What about the dead men in Laurel? False identities. No prints in the house. All of them were wearing gloves. Witnesses don't have anything more for us. We don't have any visual on Andrews's getaway vehicle. He's Russian. DeFiore froze. Quindica's eyes widened. Come again, the SAC whispered. Andrews is Russian. One of his men yelled a word when I dropped that grenade. Nayet. Traffic rolled on the street. A bunch of tourists, clicking away on their cameras, went past them on the sidewalk. Another day in the capital. You could have misheard, the detective said, moistening her lips. No. He unlocked his phone and gave it to her. Go through the photos. She navigated through the icons and turned the screen so that Quindica could watch too. The detective sucked in air sharply when she came across the girl's images. I found those in Jordan's apartment. The SAC's lips worked, but no words came out. This is your proof. What you were referring to in the speaker's apartment. Yeah. Christ. She ran her fingers through her hair. You have identified Andrews. Check. We have checked, DeFiore growled. His creds are fake. Check with your Russian counterparts, Cutter said, ignoring her interruption. He might have a record. He might be in a bratva. Someone, somewhere, will know him. The Russians, Quindica said bitterly. You know what this means? Yeah, they have politicians in their pockets. The Russians think bigger than that. I know. The congressional elections next week. Christ, the SAC repeated softly. This isn't about a girls' trafficking ring anymore. It started from there. No one can know about this. Only the two of you and Bart, he warned. She nodded. What was that call about? DeFiore jerked her head at the Hay Adams. You made it. You got us to search the hotel for terrorists. That was for Lauren? You think she was there? I had to rule it out. How did you know? I can't tell you that. You're withholding intel from us. Again. This is what you always do. Anger surfacing through her shock. You don't trust us, Quindica guessed. I do, but the FBI is a large organization. However much you compartmentalize, information will leak. I'm sure they have informers in the FBI. He reached for the door and opened it. You figured out your next move. I don't need to, he said, smiling thinly. I know what Andrews will do. He'll set a trap for me. And you'll walk into it, DeFiore guessed. Yeah, he climbed out and walked away. I'll get the director to make calls, Quindica said as she turned to the wheel and watched Cutter disappear in the rearview mirror. We'll have to take over that shootout investigation from the Metropolitan Police. We'll do that. We'll search the hotel's guests to see if any Russians are staying there. That gun, she added, nodding at the glove box, might lead us somewhere. You know it won't, DeFiore said bitterly. They've been operating in D.C., right beneath all our noses, and we are no closer to getting them. We have to try, but yeah, Cutter's still our best bet. 63. Cutter drove to his friend's Afghani restaurant and waited for a table to be free. Lunch hour. It was busy, a line forming outside the door. I'll wait. He lipped at Kodabaksh, who glanced at him. He got a corner table half an hour later and was starting his meal when two figures came to him. Eat up, fast. Beth Peterson told him shortly, Megan beside her. He took in their faces and did as she instructed. "Let's go to your ride," she ordered when they left the restaurant. "Drive to somewhere quiet," Megan directed as she buckled into the rear seat. Cutter drove to Queen's Chapel and parked outside Sanchez's apartment. He's still critical, he thought grimly, as he glanced at the police tape around it. Beth brought out her screen and angled it for him and Megan to view it. She typed a command and brought up a web page. "That's a Nice newspaper. It's a town in Serbia." "I know," he nodded. "That edition is 2 years old." She moved the mouse to an article and zoomed in on the photograph in it. "That's one of the girls from Jordan's apartment," he said softly. "Correct. Olga Gysik, 15 years old. Never returned from school. She's Jennifer in those photographs. We even made contact with her parents. We said we were reporters, covering a story on missing children. It was heartbreaking talking to them. Teresa, her mother, watches the road every day hoping to see Olga return." She swallowed and brought up another newspaper. "This is a daily from Murmansk, small city in Russia, 300,000 people." She enlarged a photograph. Inga Stepanov worked part-time in a bar to supplement her dad's earnings. She was last seen walking home. She was 15, too. She's Sharon. Cutter clenched his fists involuntarily as he read the article swiftly. "We couldn't find the others," Megan said, "but I'm sure they'll be from some similar places. Their folks would have gone to the local police, who would have organized a search. You know how that goes. They find nothing. The parents wait and wait. Hope dies slowly. They'll still be out there. They'll still be hoping. But deep inside, they'll have resigned themselves. They know something bad has happened to their daughters." Her hand shot out and caught his collar. She yanked him close and glowered at him. "You will not let them live." He nodded, knowing who she meant. "I won't. But I have to find them, first. And Lauren." "We might be of some help there," Beth drawled and punched her keyboard again. "We have a list of everyone who was in the hotel at the time her account was logged into. Guests, employees, everyone in their system and that their cameras captured. 400 people in the hotel on that day." His shoulders slumped at that. "Checking out all of them will take time, which I don't have." "We went at it through a different way," Megan said, reading his disappointment. "We know Jordan was involved in this ring. Guess who was in the hotel that day?" Cutter looked at her shining eyes and at Beth's triumphant look. "Yeah," the younger twin fist-pumped. "He was there." "He grabbed her?" he asked, confused. "He's dead." "He didn't abduct her," she said impatiently. "Whoever has her killed him." "Why was he there, at the hotel?" "He was on the Appropriations Committee. He met at the hotel regularly with some other senators. Reuben Taylor, Texas, Walker Witt, California, Dexter Murphy, Nevada, and Cody Doyle, New York. They were all there that day." "It could be any other guest, visitor, or employer." "It could," Megan agreed, "but the timeline doesn't work. That account was logged into when Jordan was in the hotel." "He had left," Beth corrected her. "I'm confused." Cutter threw up his hands. "Let me explain." The younger twin threw an irritated look at her sister. "Jordan and the 4 senators met at the Hay Adams 3 days ago. It's a regular thing for them. One of them books a conference room. They discuss committee matters, or so people think, and leave." "They could be discussing girls," Megan growled, "if the rest of them are involved." "Of course they did. That meeting lasted 2 hours. We have them on the cameras leaving the hotel. The login was after they had gone." "Someone was with them," Cutter whispered. "Or it could be someone who occupied the room after they left." "No." He stabbed a finger at Beth's screen. "That hotel was where they met Mystery Man, right in the open. They didn't discuss Appropriations Committee matters. They talked about girls. What about cameras in the hallway? Would you believe they weren't working just before and after every meeting?" Mystery Man is careful. He'll have taken precautions. We'll run an algorithm, the younger sister told her twin. We'll go by probabilities. See who entered the hotel around the time they arrived and after they left. He watched them for a while as they wrote the logic, their heads bobbing as they collaborated with each other. "Thank you," he said suddenly. They were busy with agency operations. Heck, they make the agency work. Zeb and the rest of the team would be nowhere without them. And yet, here they were, helping him in the cramped space of his SUV. "Are you going emotional on us?" Beth asked without looking up. "He is. He'll start sobbing any moment." Cutter didn't rebut them. He sighed and reached for Glover's list, smoothed out the sheet of paper and ran his eye down the names. Taylor, Doyle, Murphy, and Witt. They were there. 15 names, Beth interrupted him. He looked at her. "Can you look them up?" "Wait." Megan, head bowed, frowning at the screen. Lauren's account was logged into once more, the day after the first one, 2 days ago. Cutter sat up straight as he worked out the timeline rapidly. Jordan, he was killed that morning. Yeah, the remaining senators were in that room that second day. They must have met Mystery Man. He trailed off when they ignored him and returned to their screens. No, not him. That's a woman. That one is an oil company exec. Could be him, but he was at that week-long conference. Nah, scratch him. He looked out of the window as they worked, at the police tape that fluttered in the slight breeze. A dog walker on the sidewalk glanced at them and hurried away when his animal tugged at the leash. Him! Cutter turned to the twins. He narrowed his eyes at a photograph on Beth's screen. Meet Vaughn Ladrone, 64. Ladrone was the only one who was in the hotel on both days, Beth said excitedly. He was in the Hay Adams every other time they met. What's more, she brought up an image of the man in an elevator. We can place him in that car on both those days, minutes after the logins. Vaughn Ladrone. Cutter uttered the name as he checked out the clean-shaven, light-haired, brown-eyed man. Call me Vlad. That's how he introduces himself. Yeah. Beth smiled and brought up another page. We have lots on him. He's very much in the public domain. What does he do? You should have guessed it by now, Megan smirked. He's a political lobbyist. Cutter reached blindly for a bottle of water and drank from it. He offered it to the twins, who shook their heads. Lobbyist. That would give him access to senators and congressmen. Yeah, and get this. Taylor, Jordan, all of them. They are actively involved in the campaigns of the congressional candidates in their states. In fact, in those states, the leading candidates backed out of the race earlier in the year. The front-runners who emerged afterwards, they're the ones who have our senators backing. The FBI should get this, Beth urged him. Cutter nodded. Can you send Quindica and DiFiore an anonymous package? Yeah. With the photographs from Jordan's apartment as well. Ladrone as well? Vlad, he corrected her softly, his eyes bleak. We'll call him that too. Any bets that it's his real name? No, not him. He's mine. We'll send you everything on him, and that package will go tonight to your friends. They put away their screens in their backpacks and got out of his ride. I can drop you off. He broke off when he spotted 6 people climbing out of 2 SUVs, a tall, lean, brown-haired man in the lead who came to them with liquid ease. Zeb Carter, Broker and Roger behind him, Buana, Bear, and Chloe at the rear. They, along with the twins, were the most lethal operatives he had come across. I'm lucky they're my friends. I wouldn't want to be on their wrong side, he thought, grinning inwardly. How did you know we would be here? He asked as he bumped fists and hugged them. We knew, Zeb replied flatly. He waited for more explanation, but none was forthcoming. He waggled his fingers at the twins, aware that any thanks would be inadequate, got behind his wheel and drove away. Zeb watched the Cherokee turn a corner and disappear from sight. "Russians," Megan said when he met her eyes. He listened silently as she and Beth broke it down for them. He didn't move or react when they had finished. "Russians." Bwana cracked his knuckles. "I know that look on your face." "Yeah," Bear agreed. His biceps strained against his T when he scratched his head. "There's only one man who can be behind Vlad." "Alexei Gorsky," Beth stated. "The head of Russia's SVR. He was tops on their hit list, 65. Cutter had browsed through Ladrone's file by the time he commenced surveillance on the lobbyist the next day. Single child to a couple of business executives in Virginia. Did well in college and interned at a senator's office. That was his break into the world of politics. His easy charm and ability to persuade people had gotten him a job as the politician's staffer. He set up his lobbying firm after several years of working with multiple senators and congressmen. His business was well regarded, and his clients included some of the biggest firms in the country. Cutter drove to Ladrone's Pennsylvania Avenue office, parked and grabbed a coffee from a food truck. He returned to his ride and sipped as he watched and recollected. That cover is a fake, he decided. He and Andrews probably slipped into the country several years ago and made up that legend. Beth and Meg are digging into that. He pulled his ball cap lower over his eyes as an SUV drove up to the office. Ladrone emerged from it and went inside carrying a briefcase. Cutter caught a brief glimpse of the driver as the vehicle merged into the traffic. Shades. Collar pulled up high. A cap on his head. Can't make out his features. He swiped through the lobbyist's dossier on his phone and checked out his staff. No one looking like Andrews among them. He's got a West End apartment. I could break into it. He considered it for a moment and shook his head. It will have much better security than Jordan's or Webster's. And if he's this smart, he won't have anything incriminating there. Could we be wrong? Is it possible he's got nothing to do with the sex trafficking ring and Lauren's abduction? His forehead creased as he thought it through. That Ladrone knew Jordan and the 4 other senators was incontrovertible. That he was the most likely person to have logged into the Pennsylvania journalist's account couldn't be contested. No, it's got to be him. "Glover," he called the wounded lobbyist. "How are you doing?" "Recovering," the man replied hoarsely. "I should be out in a week's time, the doctors say." "Why are you sounding down about that?" "I told Sue everything. She's blocked my access to our daughters. She's going to get a court order to prevent me getting close to them." "You want my sympathy?" "No," the lobbyist said heavily. "Why did you call?" "Have you heard of Vaughn Ladrone?" "Vlad? Who hasn't? We're competitors. We bump into each other at events. We're not buddies. Why do you ask?" "Jordan, Taylor, Murphy, Doyle, and Witt. They're his senators. They're in his pockets. All of us in the business know that. Those 5 were at that DuPont event you went to." "I know. I wrote that list. You think Vlad and them—" "Have you heard any whispers, rumors?" "No. There wouldn't be. Ladrone wouldn't be so careless." "What's next for you?" "I don't know. I have another interview with the FBI. They're likely to charge me on a lesser sentence if I make a plea bargain. I'm finished in this town. I won't be able to see Maddie and Kara again." What can I tell him? He knew what he was doing. He hung up quietly and returned to watching Ladrone's office. The lobbyist emerged at 6 p.m. and hustled into his ride when it rolled up to the sidewalk. "What have you done to your face?" Vlad asked as he climbed in the rear seat. "Cheek pads. False nose," Denisov replied. "Why?" "I got the feeling someone was watching us." The lobbyist looked at him in the rearview mirror. "Are you sure?" "I didn't spot anyone, but the street is busy." "Do you think it's the feds?" Vlad didn't doubt his deputy, who had an animal-like sense where danger was concerned. "Not yet. They would have come to your office or apartment and questioned you." "Grogan?" "It could be him." How did he connect us? We'll have to ask him. No, I'm activating the exit plan. I'll get the doctor to... We can't move the journalist. We can't bring her out in the open. It's too risky. Let the doctor finish her today. Once we get what she knows, you can get rid of her body. Stop! Vlad blinked. His deputy rarely raised his voice at him. Give me 1 day, Denisov said, meeting his eyes in the mirror. There is no need to panic. You've read up on Grogan as well. He's a loner. He won't involve the feds or the cops. You know the FBI has nothing on us. I will capture him by tomorrow, and once we interrogate him, we can... 24 hours, Vlad interrupted him. Bring him. The doctor can work on both of them. Not yet. Grogan is mine. His lieutenant grinned wickedly. I'll make him watch the doctor work on the journalist. Cutter followed them at a distance, careful to leave 3 cars in between Ladrone's ride and his. His driver can't get a clear look at him. He tailed them to the lobbyist's West End apartment and watched the vehicle disappear into the basement parking lot. Can't hang around outside. He'll have cameras pointing at the street. His phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Yeah? He recognized Beth's number. You remember we said we could track Lauren's movements from her phone? You said she turned it off when she was meeting someone. Yeah, but we went through all the other movements again. All of us have our routines. Go to work, gym time, restaurants. She was a freelance journalist and was more random, but Werner could detect a pattern to it. He didn't hurry her. She's going somewhere with this. We could work out why she went somewhere when her phone was turned on, visit her grandma, meet friends, meet her editors, go to a play, but there's one ping from her phone that makes no sense. Where's that? Irving Street in Columbia Heights, 66. Irving Street was a long stretch from Smithsonian National Zoological Park in northwest D.C. to Michigan Avenue in the northeast. Cutter was interested in the strip in Columbia Heights, between 13th and 11th Streets. He drove slowly as he checked it out. A school to his left, lights turned on in its playground as teams of young kids played soccer under the watchful eyes of their coaches. Mixed-use housing to his right. Front walls painted in various colors, blue, red, white, green. At the far end, at the intersection with 11th, were a couple of commercial buildings, an office, a hairdresser, a bar. Lauren was here. But why? Beth and Meg checked out the firms in that office. No connection. He idled behind an RV that was layered in dust and watched customers enter the bar. It appeared to be a popular establishment, judging by the many arrivals and departures, bright lights on its small porch, throbbing beats audible when its doors opened, a bunch of folks drinking and conversing around an outside table. She could have come here for the food. Nope. Her phone history shows she went to quiet places. She didn't come to the hairdresser either. She had a regular one she went to near her apartment. It was worth checking out, however. He turned off his engine and crossed the street, went to the office and showed Lauren's photograph to the security guard, who went to a register, riffled through several pages and shook his head. What about your cameras? They would show if she was here. A $100 bill got the man to cooperate. The journalist hadn't been there. It was easier at the salon, and no money needed to change hands. We take only regulars, honey. We're so busy, the owner told him. That left the bar. Cutter went to it and noticed the narrow alleys on each side of it, separating it from the hairdresser on the right and an empty house on the left. It has upper levels. His interest sharpened as he got closer to the building and noticed the side entrance in the alley next to the salon. Key code entry. Call buttons next to names. Those must be the occupants on the upper floors. Brand promise. A tech company. He looked them up on his phone. The technology company was a cybersecurity consultancy. Brand Promise was a modeling agency. He pocketed his phone and walked back to the front, and stopped short. Modeling agency. Young women. What about girls? He looked up and saw lights on its floors, went back to the entrance button and jabbed the button until it opened. He went up the short flight of stairs and entered a reception area, which was brightly lit. Soft music playing over invisible speakers, photo shoot posters on the wall, magazines scattered on a glass table. Yeah? A casually dressed man approached him. You do commercial shoots? For advertising? We do everything. What are you looking for? I run a takeout business, Cutter lied. Lebanese food. I want some photographs for my flyers. You can go to any stock photo site, sir, and get those. You don't need a modeling agency for that. My brand is based on authenticity. I have thought about this. I need a proper shoot. It's your money, sir, the man said, smiling. He fished out a card and handed it over. I'm Brett Calhoun, the agency's director. I personally scout all our models. Why don't you go through this catalog? Those are the models signed up with us. Hey, Chad, you got the shoot ready? I'll be back, he said, flashing a smile, and disappeared behind a partition wall. Cutter heard a murmur of voices from inside and the clicks of a camera as he riffled through the catalog. Those girls from Jordan's apartment, they aren't here. They wouldn't be, dumbass. They're very young. Calhoun wouldn't list them publicly, which is assuming that brand promise is involved. He grabbed the catalog and left the office. Went down to the alley where he dialed Beth. Brand promise, he briefed her. Do they have an online catalog? Yeah. Those senators, Taylor, Jordan, the others, there must be photographs of them at various events and receptions. I didn't think he was this smart. Megan, an amused tone in her voice. He surprises us, once in a while. You realize I can hear you, he exclaimed. We got where you were going. We'll get back to you. Cutter hung around on Irving Street, making it look as if he were on a call when Beth rang. He stiffened when he heard it in her voice. A breakthrough. Brand Promise's models were at 2 receptions that we could find, she said with barely restrained excitement. One was in Texas for political donors. Taylor was a speaker at that. There was a similar one in New York, with Doyle at that fundraiser. The models were hostesses and servers at both events. She was checking out the agency. Yeah, Megan agreed. She must have had a reason to suspect it. Good work. We'll dig up everything on Calhoun and get back to you. Or I can grab and interrogate him. He rejected the idea as soon as it came to him. That could alert Ladrone and Andrews. They must be working together. Better to wait for what Beth and Meg turn up. He went to his Cherokee just as his belly rumbled, reminding him he hadn't had a meal in several hours. He extracted his backpack from the vehicle, slung it over his shoulders, and went to the bar. A polished wood counter, customers sitting on stools, mirrored shelf on which bottles and glasses were arranged, uniformed bartenders and servers navigating through tables carrying orders, a small dance floor at the back. Cutter got a table near it, next to the wall, and checked out the menu. It was the animal in him that got him to raise his head. He lowered his eyes immediately, grabbed his backpack, and went to the bathroom casually, turning his back on the bar. He checked the stalls. Opposite them was a line of porcelain sinks with a long mirror on the wall. He unzipped his backpack swiftly and brought out cheek pads and inserted them in his mouth, attached a fleshy nose and smoothed it down. He completed his disguise by affixing a fake mustache and inspected himself. It would have to do. He bent beneath the counter and duct-taped 2 stun grenades there, then thought for a moment and removed them. Can't trigger them if they're not with me. He went to a stall and brought out another set of explosive devices. They were flashbangs but would be set off by specific sounds and acoustic frequencies. He had tweaked them to be set off by gunshots from 9mm handguns, the most common caliber. He checked that the bathroom was still empty and taped the explosives to the back of the sink pipes and went back to his table. He gave his order to the server, who didn't notice that he looked different, and when she had departed, he stealthily attached 2 more explosives to the base of his leather chair and the base of the table. They won't be detected. He was confident about that. He had worked in such establishments and knew how the cleaning crew worked. A cursory vacuum of the floor, replacing the table covers, and that's pretty much it. He checked out the bar casually, his lips tightening at what he saw. Why he had needed the disguise. Ladrone and Andrews sipping drinks along with Calhoun, 67. Denisov looked around the bar periodically as he dined at the counter. He thought he had sensed a hostile presence, but he didn't see Grogan. There were a couple of solitary men, but none of them looked like the American. 24 hours, Vlad reminded him. Da, I have not forgotten. I will get him. How will you do that? I'll give him what he wants, the killer said, smiling coldly. Is there more room in that cell where she is? He cocked his head discreetly at the basement. Da, it's big enough. I can show you. Nayat, I'll see it when Grogan is with us. He finished his food and settled back, bobbing his head to the beats. He was a lethal killer, but that didn't mean he didn't enjoy music. You have to tell Quindica and Di Fiore, Megan told Cutter when he briefed them from his SUV. He had returned to it after his dinner and called the twins. Nah, you're right, she sighed when he didn't respond. By the time they come, hot and hard, Ladrone and Andrews will have killed Lauren. Yeah. How will you extract her? I'll think of something. There's something else you should know, Beth said soberly. Ladrone was seen with a man in a downtown hotel 3 days ago. What about it? They must have hacked into every hotel's security cameras by now. He met Mike Gennaro, a cosmetic surgeon from New York. I don't see how this is. Gennaro, Megan broke in impatiently, has been on the radar of a few agencies. He was never picked up for questioning because several of the outfits who were interested in him have been disbanded. Agents have retired. The case files have grown old. Who is he really? Werner alerted us when he caught the flight to D.C., but we didn't act on it. It wasn't relevant then. Who is he? He repeated. He's suspected of being Mikhail Gennady, the SVR's deadliest torturer. They call him the Doctor. Cutter's insides clenched. 3 days ago? That's when Ladrone met him? Yeah, he's come for a conference. We're guessing that's his cover. He's still in his hotel. We're keeping tabs on him. Cutter, Beth said softly, if he has come to Ladrone, there's only one reason for it. He's going to work on Lauren. He nodded. You don't have much time to get her out. Cutter hung up and watched the bar for several moments as he contemplated waiting for Ladrone and Andrews to leave. Should I follow them? No, they'll be alert. He drove away with a last look and went to Queen's Chapel, where he settled for the night outside his friend's house. The call came just as he was drifting off to sleep. Mr. Grogan? Yeah, he recognized the receptionist's voice from his K Street hotel. A visitor left a message for you, sir. He asked me to pass it on to you urgently. What is it? He said you have a firearm of his. He has given a number you can reach him on. Firearm? Gun. He shot up in his seat and winced when his forehead crashed against the roof. Andrews. It can't be anyone else. He's referring to his hitter's gun. Yeah, give it to me. He wrote it down on his notepad as the cold inside him spread and covered his smoldering fury in ice. He knew what the message was about. He wants me, which played into his hands, since he wanted Andrews too. He searched for an industrial chemical store that would be open but found none. Nearest one is in DuPont Circle, a distributor. He checked their website to confirm that they had what he was looking for. He drove to the outfit on Riggs Place. It was laid out like an office facing the street, lit from inside but empty. Where are its stocks? He swallowed his disappointment as he studied it for a moment and brought up the website again. It clearly stated that they stocked and sold industrial chemical products. There's got to be a store at the back. "Ma'am," he told a woman in a gym outfit who was on her phone nearby, "please leave." She frowned at him and made to retort when she saw the gun in his hand. "Oh, God!" "No, ma'am, I'm not shooting anyone," Cutter reassured her and crashed the butt of his Glock into the glass. He heard her shriek over its shattering, and then the office's security alarm drowned out all sound. He punched a big hole in the glass to climb inside and hustled to the back of the office. A kitchen behind the partition wall, a hallway, bathroom, and there, a locked door. He kicked it. It held. He kicked it again with a yell and the wood around the lock broke. He jammed his shoulder against it and shoved it open, wrinkled his face when the smell of chemicals assaulted him as he entered. He checked out the shelves, stacked with cans and boxes, barrels and sacks at the rear. "Don't have much time. Cops will be here soon." He hurried down the shelves, checking out every label until he got to the last row with a sinking heart. And then he found it: sodium. He broke the carton open and pocketed a bottle of the inert liquid in which the metal was contained, searched the rest of the stockroom and grabbed more bottles and gels and left, sprinting back to his ride. "Are there TVs inside?" a jogger asked him. Cutter couldn't help grinning as he slid behind his wheel and drove back to Queen's Chapel. He grabbed a shirt from his vehicle and the chemicals he had stolen, broke a window on Sanchez's house, and headed to the kitchen. "Di Fiore can add B and E to my list of felonies." He unfolded the dark shirt, straightened its long sleeves, and laid it on the counter. He searched for a roll of kitchen towels, tore off a sheet, and spread it next to the shirt. He then broke open the chemical bottles and gels and mixed them swiftly to make an inert paste on the paper towel. Then came the sodium, a soft metal that reacted violently when exposed to water, bursting into flame. Even the moisture in the human palm could set it off, which was why it was stored in inert liquids. "That paste I made should do the trick. It will keep the metal inactive from the moisture in the air." He held his breath as he lifted a sodium cube with a pair of kitchen tongs and dropped it in the paste. Nothing happened. He crushed the cube of metal gingerly and spread it evenly. Added another one for good measure and mixed the paste thoroughly. He spooned out a dollop and added drops of water to it. Bingo! The paste sizzled and a small flame burst from it. Cutter smothered it and used a kitchen knife to apply the rest of it to the lower sleeves and cuffs on his shirt. He left the garment to dry as he cleaned up carefully and placed the sodium bottle high up on a shelf, out of harm's way. The shirt was dry by the time he had finished, and he stripped off his tee and slipped into the shirt. "I'm dressing up for Andrews," he thought, smiling grimly as he buttoned his cuffs. They felt heavy and stiff, but he was sure the killer or his hitters wouldn't recognize what the coating was. He returned to his Cherokee and checked the time. 11 p.m. No point in delaying. He dialed Andrews's number from his main phone and got silence when the call was picked up. "You got something to say?" he grated. "Grogan," the killer spoke finally. "We have something you want." "Is she alive?" "Wouldn't you like to know that?" He speaks like an American. No Russian accent. "If she isn't, you're a dead man walking." Andrews laughed loudly. "Look at you," he chortled. "You have nothing on us." "How do you know I'm not recording this call and tracing it?" "Record away. FBI is already looking for me. What more damage can you do? As for tracing it, good luck with that." Why is he talking to me? What does he want? "Take me. Let her go." "You? You are worthless to us. The journalist has information. She's valuable. And," he chuckled, "she's good-looking. I can play with her." "Leave her alone," Cutter hissed. He tensed as a pair of headlights appeared in his mirrors and relaxed when the car drove past. "Do you know who she is? Your best bet is to release her and get out of the country while you're still alive. You know nothing of us, where we are, what we do. And you're threatening us? What leverage do you have?" Cutter saw it coming. A dark vehicle speeding from behind with its lights turned off. He reached for his Glock as he fumbled with his phone, which dropped to the floorboard. He heard the killer's voice as he dived for the door just as the approaching SUV rammed into his Cherokee. Hitters jumped out of it instantly and trained their guns on him. Andrews climbed out and sauntered across. He nodded at one of his men who opened Cutter's door and gestured for him to climb out. Andrews traced my call. That's why he kept talking. Cutter got out and stood motionless as he was patted down. The hitter took his Glock, Spyderco, and his wallet. Other shooters searched his Cherokee and came out with his phone and backpack. One of the men whistled as he brought out his spare grenades, weapons, and surveillance equipment. "You need this many men to kill me? Who said I was going to kill you?" Andrews smiled thinly. "Oh, you will die, but I will have some fun with you first." He looked at Sanchez's house and shook his head. "He was your good friend, wasn't he? He squealed a lot when I used the knife on him. I can still hear him begging." The red mist descended. Cutter lunged at him with a roar, his arms outstretched to wrap them around Andrews's throat. Something clubbed him in the side of the head and sent him sprawling to the ground. 68. "Did you search him?" Cutter heard Andrews dimly as rough hands hauled him up and a dark hood was placed over his head. "Yeah." "Do it again." A man tied his hands behind his back while another patted him again. "He's clean. He smells weird, though." Another man came to him and sniffed deeply. It must be his fear. They laughed coarsely at that. "That's the paste on my cuffs. They haven't noticed it." It came to him that the hitters stuck to English. They've been in the country for so long under cover that it must come naturally to them. His head hurt from whoever had hit him, but it was a pain he could deal with. He sent the throbbing to the back of his mind, the way his Zen master in Delta had taught him, and stumbled when he was shoved to a vehicle. "Climb," a voice said harshly, and when he was pushed into a seat, his legs were tied as well. 5 men, including Andrews and the driver. He tested his bindings as the vehicle sped through the night. No give in them. It slowed after what felt like half an hour and came to a stop. "Clear the bar." Andrews, the voice of command. "Da." They do slip into Russian occasionally. He was bundled out unceremoniously when someone whistled, and the bindings at his feet were cut. "Walk." A hand prodded his back. Cutter made a show of stumbling and gasping as the hand on his shoulder directed him. "Climb." He climbed steps and got punched in his back when he lost his balance. He fell heavily and was yanked up immediately. "Not here, fools," Andrews cursed. "Any passing vehicle on the street can hear us." Cutter knew they were inside the bar from the smells and sounds. He shuffled in the direction his captors guided him, down a set of stairs where the air was cooler and thick with the smell of wine. Cellar. He recollected a cordoned area next to stairs where the kitchen door was. "We came down through there." "Leave," Andrews ordered. He felt the hitters depart. The killer pushed him forward on the concrete floor to what felt like a wall. He stumbled into a room that smelled of stale air, sweat, and a bitter, tangy odor that he recognized from his times in the military. It was a room in which blood had been shed and people had been killed. Is Lauren here? He tried to reach out with his senses but couldn't make out any presence other than Andrews, who shoved him into a wooden chair, cut the ties on his hands and secured each one to the back and his feet to the chair's legs. Expertly, swiftly, before Cutter could make a move. The killer punched him in the throat, lifted the hood from his head and sneered at him as he gasped and panted, trying to stay conscious as his vision dimmed. Cutter groaned and drew air painfully. He blinked to dislodge the sweat from his eyelids and breathed heavily as the darkness disappeared. A small room, dull concrete walls and floor. The door set flush in the wall, a wooden chair next to it. His seat was in the center. Andrews in front of him, hands on his hips, smirking. A single naked bulb on the ceiling that threw the killer's shadow on the floor. To his right, a wooden cot, and on it, a figure. Pale face, wide eyes, one hand to her mouth in shock. Lauren Breland. Her hair was straggly, unkempt from being unwashed for a long while. She wore a dirty tee and track pants, and even from his distance, he could smell her fear. "Hello, Lauren," Cutter croaked, and fell to the floor when Andrews hit him. 69. The blow to his ribs was savage, filling him with fire and agony as he crashed onto the hard concrete. Cutter groaned when Andrews grabbed his hair and righted him painfully. "I'm going to take my time with you," the killer gloated and looked up when a knock sounded on the door. He opened it and stood aside to let another man inside. He was elderly, with neatly styled white hair, a trimmed goatee and an earnest face that inspired trust. He was in a white coat and carried a black bag. Fear filled Cutter when he recognized the newcomer, Mikhail Gennady. "This isn't how I work," he protested in Russian. "I haven't had enough time to spend with her, to know her fear." "We don't have time," Andrews growled. "You heard what the boss said." "But start your work," the killer hissed fiercely. "On him too?" The torturer looked at Cutter dispassionately. "Later, after I have my way with him. He needs to watch." "Mikhail Gennady," Cutter wheezed in their language, SVR torturer known as the Doctor. "You've been living in Brooklyn as Mike Gennaro, a cosmetic surgeon." Andrews and Gennady stared at him. "He speaks Russian. He understands us." "Grogan," the killer said, ignoring the doctor, "you surprise me continually." "He knows about me." "Not just me," Cutter sneered. "The FBI does too. They know you're in D.C. They know which flight you were on, where you're staying. They'll search for you. You'd better not start whatever you were planning to do. You can plead guilty, tell them everything you know, and—" Andrews punched him in the throat again, a calculated blow to hurt but not kill. Cutter blacked out for a few seconds, and when he came to, he heard Lauren screaming. He turned his head woozily to see her scramble back on the bed, punching and kicking as Andrews approached her. The killer slapped her across the face casually and subdued her easily. He caught hold of her flailing hands and tied each one to the sides of the bed. He dodged her kicks and secured her feet as well. "What are you doing?" The doctor stopped him when he was about to gag her. "We have to hear her scream." "We want to know what she knows. Make her speak, quickly." "Gennady," Cutter panted, as the torturer opened his bag and laid out steel instruments. Lauren screamed at the sight and shook her body from side to side, trying to break free. Andrews laughed, a low, savage sound as he caught her tee by its neck and ripped it off her as if it was made of paper. "No!" she shrieked and tried to shrink on the bed. "Gennady!" Cutter roared. "I will kill you if you touch her." The doctor picked up a long-bladed scalpel and inspected it under the light. "And how do you propose to do that?" he asked conversationally. He didn't wait for a response. He brought the instrument down and cut Lauren between her breasts. Cutter ground his teeth and yanked savagely against the chair as her scream filled the room. "That's not a lethal cut. He's going to play with her." "Tell us," the doctor crooned as he wiped the scalpel with a soft cloth. "Tell us everything you know. Where did you hide your investigation notes?" He raised the blade again when Cutter yelled, "Water! I need water!" Andrews and Gennady swung round on him. "I'm diabetic," he shouted. "Didn't you know? I haven't taken my insulin today. I'm feeling dehydrated. Do you want me to die like this? Give it to him." "You give it to him." Andrews went to the chair by the door and sat on it. Gennady sighed and brought out a water bottle with one hand. He uncapped it with his mouth and came to Cutter. "Open," he commanded. Cutter opened his mouth and drank greedily. He jerked forward and got the stream to splash on his face. "Need it on my back too and down my arms. Pour it on my body," he pleaded. I am burning up." "Do it," Andrews said in a bored tone. "I don't want him to die on us." The doctor clicked his tongue impatiently and emptied the bottle on Cutter's head and back. He tossed it away and hummed as he returned to Lauren. "Help us to help you," he told her gently, and made another shallow cut on her chest. Cutter gritted his jaws as she shrieked. Blood rolled down her chest and gathered in a puddle in her navel. Her eyes were blank, her head rolling continuously as she wailed. "She's going into shock." He strained his hands to get the water rolling down his arms to his wrists. His heart leapt when he felt the first burn. It's working. The sting became fierce as the paste reacted to water and gave out intense heat. "Leave her!" he yelled, to mask his groan from the lancing pain as he twisted his wrists and pulled his hands up as far as they would go to get the bindings to make contact with the cuffs. "What's that?" Gennady sniffed. "Is something burning?" "Check it out." Andrews leaned back and crossed his legs. He wasn't going to give up his ringside view for any distraction. "Let her go!" Cutter roared to drown out the faint sizzle he could hear and to give the burning torment on his wrists an outlet. "Those ties are weakening," he thought triumphantly, as felt them give and strained and twisted ferociously to further loosen them. The doctor checked Lauren's bed and shook his head. He sniffed again as he came to Cutter, and his forehead creased in puzzlement. "It's coming from him," he said in surprise and leaned over the American's shoulder. Cutter became fury. He became explosive action as he shaped his rage to spur him to motion. He yanked savagely against the chair and felt the bindings fall away. His right hand reached out, caught Gennady's scalpel-wielding wrist, twisted it viciously and palmed the blade as it slipped from the doctor. He plunged it in the torturer's throat 3 times and into his heart for good measure, adrenaline, pain, and anger fueling his blurring moves. He sent the man staggering back towards Andrews as he bent down to slash at the ties on his feet. He freed his right leg, heard the killer exclaim in surprise and anger as Andrews came out of his chair. No time for the other leg. Cutter straightened and took a long step forward, dragged the chair with him as Andrews pushed the falling doctor away, glimpsed the gun in his hand as he spun on his heel and summoned the anger inside him to a sharp streak that sped through him and down his left leg, which rose high in the air, carrying the chair with it and sent it crashing into the Russian. The furniture broke against the killer, who howled in anger and pain and went down. Cutter fell too, lost the blade and grimaced as the chair's remaining leg, still attached to his limb, jammed into him. He rolled on his back, brought up his elbow just as Andrews reared up and caught him in the face. "You can't escape," the killer grunted as he fell back and unleashed a flurry of punches and Krav Maga strikes. "You are nothing, just a thorn that I will stamp beneath my feet, and then I will use the doctor's knife on you and on the woman. You will beg to die. You will plead with me to kill you." Cutter shuddered as Andrews kicked and gouged along with his stream of words. He gritted his teeth, however, and didn't let the killer get away as he moved up on the Russian's body, letting his weight smother him. He blocked and counterstruck, pounding his fists into Andrews's body. There wasn't room for fancy moves from either of them. They were down to basics, punching into the other's chests, heads, and necks. Cutter's wrists burned. His body screamed in protest from the punishment it was taking, but still he soaked in the blows, ducking, striking until he came face to face with the killer and dug his thumbs into the man's neck. "I'm stronger than you," Andrews growled and grabbed his wrists. His eyes flared in surprise at the heat in the cuffs and on his flesh. "Smart trick," he snarled and rubbed viciously on the burns. Cutter groaned as the pain hit him like a wave. "Can't let go." He held his grip and continued squeezing. The killer gave up and hit him on the temple with the side of his hand, a blow that felt like a concrete block. Cutter's head swam. He nearly slid away but jammed his legs on the floor and settled his weight on top. He ducked his head in every direction and flexed his shoulders to evade the killer's hands, which sought in vain to grip his neck. You should have seen Han when I was killing him. He was squealing. Cutter ignored the knee that dug painfully into his thigh as it tried to find his groin. He lifted the Russian's head and smashed it on the concrete. He could hear Lauren's constant screaming behind him, but forced himself to shut it out. Andrews knuckle-punched him in the sternum. He didn't let up. He sobbed when a fist like a pile driver slammed into his ribs and a heave almost dislodged him, but he stuck to the killer. "Your friend Sanchez," the killer snarled. "He screamed like a woman when I cut him. He begged to die quickly." Cutter turned his head just in time and caught the incoming blow on the side of his neck. He felt something hard digging into his side. The chair's leg. It was still attached to him. "He didn't die," he growled savagely and released his grip. His left hand darted down to yank at the wood and pull it free from the binding as his right hand blocked Andrews's incoming punch. He grimaced as the blow landed on the burn on his wrist. "He's alive," he said hoarsely, and crashed the weapon onto the Russian's oncoming hands. The killer froze in shock for a moment, which gave him the opening he needed. "You failed there," he panted, and jammed the jagged end of his makeshift weapon into Andrews's throat. "You failed here too." He threw his weight behind the chair's leg and kept his hold as the Russian punched and thrust. But he didn't let up as the killer's blows grew weaker and kept staring as the light faded in Andrews's eyes and his body stilled, finally. 70. Cutter lay on top of the killer, breathing harshly until Lauren's moaning cut through the fog in his mind. He rolled off the body and searched the floor. Where's his gun? His hands are empty. He found it behind the chair Andrews had been sitting on near the door. It was a Glock 19, the same model he used, full magazine. He hurried to Gennady and confirmed the doctor was dead and removed the scalpel from his chest. He went to the journalist and slashed her bindings. She didn't react. She lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her face slack, her eyes blank. She's in shock. He removed his shirt and dabbed at the blood on her body. Those cuts seemed to be superficial. "Lauren!" He caught her chin and got her to look at him. "Lauren!" He shook her gently. Light returned to her eyes. She stopped crying. Breathed deeply. She nodded jerkily and inhaled as she sat up with his help. "What happened? Who are you?" she gasped as she took in the bodies on the floor and turned her face away. She seems to have shut down when Gennady started on her. He had seen it happen with some torture victims. It was the body's defensive action in times of intense stress. "We have to get out of here." He helped her into his shirt. "How?" she asked as she buttoned it up and winced at the heat in the cuffs. She held up her wrist to inspect them and looked at him. "No time for explanation. There will be guards." He nodded, glad that she was thinking ahead. "Stay behind me," he told her and went to the door. "Does it open from the inside?" It was set flush in the wall and didn't have a handle. Hidden keypad? Some kind of pressure point? He was searching for it when the door swung open and two hitters burst in. Cutter reacted instantly. He sent Lauren staggering to the side with a shove, dropped to the floor and fired at them. Double tap to the center of mass of the first shooter. A neck shot to the second, putting both of them out of the fight. The sound of the shots reverberated in the small room. Will they trigger the stun grenades? Are they still where I hid them? He didn't hear any explosions. Need more weapons. He jammed the Glock into his pocket, dived at the nearest hitter, grabbed the fallen man's HK and spun away to the side of the door as footsteps sounded on the steps and shots ricocheted off the concrete floor. "Drop down!" he shouted at Lauren and fired a long burst blindly up the stairs. "Grogan!" a voice called out from outside. "Drop your gun! See who I have here!" Is that Vlad? Cutter snatched a quick glance through the door. A well-dressed man on the stairs, smirking, a shooter behind him. But it was who the lobbyist's handgun was trained on that got his attention. Sophie Breland, 71. Cutter stared at her fear-stricken face. She began signing with her hands and fell to the steps when Vlad hit her on the head. "Stop! Don't hit her!" "I will, when you drop your gun." Cutter dropped the HK and stepped back at Vlad's gesture. "The one in your pocket, too. Don't play tricks." He removed the Glock and tossed it to the floor. "Sophie!" Lauren screamed when Vlad grabbed the girl and brought her inside the cell. "Stay back," the lobbyist warned her. He glanced at the bodies on the floor and his face twisted in fury when he took in Andrews. "Denisov," he whispered. "You killed him." "That shooter is still up there on the stairs, out of my sight. There might be more in the bar." Cutter raced through his options and didn't like what he came up with. "I'll have to shoot through them to get away with Lauren and Sophie. He would have to get to a gun first. If I do, maybe the sounds will trigger my grenades. That will give us a break. And Sophie's absence will be noticed. Cops and the feds will be looking for us." All of which was assuming Vlad didn't kill him with his first shot. "Gotta keep him talking. We need time." "You killed my friend!" The lobbyist's shout cut through his thoughts. "I would do it again. He wasn't as tough as he thought." "Tough? He was one of SVR's best killers. You got lucky." "You're all Russian." Cutter nodded at Ladrone's statement. "This was your idea. You smuggle young girls into the country and present them as brand promise models. You trap politicians in your sex trafficking ring and then they are yours. You own them." "Trap?" the lobbyist scoffed. "I don't force them to have sex with young girls. All I do is feed their interests. You know a lot." "You can't get away. By now, everyone will be looking for Sophie. This is the end for you. Give up. Surrender. This might have been your idea, but there will be people in Moscow who you report to. SVR's chief? People in the Kremlin? You might get a lesser sentence." "Stop!" Vlad roared. "You think I haven't thought this through? Denisov and we planned for every outcome. My people have blocked Irving Street. They have staged accidents at either end. No traffic can come in for a long while. There's an escape route through houses to a waiting chopper. I have everything figured out. You don't think the FBI will work out which senators are in your pockets? Taylor, Doyle, Murphy? You do know a lot. The feds, all your intelligence agencies and law enforcement outfits. What have they done?" The lobbyist scoffed. "We interfered in your presidential elections. What did you do? Sure, you tightened some of the money flow, you shut down some internet accounts. Did anything change? We anticipated that too, which is why we came up with this idea. To own senators and congressmen. To control them. Once we have enough of them in Congress," he made a fist with his right hand, "we own America." "You captured Lauren because of her investigation. She knew too much. She was going to interview my senators. We organized the snatch. It was perfect. Hunt. The Capitol police officer. Da. He was in a white supremacy ring. That's how we owned him," the lobbyist said, smirking. "He got the journalist and brought her to Denisov." "Why did you keep her alive this long? Wasn't that a risk?" "Keep him talking." "It wasn't my idea," Vlad burst out. He recovered quickly and smiled thinly. "I tortured her." Da. He smiled, showing his teeth at Lauren's gasp. "But they wanted the doctor to work on her. He would get her to confess where she kept her findings and would kill her. They, his masters. He skins people alive. It's his signature. It would be a message to America that they can't do anything. Your country is powerless." "Kennedy was on the FBI's radar," Cutter said, pricking his smugness. He didn't know if that was the case, but the lie was worth watching Ladrone's smile fade. They knew where he was staying. "Why didn't they do anything about it? You are lying. Your friend Sanchez. I was there when Denisov cut him. He was begging. He's alive." The lobbyist stared at him. "It's over for you," he said, bringing his gun up. 72. Cutter charged at him, weaving through the short distance to Ladrone to throw off his aim. Something hit him in the head. Someone shouted. Lauren screamed. He staggered but didn't stop. "I'm still alive," he thought dimly, as he felt blood streaming down his face. He shouldered into the lobbyist as the gun went off again, deafening his ears. He had no idea where the round went. It didn't hit him, and that was what mattered. He chopped at Vlad's hand, the one holding Sophie, and shoved her to a corner of the room. He twisted the gun in the lobbyist's hand, jammed his finger over his, and fired at the stairs. The shooter on the steps fell. Someone yelled above him and shots came their way. Vlad grunted and kicked as he tried to free himself, but Cutter wrapped his left hand around his neck and squeezed. "I'll use him as cover for as long as I can," which wouldn't be for long. His strength was fading. His vision was dimming. Sounds were echoing in his mind. "Lauren! Sophie!" he shouted, his voice coming to him distantly. "Stay away from the door." He would clear the stairs and the bar. He would paint himself as a target and draw fire as long as he was alive. Cops and feds should come by then. He fired another burst up the stairs as a pair of boots appeared on the steps. He groaned when Vlad kicked up and caught his groin, but he didn't release the lobbyist. An explosion sounded. Screams and yells came to him. "My grenades!" Another one went off. He dragged his captive closer to the stairs and ground his gun into his temple. "You'll be the first to die if they shoot." "You can't escape. My people will—" "You heard those explosions?" Cutter blinked rapidly to clear the haze in his eyes. "Grenades. I placed them in your bar. How many of your men will be alive?" He bent down awkwardly and scooped up the HK on the floor and fired a burst when he heard footsteps somewhere at the top of the stairs. "Grogan, don't shoot!" That voice, he thought dimly. I know it. He brought the HK up, finger on the trigger as he swayed, still holding Vlad as firmly as he could. "Grogan, we're coming down. Don't shoot." His finger tightened as boots appeared on the steps. He grunted when Vlad elbowed him viciously in the ribs. He lost his balance and fell, dragging the lobbyist with him, when his captive head butted him and caught his chin. The stairs came into view. 2 armed officers coming down it cautiously, FBI stenciled on their chests. Behind them, Quindica and DiFiore, more agents at their rear. Cutter's HK wavered. "Don't shoot," the detective told him softly. "Gina DiFiore," he sighed as he gave himself up to the welcoming darkness. "Why do you wait till I've been beaten up?" "Don't use my first name," she replied automatically, but he was beyond hearing. 73. DiFiore rushed to Grogan and knelt next to him. She was aware of Quindica yelling orders, agents hustling into the room and securing it, but she didn't look up. "EMTs," she barked. "On their way," someone replied. She felt his neck for a pulse and swallowed her rising panic when she didn't feel one. She bent her face to his nose and thought she felt the faintest breath. "Gina, out of the way." Peyton squeezed her shoulder, and when she looked up, the medics were in the room. She got to her feet and stepped back as the professionals crowded around Grogan. "Is he—" She forced the words out. "He's alive." She exhaled heavily. "That shot grazed his head and broke the skin. He's lost blood." The medic continued as she worked on Grogan. "Looks like he passed out from that, but he seems to have taken a pounding." He did. Lauren, on a bed, being attended to by other medics, Sophie with her. "How are you?" "I'm alive," the journalist smiled wanly. "If it hadn't been for him—" She looked at the surgical instruments on the bed and shivered. "Who is he?" "Cutter Grogan. He's like a PI. The speaker hired him to find you. Don't speak. You should—" "I'm all right," Lauren said fiercely. "Those cuts are nothing. They'll heal." The EMT attending to her nodded as she cleaned and dressed them. But you need to be in the hospital. You're weak, dehydrated, and you have bruises all over your body. We need to check you out thoroughly." "Bruises," Di Fiore repeated flatly. The journalist nodded at Vlad, who was cuffed and staring into the distance. "Worked on me." Rage flooded the detective. She took a half-step forward, her fists balling. "Gina," Quindica warned softly. Di Fiore sucked a lungful of air and gathered herself. "Go with them," she told the journalist softly as the paramedics laid Grogan on a stretcher. "We'll take your statement later." She looked down when she felt a tug on her hand. Sophie, who signed rapidly. "She's asking if Grogan will live," Lauren translated. "Yes," the detective said confidently. "I hope so." She mentally crossed her fingers. "What are those scars on his chest? How did he get them?" "He's been through a lot, honey. Someday he might tell you his stories. Go with your sister." Quindica had finished reading Vlad his rights and had formally arrested him when the paramedics left with the patients. "Let's take him," Di Fiore asked her partner. "Yeah, we need to clear out in any case for the forensics team." The detective glanced at the bodies on the floor and shoved the lobbyist toward the steps. "I need my lawyer." She ignored him as she and Quindica led Vlad up the stairs. The bar was crowded with more FBI agents, a bunch of whom peeled off and accompanied them at the SAC's order. "DC jail, ma'am?" one of them asked. "Yeah," Quindica replied. More agents outside, supported by Metropolitan Police officers, command vehicles, EMT vans, mobile forensics labs parked on the street, portable floodlights on the sidewalk illuminating the bar. "No reporters," Di Fiore said, squinting against the harsh glare. "Nope." Quindica shook her head as she helped the handcuffed lobbyist into their SUV's rear seat. "We haven't opened Irving Street yet." Di Fiore got into the passenger seat while the SAC got behind the wheel. "You expect trouble?" the detective asked when an FBI vehicle led the way, and another SUV brought up the rear. "Russians. We gotta be prepared." Di Fiore flicked her hair back as they sped down Irving Street, past a bunch of onlookers being held back by cops. They turned on Sherman Avenue, where the evening traffic was thicker, past Columbia Road, stopping at a red light, resuming again when it turned green. Another red light at Berry Place. The detective rotated her neck to ease a crick when they started moving. She glimpsed the dark Hummer barreling at them from the cross street. "Watch out!" she yelled. Quindica yanked the wheel sideways, but she was too late. The heavy vehicle T-boned them and dragged them onto the sidewalk to crash against a metal railing that surrounded an office parking lot. Her body jerked savagely from the impact as her side airbag deployed. From the corner of her eye, she saw Quindica similarly jostled. "Vlad!" she shouted as she struggled to unbuckle herself when their vehicle came to a rest. She froze when a figure mounted their hood. Masked, black-skin suit, dark eyes staring at them, an HK MP5 trained on them. "The car is armored," she whispered, and reached stealthily for her phone. The figure raised its left hand commandingly and brought out a card. "Don't move. We don't want to hurt you." "We?" Only then did she take in the rest of the damage. Their escort vehicles had been rammed by two other Hummers. More masked figures were holding guns on their occupants. Two other SUVs blocked traffic on Sherman Avenue and Berry Place. "Gina," Quindica said softly. The detective turned her head at the urgency in her voice and saw a hostile approach them from the left, lean, moving with an easy grace, the HK seemingly an extension of the hostile's body. Male, she decided from the way he walked. She thought about drawing her gun but reconsidered when she noticed the two other figures behind. They were tall, broad, their muscles rippling beneath their skin suits, their HKs aimed at Quindica and Di Fiore too. She held her breath when approaching man reversed his weapon casually and smashed its stock into the rear window. He repeated the move until the glass shattered, reached inside and unlocked the door with a gloved hand. He opened the door and grabbed a protesting and struggling Vlad and yanked him out. Approaching man kept his eyes on them as he pushed the lobbyist at tall man. He brought out a card and flashed it at them. "Are you okay?" Di Fiore was dazed. She was still in shock from the crash. She was angry and fearful too, but couldn't help the snort laugh that escaped her. Who asks that at a time like this? Quindica didn't reply. "Are you okay?" Approaching man shook the card impatiently. "Dude!" Di Fiore exploded and grabbed her gun. She froze when hood figure tapped the windscreen with an HK. The detective raised her hands in the universal gesture of surrender, at which approaching man and tall man backtracked, taking Ladrone with them. They got into their SUV and wheeled forward, and when they drew even, hood figure lunged off Di Fiore and Quindica's vehicle and climbed on the getaway SUV's running board. Di Fiore dragged her eyes away after the attacker's ride disappeared down Sherman Avenue. She saw that the rest of the masked figures had gotten away similarly in their rides. "Call for backup," she snapped. She climbed onto the rear seat and got out through the passenger door. She hurried to the lead vehicle and checked on its agents. "Are you hurt?" "Just our dignity, ma'am." She went to the rear SUV and found the agents fuming, embarrassed, but uninjured. Quindica had finished her calls when she returned and leaned against the side of their wrecked vehicle. Sirens sounded in the distance and traffic had resumed, with several passing cars and onlookers filming the crash site on their cell phones. "Russians," Di Fiore said bitterly as she looked down Sherman Avenue. "They must have followed us when we hit Sherman Avenue." "Uh-huh." "What?" The detective flared as she turned on her partner. "Why are you so calm? Do something." "I've called it in. There they are," Di Fiore said calmly as the first FBI SUV rolled up and came to a stop. "Block the approach to the Russian embassy. Alert the airports. We need to—" "They aren't going anywhere." Di Fiore stared at her as agents rushed to them. "Later," Quindica whispered and straightened at the agent's approach. Di Fiore had worked it out by the time they returned to the Hoover Building at 1 a.m. She and Quindica had given their reports to FBI agents, who had organized a search for the abductors. They and their escort team had been examined by medics and been given the green light. Jameson had listened to them grimly, asked a few questions, and ordered them to rest. Quindica wasn't resting when Di Fiore found her in their office. The SAC had coffee and was turning on the TV when the detective joined her. They watched the news coverage in silence, and then Di Fiore turned it off. "The senators?" "Teams of agents are arresting them right now. Calhoun from Brand Promise is in custody, too. He's singing. We've sent agents to his safe houses and rescued several girls. Vlad's network and accomplices. They'll be rounded up before daybreak. News channels will explode in the morning." "Yeah." Di Fiore refilled her coffee cup and took a swallow. "You knew all along," she said hotly. "Knew what?" "Don't play dumb with me. I was wondering why you weren't angry. Those folks, you knew who they were all along." "Don't be so surprised." She grouched at the look on her partner's face. "They weren't Russian. Heck, they weren't even hostile. They had HKs. They crashed into us." "Yeah, but those were calculated accidents. I checked with our technicians. They said those Hummers hit our vehicles very precisely to do the least damage to us as possible. Those drivers knew what they were doing, and they didn't fire a single shot." "Heck," she snorted. "What kidnapper asks if we are okay? So politely?" They didn't speak. "You know what I mean. You know who they are." "Try me." Quindica smiled slyly at her. "There were 8 of them on the street. They're Cutter's friends, from that mysterious outfit, the agency, Zeb Carter and his team. He was the one who came to us and took Ladrone. Those men behind him, those were Bear and Buana. He's African American." "I know what you're referring to. We could only see their eyes through their balaclavas. You know about those new masks, don't you? They have these flaps beneath the holes that cover the skin right up to the eyes. I'm sure they were wearing those. That person on our hood, that was one of the twins, Beth or Megan. They have green eyes. She was wearing contacts. You know a lot about them. As if you don't, DeFiore retorted. I've researched them. Heck, they don't hide themselves. Their names and photographs are on that security firm's website in New York. That's their cover. Did I guess right? Quindica grinned and hugged her quickly. Yeah, I guessed it as soon as Beth or Megan, whoever it was, landed on the hood and flashed us that card. You should have told me. There was no time. The director knows? No one does, and it will remain that way. The detective snapped a loose thread on her sleeve. Why do you think they want Vlad? There must be a Russian connection. DeFiore nodded absently. Vlad, who was he? We'll never know his story. Quindica was wrong. 74. Cutter came to consciousness early in the morning and found himself on a soft bed. Nope, I'm not dead, he decided, after studying the soothing colors on the walls and the art hanging from them. He was sure hell, which was where he certainly would end up, didn't have accommodations this nice and its caretakers wouldn't have bandaged him. Hospital, he concluded, and drifted off to sleep again. He woke up again at the sound of voices, a doctor and nurse going through his reports. When can I leave? He asked them, his voice sounding thick. Mr. Grogan, the doctor said soothingly, you have lost a lot of blood. You suffered a concussion. You have burns on your wrists. You're weak. You need rest. By midday, he had had enough of being poked and prodded, however solicitously, by the nurses. By evening, when he watched TV for the first time, his patience snapped. Vlad got away, he fumed. How did DeFiore and Quindica let that happen? He found a set of clean clothes someone had placed on a chair. He dressed quickly and peered out of the door cautiously. An armed officer paced in the hallway. He waited until the guard went to the water cooler and slipped out quickly. He joined a family who were hurrying along with a patient who was being wheeled down the corridor and escaped to the elevator. He stopped short when he reached the lobby. Quindica and DeFiore, arms crossed, facing him. We figured you would pull a stunt like this. Brule, the officer at your door, alerted us. I didn't fool him. There's nothing wrong with me, he insisted. I read my reports. Some stitches to my head. I got a blood transfusion, some bruises to my ribs. Come with us, DeFiore cut him off imperiously. He followed them to their ride and exploded when he got into the passenger seat. How could you... Don't talk. Quindica surprised him by driving to Georgetown, to the speaker's building. No debriefing in their office? No gun, he told the security detail. FBI have stolen it. No one smiled. They went up silently in the elevator and into the apartment where the welcoming committee was waiting. Bart Jameson, Amy Breland, Lauren, and Sophie. Cutter. The speaker came to him instantly and sized him up. How are you doing? She held his hands up and winced at the ugly burn marks on his wrists. You should still be in the hospital. You took a lot of... I'm fine, ma'am. I had enough rest. How are you? He looked beyond her to the journalist. You went through a lot worse than I did. Nothing that staying at home won't cure. Lauren smiled briefly. Those cuts will heal. What they did to me, a shadow crossed her face. Therapy and Nana's care should help. Did Andrews or Vlad? He trailed off. Rape me? No. Vlad tortured me. Nothing like what that other man, the doctor, was intending. I couldn't have resisted his... She shuddered. I held out for as long as I could. I knew Nana would organize a search for me. She smiled through her tears and hugged her grandmother, who had returned to her side. Sit, Jameson told him expressionlessly and pointed at a comfortable, upholstered chair. He sat in it with a sigh and swiftly hid his grimace. His body was hurting. Jameson to the right of the speaker, Sophie perched on the armrest, Lauren to her left, DeFiore and Quindica on a couch to the journalist's left, all of them facing him. Cutter eyed the coffee carafe and made to rise when the girl beat him to it. She poured the beverage into a cup and brought it to him. "They aren't happy with you," she lipped. "They think you should have called them instead of going in yourself." "You think that too?" He signed before taking the cup. "Nope. Not me or Sis or Nana. You saved us. They love me, but they won't show it." She grinned at that and returned to the speaker. "Tell us everything," Jameson rapped out. "You know most of it." "Grogan," DeFiore warned. Cutter took a sip, savored the brew for a moment, and began. They listened silently without interrupting, except for occasional gasps and exclamations from the speaker and her family. "Why didn't you call us?" Quindica asked flatly. "The moment Andrews reached out to you, why didn't you—" "There was no time." "No time?" DeFiore leaned forward. "You had time to break into an office in DuPont Circle. You rigged that shirt up with—" "Sodium paste," Jameson interjected. "Some covert outfits use it in the field. You had time for all that, but not to call us?" "You know why I didn't? Vlad could have informers in the FBI. Quindica, the director, and I." A vein throbbed on her forehead. "You could have reached out to us." "What would you have done? Mobilized HRT and SWAT teams? Wouldn't the mole know about that? Your lone wolf operation succeeded. Only because we arrived in time. Thank you. Is that all you have to say? Lauren and Sophie are out alive. What else is there to say? You could have died, you fool." "He was okay with that," Jameson said softly when no one spoke. "He was offering himself up as a target. You've known him long enough by now," he addressed DeFiore without taking his eyes off Cutter. Lauren gasped at his words. The speaker nodded slowly, as if the director had confirmed something, while Sophie looked at him curiously. "The senators?" Cutter broke the ensuing silence. "Haven't you followed the news?" Quindica stirred in her seat. "Nope. I caught just one segment about Ladrone's escape before I left the hospital. How did you let that happen?" he burst out. "The senators have been arrested," the SAC said, sidestepping his question. "Their congressional candidates are being investigated. Their sources of funding, their contacts, backstories, we're looking into everything." "Why haven't you arrested them? It's less than a week to the elections." "We have time," Quindica said, closing down the subject with an air of finality. "They'll have to be careful. They'll have to get bulletproof evidence. Otherwise, the parties will accuse them of election interference." "Brand Promise and Calhoun?" "Lauren told us about the agency. He's been arrested. We've rescued all the girls they abducted. The photographs you found in Jordan's apartment." Her eyes darkened. "We found only one of those girls. The others, they either died of overdoses or were killed. None of the prisoners know what happened to them." "They won't," Lauren said bitterly. "Ladrone and Andrews, they made girls disappear all the time." Cutter looked at her, wanting to know what she had found in her investigation. "It can wait." "Who was the one you found?" "Jennifer," DeFiore replied. "Olga Giesik from Nice." Their names were burned in his memory. He realized he had spoken aloud when they stared at him. "You know their real names?" the detective asked sharply. "You don't? They haven't spoken?" "Answer me." "I know of only her and another girl, Inga Stepanov from Murmansk. Sharon, in the photograph." "This," DeFiore whirled to the others. "This is why I don't trust Grogan. We ordered him to tell us everything, everything." She snorted. He didn't admit he knew about these two girls. "This is your reaction?" Cutter retorted. "I was almost beaten to death. I've got a concussion. I'm still recovering. I forgot to mention them, but it wasn't deliberate. What do I get from DeFiore? suspicion. "Enough!" Jameson commanded. "The girls are safe. We'll make arrangements to get them back to their homes." "How did you stumble onto this?" Cutter turned to the journalist. "A stripper gave me the first lead. She directed me to a homeless shelter in Maryland where one of the girls was hiding. Andrews wounded her badly and thought she was dead. He dumped her body in an abandoned industrial unit. But she was alive, and she stayed there until she was well enough to find refuge in the shelter. She found work in the bar where the stripper worked. She didn't tell anyone what had happened. She was scared. She and that worker got friendly, but all she told me was that there was something dirty going on in the Capitol." Lauren went on to brief them about infiltrating the modeling agency. "Vlad and Andrews. I never met or heard of them, but I knew Calhoun couldn't be acting alone. They brought the girls from Eastern Europe, South America, from all over." "Vlad and Andrews," DeFiore said when the journalist looked at her, "had contacts with organized crime. With Bratvass, I'll bet." The journalist resumed her briefing, telling them how she had identified the senators. "When the insurrection broke out at the Capitol, Han grabbed me. He must have realized he was at risk," Cutter mused, "that he was a loose end for Vlad and Andrews. He went to Marco." "Yeah," DeFiore agreed. "He must have thought your celebrity friend would have contacts. He's conscious now." "Marco?" "Yeah. He identified Andrews and Ladrone. Doctors are saying he'll make a full recovery." Cutter exhaled in relief as a knot of tension deep inside him loosened. "How did you get to the bar just in time?" "Were we in time?" Her eyes flickered to the dressing on his temple. "Sophie," she continued without waiting for his reply, "we knew she was vulnerable, that whoever abducted Lauren might target her too, to control the investigation, to secure an escape. We fitted her shoes with GPS trackers. And," she added, smirking, "we tracked your phone to Queen's Chapel. A neighbor told us they had seen several men get into a vehicle. We guessed you had been captured. We got back to Sophie and fitted her with a wire." Her face turned sober. "Vlad slipped past the officers we had tailing her and grabbed her as she was returning from school. By the time we worked out that she was missing, he had gotten away. He didn't search her, however." "You heard everything," Cutter guessed. "Yeah, we could have gotten there sooner." Her eyes went to his wound again and then slipped to Lauren's chest. "But his men had sealed Irving Street. We lost time there. Von Ladrone. His real name, L.S. Vladimir Yanovich. See where Vlad comes from? He's Russian, masquerading as an American all along. His entire backstory was fake. Dennis Andrews was Denisov Androvich, and that other man, Mikhail Gennady, the doctor." "Yeah, Lauren told us you knew about him. How?" "I have my sources," he said evasively. She turned to the others and spread her hands as if to say, "See how he is." "That building had a cybersecurity outfit on the 3rd floor." "I'm aware of it. Had?" "We shut it down and arrested all its staff," she said, smiling grimly. "They were Vlad's tech team. They hacked into the Capitol building, deleted footage of Lauren's capture, security cameras, internet bots, false propaganda, election campaign ads. They did everything. Vlad ran a big operation with the sole purpose of gaining control over our political system. We'll be making a lot of arrests in the coming days and weeks." "Good work," he said, congratulating her. "You got him to confess to all that?" "Why are they looking at me like that?" "I bet he's in Moscow now. Did you find out who hit you? A Russian outfit? SVR team?" "He didn't talk to us." Cutter gawked at her. "He isn't in Moscow. He's right here, in D.C." His jaw dropped. She came to him and showed him a photograph on her phone. Vladimir Yanovich, stretched out on the ground, a bullet hole through his forehead. She zoomed out to show he was lying on a sidewalk. That's Wisconsin Avenue in front of the Russian embassy. He was found there late in the afternoon. "Do you know who killed him?" Jameson asked him. "How could I?" Cutter shook his head, bewildered. "I was in the hospital. I was unconscious when they attacked Quindica and Di Fiore." There was a flash drive in his pocket, in an envelope with the director's name on it. It had Vlad's confession on it. There was this note as well. She focused on the Russian's chest and enlarged it. "Thank you, Alexei, for the intel." Handwritten, with a black felt pen. "We analyzed the note," she explained. "No prints. Our technicians say it was likely written by a man. We arranged for the note to be delivered to the embassy. We figured the note was for one specific Russian, Alexei Gorsky, SVR's chief. Now," she emphasized, "do you know who grabbed Vlad and killed him?" Zeb. It came to him instantly. The way his friends had looked outside Sanchez's house. The agency would be interested in Gorsky. "8 people attacked us," she said softly. 3 of them seemed to be women. They even sent Peyton and me this, addressed to us at the Hoover Building. She brought up another photograph. A large box of chocolates wrapped up in a ribbon along with a bunch of flowers. Another handwritten note. "Hope you and your team are okay. You must have some admirers." "Cutter," she asked flatly, "do you know who they could be?" "Nope," he shook his head. "They must be some outfit with an interest in the SVR. There's no lack of covert outfits like that in our country. Heck," a flash of inspiration struck him. "It could be Mossad. That's just like the Israelis." It wasn't Mossad. He thought he detected a look of amusement in her eyes, but he couldn't be sure. Jameson and Quindica were regarding him expressionlessly while the speaker, Lauren and Sophie, looked on curiously. "Why do you always make me out to be the bad guy?" he exclaimed at the detective who had returned to her couch. "Because there's not much good in you." "You don't mean that, do you?" Lauren protested. "You don't know him like I do," Di Fiore retorted, and then admitted grudgingly, "He has his uses." Cutter made a celebratory fist pump and winced immediately when his body protested. He got up when the briefing finished half an hour later and went to the window to look out to the Potomac. Di Fiore handed him his phone, gun, holster, and backpack when he turned back. "We found it in your vehicle." He thanked her with a nod, pocketed his phone, and stuffed his Glock in the bag. Her eyes slid away from his wrists when he looked up, an expression in them that he couldn't decipher. "You're going to join us for dinner, Peyton and me." Don't give me second thoughts." He suppressed a grin and followed her to the door, where they lingered as the Breelands caught up with them. "I owe you," Lauren began. "Nothing. But you can build me up in your next feature piece. You can go on TV and praise me to the skies. It will land me movie and book deals." She looked at him in astonishment and chuckled when she saw he didn't mean it. "Live your life," he said, clasping her hands. "Do what you do. Continue writing. Try to put this behind you." She sobbed into his shoulder when he hugged her, and when she had let it all out, cleared her throat and stepped back when he released her. "What?" Cutter asked when he found Sophie regarding him curiously. "I am working something out. What's that?" "I will tell you when I've finished." He nodded gravely, gave her a mock salute, and followed Jameson, Quindica, and Di Fiore to the elevator. The director paused when he was climbing into his vehicle. "Cutter, give my regards to Zeb when you see him." "I've lost contact with him, sir." "Yeah, right," Jameson said, and with a hand wave was driven away. "Before that dinner," Cutter said, glancing at Quindica and Di Fiore, "can you take me to Olga?" "Olga Giesik?" the SAC asked in surprise. "Why?" "Please." She took in his set face and nodded at her vehicle silently. "Come with us," she ordered when she parked in front of a single-family home in Westchester. She and Di Fiore flashed their badges at the armed officers at the door. The SAC spoke to them softly and jerked her head at him. He entered the house behind her and went to the living room. 2 girls on couches, watching TV, a couple more playing cards at the dining table, A fifth girl sitting alone, staring into the distance. "Olga," he said, going to the solitary girl and crouching next to her. "Teresa is waiting for you," he told her in the little Serbian he knew. "In Nis. She hasn't forgotten you. Nor Elkin, your father. You'll be going to them soon. All of you will be returning to your families." She looked at him uncertainly. Light flooded her eyes when he nodded. The smile she gave was brighter than the sun, and for a second time that day, a woman cried on his chest. The SUVs rolled up when he, Quindica, and Di Fiore were exiting the downtown restaurant after their dinner. The passenger window on the middle one rolled down and Sophie's head appeared. "Is that Lauren beside her?" It was. He recognized her when she moved and streetlight caught her face. "And is that the speaker at the back?" He couldn't be sure. The dark windows obstructed his view. "Remember, I asked you why you do your fixing business." Sophie signed rapidly. "Yeah, I'll tell you one day." "You don't need to. I figured it out." "You did?" "Yeah," she nodded. "You do it to save yourself." "Coming?" Di Fiore asked as he stood staring at the convoy as it merged into the traffic and disappeared. "I'll walk." "You sure?" "Yeah." He started walking after she and Quindica had departed. He wandered through nighttime D.C., thinking of nothing, enjoying the sights, smells, and sounds of the capital. His body hurt, his wrists ached, but he was happy. "No, not that," he corrected himself. "I'm content." And as long as he was alive, he wouldn't stop the fixing business. Because Sophie was right.